ensure that when the oligarchs' assets are sold off, funds can be used directly to remedy the harm Russia caused in their help build Ukraine. Additionally, yesterday, Russia threatened two of our allies with a cutoff of energy supplies. While America has ended all Russian fossil fuel imports because we're able to use our vast supply of power in our country, some European countries have faced more challenges in reducing their reliance on Russian fuel. Russia has long claimed to be, quote, the reliable source of energy for the world. No matter what the differences are, their customers are always going to be in good shape. But these actions prove that energy is not just a commodity that Russia sells to help meet other countries' needs, but a weapon it will use to deploy against those who stand against their aggression. So let me be clear. We will not let Russia intimidate or blackmail their way out of these sanctions. We will not allow them to use their oil and gas to avoid consequences for their aggression. We're working with other nations like Korea, Japan, Qatar, and others to support our effort to help European allies threatened by Russia with gas, blackmail, and their energy needs in other ways. Aggression will not win. Threats will not win. This is just another reminder of the imperative for Europe and the world to move more and more of our power needs to clean energy. In the United States, we're doing that right now. Last year, we developed more solar, wind, and battery storage than any year in our history, enough to power 56 million American homes. Earlier this month, we acted to bolster the reliance on our nuclear energy facilities, which generates more than half of our carbon-free power. And we're just getting started. I look at this as a serious problem, but also an enormous opportunity, Bottom line, all these actions we've been taking are about this truth. Investing in Ukraine's freedom and security is a small price to pay to punish Russian aggression to lessen the risk for future conflicts. You know, throughout our history, we've learned that when dictators do not pay the price for their aggression, they cause more chaos and engage in more aggression. They keep moving. And the threats to America and the world keep rising. We can't let this happen. Our unity at home, our unity with our allies and partners, and our unity with the Ukrainian people is sending an unmistakable message to Putin. You will never succeed in dominating Ukraine. Finally, we're going to continue to deliver critical support to Ukraine. We must also not let our guard down in our fight against COVID-19 at home and abroad. That's why I'm again urging Congress to act on my request for $22.5 billion in emergency resources so the American people can continue to protect themselves from COVID-19. The reason we were so successful in the past is because I was able to work with drug manufacturers to order significant quantities of material we needed ahead of time to get in the front of the line. Without additional funding, we can't pre-order the amount of vaccines we need, and we risk losing our spot in line for vaccines that target multiple variants. We're running out of supply for therapeutics, like antiviral pills that we desperately need. Without additional funding, we're unable to purchase a life-saving treatment for the American people. We've donated more vaccines and treatments to the world than all other nations in the world combined. If the U.S. won't do it, no one else is really going to step up and do it. Without additional funding, the United States won't be able to help stop the spread around the world and close off ongoing sources of the supply chain disruptions. Look, let's get both of these critical tasks done. No delays, no excuses, just action, now. Thank you all. Thank you.
Mr. President, what's your message to refugees on this?
Go ahead.
Okay. Mr.
Watch your head, man. You're going to get hurt. Just turn that camera on.
He's a gentleman. Mr. President, I wanted to ask what your message is to Ukrainian refugees on the southwest border and those that are trying to flee Ukraine from the violence.
We have made a direct means by which they can get from Europe, from Ukraine, directly to the United States without going to the southern border. In the meantime, in the southern border, we're trying to work through and make sure that it's an orderly process they're able to get in. But just so you know, we have said there's no need to go to the southern border. fly directly to the United States. We set up a mechanism whereby they can come directly with a visa.
Mr. President, thank you. How worried are you by growing number of Russian comments in the media and among some of their officials painting this conflict as actually already a conflict between NATO, the US, and Russia? And they're painting in very alarmist terms, talking of nuclear weapons, saying it's a life or death struggle, etc. And just separately, or connected to that, Lavrov himself says it's already a proxy war, not a direct war, but a proxy war. So are either of those two things true, and do they worry you, those statements?
They're not true. They do concern me because it shows the desperation that Russia is feeling about their abject failure in being able to do what they set out to do in the first instance. And so I think it's more of a reflection, not of the truth, but of their failure. And so instead of saying that the Ukrainians equipped with some capability to resist Russian forces are doing this, they've got to tell their people the United States and all of NATO is engaged in taking out Russian troops and tanks, etc. So it's number one, it's an excuse for their failure. But number two, it's also, if they really mean it, no one should be making idle comments about the use of nuclear weapons or the possibility of the need to use that. It's irresponsible.
Mr. President, on that, Mr. President,
Mr. President, back on the border, Title 42, a number of your Democratic friends are pressuring the White House to maintain that policy. Can you give us a straight answer whether you're going to heed that request or you're going to get rid of it?
I can give you a straight answer. We had proposed to eliminate that policy by the end of May. The court has said we can't so far. And what the court says we're going to do, the court could come along and say we cannot do that, and that's it.
Mr. President, you say that this is not a proxy war, but Russia clearly disagrees. They say that war means war. So how concerned are you that they may start to act accordingly, even if you disagree?
We are prepared for whatever they do.
What options do you have to ensure Poland and Bulgaria have sufficient supplies of gas?
First of all, as you know, Poland has indicated they have significant reserves of gas that they have planned for, as does, not as much, but as does Bulgaria. And we have worked with our allies from Japan on to say that we may divert our sale of the natural gas that we're sending to those countries and divert it directly to Poland and Bulgaria. So that's as much as I can tell you right now.
Sir, how concerned are you about a recession, given the GDP report today showed a contraction of 1.4% in the fourth quarter?
Well, I'm not concerned about a recession. And I mean, you're always concerned about a recession, but the GDP, fell to 1.4%. But here's the deal: we're also had last quarter consumer spending and business investment and residential investment increased at significant rates, both for leisure as well as hard products. Number one. Number two, unemployment is the lowest rate since 1970. A record 4.5 million businesses were created last year. We're in a situation where we have a very different view than Senator Scott of Republicans who want to raise taxes on the middle-class families and want to include half the small business owners in that. So I think what you're seeing is enormous growth in the country that was affected by everything from COVID and the COVID blockages that occurred along the way. Now, you always have to take a look, and no one is predicting a recession now. Some are predicting there may be a recession in 2023. I'm concerned about it, but I know one thing, that if our Republican friends are really interested in doing something about dealing with the economic growth, and they should help us continue to lower the deficit, which we've done last year, over $350 billion. They should be willing to work with us to have a tax code that is actually one that works and everybody pays their fair share. And they should be in a position where You shouldn't be raising taxes on middle-class folks. You should be raising taxes on people who everyone acknowledges, and the vast majority of Republicans aren't paying their fair share. I've said it 100 times. You have, 50 major corporations of the Fortune 500 companies made $40 billion last year, didn't pay a single penny. No one under our proposal, making their $400,000 a year, will see a penny in their taxes go up, not one penny.
Mr. President, about tying COVID aid to Ukraine aid. Do you think COVID aid and Ukraine aid should be tied together in legislation?
Well, I don't care how they do it. I'm sending them both up. I mean, they can do it separately or together, but we need them both.
Mr. President, Majority Leader Schumer said yesterday that you're, quote, getting closer to using executive authority to cancel up to $50,000 in student loan debt. Can you confirm that? What exactly are you looking to plan to do here in the coming
You mean my
months?
spokesman said that?
Majority Leader Schumer.
Look, number one, first thing we did was reform the system that was in place that didn't work for anybody, that allowed people to write off debt if they engaged in public service. We have almost 1,785,000, don't hold me the exact number, I'll get the number, 700 and some thousand have had debt forgiven, their whole debt forgiven because of their working in either as teachers or other means by which they qualify. And we continue to make that easier. Secondly, I am considering dealing with some debt reduction. I am not considering $50,000 debt reduction, but I'm in the process of taking a hard look at whether or not there will be additional debt forgiveness, and I'll have an answer on that in the next couple of weeks.
How high are you looking at?
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay, so a few reporter questions answered by the president right there, including about student loan debt forgiveness. He says that he is considering that. He said he was not considering $50,000 in debt reduction. He was, quote, taking a hard look at whether or not there will be additional debt forgiveness. But the main announcement from this today, talking about an additional $33 billion to help Ukraine fend off Russian forces there. Want to break down some of where that would be going to. $20 billion in military assistance, $8.5 billion in economic aid, and $3 billion for food and humanitarian programs around the world. So this is, of course, going to Congress, and there's a lot of conversation about what the U.S. needs to do, next steps. After this break, we'll be hearing from U.S. Representative and Chairman of the House Intelligence Committee, Adam Schiff, as he talks about the evolving situation in Ukraine, including congressional responses to the war and just the state of democracy in the United States and abroad. Stay with us. back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. Coming up on the 3 o'clock hour here in Phoenix, Arizona, 6 o'clock out on the East Coast. Want to take you into the latest on Capitol Hill. America's top diplomat, Antony Blinken, back there today, testifying virtually before House Appropriations Subcommittee. He says that he is trying to urge Congress to fully fund the State Department's proposed budget, stating it is critical to Ukraine's success against Russia's invasion. Also, President Biden proposing $33 billion to help Ukraine fend off Russia's invasion. So what are the representatives on Capitol Hill thinking about this, including Representative Adam Schiff? The sit-down conversation. He's sure to answer a lot of those questions, including just the state of democracy right here in the United States as well.
Is there a West anymore? Is there a reason for NATO anymore? Well, the theme this year could not have been a sharper contrast. Gone were any questions about the relevance of NATO. And the conference was really subsumed with how we can strengthen NATO and make sure that we work together to counter what Russia was doing, and a renewed understanding of just how important that alliance is. And now, in a kind of fitting rebuke of this bloody campaign by Putin, you have additional nations talking about ending their neutrality and joining NATO. That had to be the last thing that Putin wanted to see happen. But I really do think it has reinforced in Europe that some of these old reasons to have a strong defense budget are not so old after all. They're not so antiquated. In fact, Russia remains a grave threat to its neighbors. And in both respects, budget and NATO, there's been a real, I think, crystallization of views around the importance of protecting ourselves collectively in the face of Russian aggression.
How worried are you about the possibility of this conflict taking yet more, intensifying more, about the risk of use of chemical or even tactical nuclear weapons?
I'm gravely concerned about the use of chemical weapons. Obviously, the Russians would have no moral compunction about doing it. They have done that or supported that in the past in other conflicts. In terms of the risk of a nuclear, tactical nuclear device, hearing the Russian ambassador talk about it is just so irresponsible. I think he's obviously doing it for a reason. I don't think the reason he's doing it is that they're actually contemplating doing this. And I certainly don't see any signs of that happening at this point in time, but merely his willingness to talk about it and put it within the realm of contemplation by Russia is horribly irresponsible. Now, I don't think they would go to that step barring NATO military involvement that threatens Russia, and I don't mean by the provision of weapons to Ukraine, but actually if we got into a fight between NATO forces and Russian forces. And obviously we're doing everything to make sure that we can, that doesn't happen. And I think the president was exactly right to rule out a no-fly zone, which would require us to be shooting down Russian aircraft, destroying Russian anti-aircraft systems within Russia. So I think we're doing everything we can, everything we should. I mean, there are a few things like the Polish MiGs that I support, which providing that the administration may not. But by and large, I think we are doing everything we can to help Ukraine without risk of that kind of escalation. The remaining danger is and so he has cut off his own exit ramps. Now, where this seems to be headed is into a potential and bloody war of attrition. That's not inevitable, and there's still risks that the Russian forces could encircle Ukrainian forces, and we could see a dramatic change in fortune. Obviously, we're doing everything to support Ukraine to prevent that kind of thing from happening. But war is unpredictable. And so I don't think that kind of escalation in terms of the tactical nuclear weapon is likely. The fact that it is even subject to discussion, though, ought to concern all of us.
Congressman, you've had a lot of opportunities over the last few years to think about President Vladimir Zelenskyy and to examine his communications. Has his performance as a wartime leader kind of surprised you? And how do you assess that performance so far?
I think it's surprised Putin. I think that he may have imagined that Zelenskyy would flee the country, or that he didn't have the stature to lead a country through war. I don't know that he had a long enough track record for us to really anticipate what kind of a wartime leader he would be. I'm not sure whether you can really know until you're faced with those circumstances. He has been just remarkable and certainly put his communication skills to incredible use. But, you know, particularly in those early days and weeks of the war, staying in Kyiv, staying exposed to harm, really was not only a courageous thing to do, but it really, I think, helped to rally Ukraine and rally the rest of the world. So he has been just incredible. And one thing I think this conflict, there are a couple impacts this conflict has had that you can look back on and see continuing themes. The first is that the world has now gotten to know who Vladimir Zelenskyy is. Back when Donald Trump was trying to extort him by withholding hundreds of millions of dollars in military aid to fight the Russians, and even then, at that time, Ukrainians were fighting and dying at the hands of Russians every week, sometimes every day. The world now has a sense of just who Donald Trump was trying to shake down and extort. And also what a pernicious threat we were trying to help the Ukrainians defend against. And I think that the stain of what Trump did now is much more visible to the country and the rest of the world. And to the degree to which Donald Trump, wrapped himself all around Vladimir Putin, never had an unkind word to say about the Kremlin dictator, fawned over him. I think that also tars this flirtation that the GOP and Donald Trump have had with authoritarianism. And I hope it reminds Americans of the dangers of autocracy. Because there is this strand running through the GOP of this fondness for the dictator, for the autocrat, for the strongman. And now we see where that leads. So I think those have been important impacts. The world now knows who Zelenskyy is, who Donald Trump's trying to shake down, but also knows much more about who Vladimir Putin is, the man that Donald Trump wrapped his arms around so tightly.
Congressman, I want to turn your attention now toward kind of threats to democracy, including, within America itself. Your book talks about essentially two investigations, right? One is the Mueller report and investigations into Russian interference in the 2016 election. And the second investigation, of course, is the impeachment trial that you presented as the leader of the House managers regarding the withholding or the conditioning of military aid on Ukraine's cooperation with an investigation into the Bidens. And is there an argument that the first impeachment trial made it harder for the second one, focused on January 6th, to succeed?
No, I think really quite the opposite. During the first trial, it became apparent during the trial, largely through the public comments of Republican senators, that we proved exactly what the president was charged with, that he withheld these hundreds of millions of dollars in aid, that there was a quid pro quo, that he did it to try to get Zelenskyy to try to help him cheat in the election. But at that time, it also became apparent to me when these Republican senators basically said he's guilty of what he's charged with, but that's not enough for me to vote, to risk my career, to risk my position in the Republican Party, not enough for me to vote to convict, that we needed to show more. That is, We needed to show that if left in office, Donald Trump was a continuing danger to the country. And I remember making the point during that trial, what are the odds if left in office that Donald Trump will try to cheat in the next election? Not 5%, not 10, not even 50%, but 100%. And by the time the second trial came to pass, exactly what we warned about had come to pass. And so for anyone who during the first trial wasn't convinced that he would be a continuing danger, they had the proof, the most abundant proof possible in the second trial. The senators, the jury themselves had to flee for their lives. How much more graphic could the proof be? So if anything, I think that some of the senators who voted to quit in the first trial had regret about what they did, about lacking the courage that Mitt Romney demonstrated. And I think that made it more essential, and easier for
It looks like we lost that interview for a moment right there again with Representative Schiff talking about a series of different topics, but specifically U.S. aid to Ukraine. As we've been saying, President Biden holding a press conference and saying that he is proposing $33 billion in aid to help Ukraine in this fight right now. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back at the top of the hour with more of the top stories of the day. Don't go away. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. This is the mother of 3-month-old baby Brandon. You might remember that story this week. San Jose police eventually finding 2 suspects involved in this case. The 3-month-old baby kidnapped, and then the very next day, thankfully, surveillance video leading them to baby Brandon. They say that he is okay, but a lot of those charges being announced today by the Santa Clara County District Attorney here. This is the video that was blasted out in Northern California as this was all going down. We want to play out remarks from just minutes ago from the District Attorney.
Everyone's ready?
Yep.
Yeah. So,
We're ready.
okay. No. So she doesn't speak English.
Y'all ready? Okay. Today, my office charged 2 suspects with the kidnapping of 3-month-old baby Brandon. The 2 are Jose Portillo and Yesenia Ramirez. Both defendants were just arraigned on the kidnapping charges and held with no bail at our request. There'll be another hearing tomorrow, but at this point they're held with no bail, and this was at our request. There are 3 charges against these 2 suspects. One is conspiracy to commit kidnapping of a child. The second is kidnapping the child. And the third is burglary, entering an apartment with the intent to kidnap a child. The maximum exposure in this case is 11 years in prison. I know that there will be a lot of questions about why this happened. Why and what is the motive? What I can tell you and what we know now are the what and the where. And so I want to speak for a moment about the what and the where. What we know is that for 18 hours, a 3-month-old baby boy was missing. And a grainy video showed a man carrying a car seat, and the car seat seemed heavier than when the man walked into the apartment, and a frantic 911 call from the mother of this child led the police to spring into action. I cannot thank the San Jose Police Department enough for the incredible work that they did on this case. For those 18 hours, while Brandon's mother and grandmother were in agony, and all of us in our community were worried and shocked, the officers in the San Jose Police Department went to work and worked through the night using all available resources. They tracked the van, they found the van, and 18 hours later, at about 8 o'clock in the morning, they recovered Brandon. He was safe, he was not harmed, he was taken to the Child Advocacy Center for an examination, and thankfully, Brandon is fine. So that's the what happened. That's the where it happened. The apartment was located several miles away from where the kidnapping took place. In terms of the why, I know that's something that everyone is interested in, and at this point, the why is not something that we're going to discuss. The why will come out, in this case, at a preliminary hearing when we put our evidence forward to hold these suspects in custody and have a trial. So we know what happened, we know where it happened. At this point, we're in the process of investigating why exactly it happened. And I just want to emphasize that all of us in our community were worried about this case from the moment it happened. And I know many of us have grown up seeing children's pictures on the back of milk cartons, the children missing and never recovered. And we were very concerned that something like that might happen in this case. And so I'm just really grateful for the work that the police department did. They did their job. They found the child was returned safely, and now the DA's office will do its job and hold these perpetrators accountable. I can take a few questions. Yeah, Len, and then I'll tell you. That's correct. Initially, a third person was arrested by the police. When the police brought us all the reports and documents about their investigation, and we were reviewing those and making charging decisions, we charged the 2 individuals, Jose Portillo and Yacina Ramirez, and did not charge that third individual.
He had nothing to do with it?
He's been released, and we have not charged him, and that's all I can say about that right now. Yes.
I was going to ask the same question. I know he was released yesterday.
Yes.
Even though police said he was going to be released today. So
even though
police said he was going to be released today, but he was released yesterday. So do we know if he had any participation, or can you confirm he had no participation at all?
I think the way I would answer that question is, yes, the police arrested him a few days ago, along with Yacina Ramirez and Jose Portillo. but the police then brought us the results of what they had found so far, and there might be other information that the police find and our investigators find. And based on what was brought to us, we charged the two individuals that we did. And I'm actually purposely not saying the name of the third man because he hasn't been charged with a crime, and I don't want to damage his reputation in any way.
Has he been asked to not leave the area or has he been cleared of all charges? And second follow-up.
Okay, so in terms of he's been released from custody and he's been released. So I don't have any information about whether there's been anything else other than that.
You don't have 3 victims the judge talked about.
Well, as you saw, the victims, the judge didn't read the names of those victims because they're entitled to confidentiality, and so I can't break that.
What's the purpose of waiting on the why? That's one of the most important things that people want to know.
What's the purpose of that? There's not a purpose in that. There's simply that what we know definitively is what happened, and we know where it happened. As to why it happened, that's not something that we can completely explain or may ever be able to explain. While the why is interesting, it's not just interesting. While the why is not only interesting, but important and relevant in some sense, in terms of prosecuting a case, the why is not part of what the jury has to find in order to convict the defendants. What the jury has to find is what happened, who did it, and is there evidence to show that. I believe that at the preliminary hearing in this case, and if there's a trial in this case, information about the why will come out, but at this point it would be speculative for me to describe that.
Based on what you know,
one second,
now,
yeah.
Do you have any reason, based on what you know, any reason to suspect any wider involvement of other potential suspects in committing this crime?
That's not a question that I want to answer because I don't want to tip anything one way or another, frankly. Yeah, one second, yes.
We heard the term, and in the document, domestic violence. Tell me a little bit about that.
This case, our office is separated into units in the DA's office. We have a domestic violence unit. Tracy T. Fertiller is the supervisor of that unit. We have a gang unit, a homicide unit, misdemeanor unit, etc. Within the domestic violence unit is our child abduction prosecutor and investigator. And so because this was a child abduction case, it went to the domestic violence team. So that is why it is being handled by Ms. T. Fertiller's team. Because unfortunately, we have a need to have expertise in child abduction cases because it happens much more than we would like it to, and they're very frightening and dangerous and scary cases, and we want to make sure they're handled with the utmost professionalism and diligence. Yeah?
What is the nature of the relationship between the two suspects? Are they family members? Is it a romantic relationship? Can you speak to that?
What we can say is that they know each other, and we have evidence for that they know each other. In terms of the nature of their relationship, that's not something I really can comment on at this point.
Can you talk about the preparations that they made to either take care of the child or take the child elsewhere? Did you cover anything like that?
Given the evidence that was found at the apartment where the child was recovered, there were items there to take care of a baby in terms of baby food and diapers, and the baby was found unharmed. So during those 18 hours, there was some care provided to the baby. But one of the things that, of course, we noticed is that the individual came with a baby carrier to the apartment, then took the child, and then walked out of the apartment. So to us, that indicated planning.
Did it look like they were planning to go anywhere or just have the baby in that apartment?
Yeah, I can't say yet.
Any evidence of detailed plans beyond taking the baby? As in, take the baby, move somewhere else, change names, etc.
Right. I don't know the answer to that yet. One thing I can say is the fact that the police recovered the child so quickly thwarted attempts to do that. So the fact that the police found the child so quickly made it difficult if there had been any plans to move the baby to another location.
Jeff, without saying the why, how abnormal or rare are the facts of the case?
Number one, child abduction cases are infrequent. They happen, but they're infrequent. We are always incredibly concerned when a child is taken from his mother and it's a person that does not have a relationship with that mother. So many of the child abduction cases that we handle in the DA's office come out of custody disputes between parents. This one did not. And this is more unusual and more frightening.
Do you know how long did the suspect or Ramirez know of the victim, mother, or just the grandmother? How long was that relationship?
I think what I can say is they all knew each other from church. Okay? All right. Thank you very much. Thank you. Have a good afternoon.
So once again, the Santa Clara District Attorney announcing charges against those two suspects. You remember there was 3 suspects in the beginning, now going back down to just 2, and they know each other. They know the family of baby Brandon, and as we said, the mother coming and speaking today. Unfortunately, she only spoke in Spanish, so unable to take that live for you, but we'll keep you updated on these charges for this case, which is actually a good story because the 3-month-old back home with his family safe and sound. Also back home with his family safe and sound is former U.S. Marine Trevor Reed. We'll have more on him and his touching down on U.S. soil today after the break. Live now from Fox, we're learning more about the dramatic prisoner exchange, which led to the release of former Marine Trevor Reed, who is now back on American soil. This is one of those stories that you just love to hear. We heard from his parents yesterday reacting to Trevor being back in the United States. Just ecstatic to be able to see him firsthand here. I want to bring in Fox 4's Lori Brown, who's been on this all day. We're getting that dramatic video of him touching down and being able to return to his life now, which is vastly different than when he left it 985 days ago. That's how long he's been in prison. Lori, what are we learning tonight?
Well, Daytona, it was a touching moment when his parents finally got to embrace him after nearly 3 years of a continuous fight for his release. And now the congressman who helped with the deal to get him out of Russia says the priority is to make sure he is physically and mentally healthy.
At 4:35 Thursday morning, Congressman August Pfluger tweeted, "This is the moment we have all been praying for."
Well, it was overwhelming to see the joy on Paula and Joey Reid's face, to understand just how hard they had worked, how tirelessly that they had made every effort possible to bring their son home.
Pfluger worked with the Biden administration to secure Trevor Reid's release. He was on the tarmac for the family reunion after Reid spent 985 days imprisoned in Russia.
You know, it's a good news story in America. President Biden did the right thing here. And to realize a Marine is back on American soil, the country that he loves, was just incredible. It really was a joyous moment.
With concerns Reid could be suffering from tuberculosis, everyone wore masks for the reunion.
Good professionals at Army South do a wonderful job on reintegration, and they take every safety and health precaution. Their number one concern is to make sure that Trevor Reid is okay right now.
In a move that would have been remarkable even during peaceful times, Reid was exchanged for a convicted Russian drug smuggler Wednesday in Turkey. Video showing the swap on an unidentified airport tarmac. The Russian prisoner, Konstantin Yaroshenko, was near the end of his 20-year sentence, while Reid was facing many more years of his sentence.
You know, I'm happily surprised to see the outcome of this, and I've been one of the loudest critics of Vladimir Putin with Nord Stream, and obviously with the incursion and the situation that's going on in Ukraine. So, you know, I do believe that it's something positive to see that there is a line of communication between the United States and Russia.
Reid's parents, who spoke with reporters Wednesday, said they asked him about the exchange.
About, you know, his ordeal in particular today. We asked him if he said anything to Mr. Yaroshenko as they passed
each other
on the tarmac, and he said no, but we kind of looked at each other.
Joey and Paula Reid said they were concerned about their son's health after nearly 3 years in a Russian prison.
And from what he's told us and told Lena, his girlfriend, for months, you know, the food at IK-12 in Moldova is horrible. They generally, for dinner, give you a piece of fish and some soup, and they throw in a piece of potato or cabbage with it. And the stray cats at the prison and the barracks won't eat the fish.
But the family said Reid sounded better than expected when his parents spoke to him after the swap. The Marine veteran now considering a return to college with more Russian language study than he expected when he went to Moscow in the first place.
He paid for those Russian lessons, and the prisoners in the jail said, "You didn't have to pay for those. We're going to teach you Russian here."
Congressman Pfluger says that Reid is now working with a reintegration team with U.S. Army South. Daytona.
Yeah, Lori, this is also sparking a larger conversation about people who are being detained in Russia right now. I want to read off a tweet from Paula Reid. She said, "It's been a day of joy for us, but not for Paul Whelan and his family. I know this is a hard day for them. Please keep them and many others in your prayers." As you heard in the press conference yesterday, they say that they want to take the initiative on bringing other U.S. citizens back too.
Yes, this case definitely highlights the issue that is not just in Russia, but also around the world.
Yeah, and also, I mean, Representative Pfluger saying that this was a huge initiative for him. He was really pressing this with the Biden administration, pressing this on Capitol Hill. There's background to this. There's history. The parents have been there in Washington, D.C., you know, banging on the president's door, essentially.
Right, and it was it took them a very long time to get the attention of the Biden administration about this case, and I know it probably is giving hope to other families out there in the same situation.
Yeah, definitely a sense of hope coming from this story. Fox 4's Lori Brown, thank you so much. We'll talk to you soon. And we're going to keep it moving here on Live Now from Fox as we are getting a response from President Vladimir Zelenskyy of Ukraine to President Biden's announcement and address today, talking about $33 billion worth of aid that he is proposing to Congress right now to give. We'll have a full breakdown on that and those remarks from Zelenskyy after the break. Here to Live Now from Fox, a look from our Phoenix, Arizona studio, coming up on 3:30 here in Phoenix, 6:30 out on the East Coast, and continuing our coverage on Russia and Ukraine. President Biden asking Congress today for an additional $33 billion in aid to help Ukraine fend off Russia's invasion. That would, of course, go to military assistance, $20 billion worth of that, $8.5 billion in economic aid, $3 billion for food and humanitarian programs, and so much more. Biden saying, quote, this package addresses the needs of the Ukrainian military during the crucial weeks and months ahead and begins a transition to longer-term security assistance that's going to help Ukraine deter and continue to defend against Russian aggression. So what does the president of Ukraine have to say about this? This is an address from President Zelenskyy. You can read the subtitles in English at the bottom.
Українці, українки, усі наші захисники і захисниці. Сьогодні маємо серйозні новини для нашої держави, для нашого захисту. По-перше, Сполучені Штати Америки підготували новий пакет підтримки для України на 33 мільярди доларів. Зокрема, більше 20 можуть піти на оборону, ще більше 8 мільярдів доларів заплановані на економічну підтримку, ще 3 мільярди доларів будуть направлені на гуманітарну допомогу. Це дуже важливий крок Сполучених Штатів. І я вдячний за нього американському народу і особисто президенту Байдену. Сподіваюсь, Конгрес швидко підтримує цей запит на допомогу нашій державі. Президент Байден цілком справедливо сказав сьогодні, що цей крок не дешевий, але негативні наслідки для усього світу від російської агресії проти України та проти демократії настільки масштабні, що у порівнянні з ними ця підтримка Сполучених Штатів є необхідною. Разом ми точно можемо зупинити російську агресію і надійно захистити свободу в Європі. Працюємо також і над тим, щоб направити заблоковані активи російських підсанкційних осіб і російської держави для компенсації України за цю війну та для відбудови нормального життя. Продовжується розслідування злочинів російських військових, які були скоєні проти наших людей. Позиція України абсолютно чітка. Кожен російський злочинець має бути і буде притягнутий до відповідальності. Ким би вони не були і де би вони не ховались, ми усіх їх знайдемо і заставимо відповідати. Перші 10 російських військових 64-ї мотострілецької бригади сухопутних військ Росії, які скоїли злочини проти наших людей в Бучі Київської області, отримали статус підозрюваних. Відомі їхні прізвища. Встановлено, що вони робили. Ми знаємо про них та їхні діяння, усі деталі. І кожного знайдемо. Як знайдемо і усіх інших російських нелюдей, які вбивали, які катували українців, які знущали з наших людей, які знищували будинки та цивільну інфраструктуру в Україні. Жоден з цих покидьків не втече від відповідальності. Втім, дехто з них все ж таки може не дожити до суду і справедливого покарання. Але тільки з однієї причини – цю російську бригаду перекинули на Харківщину. Там вони отримують відплату від наших військових. Сьогодні у Києві з візитом був прем'єр-міністр Болгарії Кирил Петков. Провели з ним дуже предметні і дуже теплі перемовини. Болгарія серед тих держав, які принципово і швидко відреагували одразу на російську агресію. Я вдячний і уряду Болгарії, і болгарському народу за те, що вони не зволікали, щоб підтримати нашу державу. Обговорили з паном Петковим оборонні, енергетичні, транспортні питання, санкційний тиск на Росію, який необхідний заради миру. Обговорили нашу взаємодію на рівні Європейського Союзу. Дуже важлива домовленість щодо ремонту нашої військової техніки на болгарських виробничих потужностях. Інше питання, яке ми погодили щодо постачання української електрики в Болгарію і використання потужностей трансбалканського газопроводу спільно з болгарською стороною. Вдячний Болгарії за можливість використання порту Варна для експорту нашої аграрної потужності. Був в Україні сьогодні і генеральний секретар ООН Антоніо Гутерреш. Дуже важливо, що пан генеральний секретар побував в Бородянці Київської області. І на власні очі побачив, що там наробили російські окупанти. Сотні українських міст І сотні громад пережили те саме, що і Бородянка, і Буча. Російська армія в Україні свідомо і без жодних сумнівів розтоптала усе, на чому був заснований глобальний порядок після Другої світової війни. Статут ООН, міжнародні конвенції, декларації, права людей і держав – все те, що має гарантувати свободу і безпеку у світі, просто зруйновано російськими агресивними діями. Тож ключовим питанням на переговорах з паном генеральним секретарем ООН було, як нам зупинити російську агресію. І це не просто питання про Україну, про нашу долю. Це питання про долю ООН, про долю міжнародного права, про долю багатьох народів і не тільки сусідів Росії, які можуть стати наступними жертвами агресивних амбіцій Москви. Звичайно, на переговорах багато уваги ми приділили тому, як врятувати наших людей з Маріуполя. Вважаю, що за допомогою ООН можливо організувати евакуаційну місію. Україна готова до цих кроків. Але потрібно також і щоб російська сторона поставилась до цього питання без цинізму і реально виконувала те, про що говорить. В Москві заявляли про те, що вони нібито припинили вогонь в Маріуполі, але бомбардування позицій захисників міста продовжується. Це воєнний злочин, який російські військові здійснюють буквально на очах усього світу. Російські удари по Маріуполю не припинялись навіть тоді, коли пан генеральний секретар ООН був на перемовинах в Москві. І сьогодні, одразу по завершенню наших перемовин в Києві, у місто полетіли російські ракети. 5 ракет. І це багато що говорить про справжнє ставлення Росії до глобальних інституцій, про намагання російського керівництва принизити ООН і все, що організація уособлює. А отже, вимагає відповідної, потужної реакції. Російські ракетні удари по Україні, по Києву, Фастову, Одесі, Хмельницькому та іншим містам вкотре засвідчують, ще не можна розслаблятись, не можна думати, нібито війна вже закінчується, нам ще потрібно боротись, ще потрібно гнати окупантів. Сьогодні російська армія продовжила спроби наступу на сході нашої держави, на Донбасі. Пробує просуватися у південних регіонах. Збройні сили України стримують загарбників, і я вдячний кожному нашому захиснику, кожній нашій захисниці, які тримають позиції. Робимо все для того, щоб допомогти нашій армії, щоб забезпечити військових усією необхідною зброєю. Кожного разу в контактах з партнерами я наголошую на тому, що зброя для України саме зараз, саме тих видів, які ми запитуємо, і саме тоді, коли ми її потребуємо. Це порятунок не тільки для наших людей, це порятунок для всіх вас, для всієї Європи. Вдячний тим з партнерів, хто це розуміє і хто допомагає переконати інших. Перед записом вечірнього звернення підписав указ про нагородження наших героїв. Державними нагородами відзначено 214 військовослужбовців Збройних сил України. Із них 14 посмертно. Вічна пам'ять усім, хто віддав життя за Україну. Вічна слава усім, хто став на захист держави. Слава Україні!
All right, President Zelenskyy in that recorded address kind of reacting to President Biden's $33 billion proposal for aid to Ukraine. He expressed gratitude in the very beginning, but saying that this war is far from over and that they should not back down. Staying on this topic of war, there was an exhibit unveiled today on Capitol Hill. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi there to see it all first. They're going to show us right now.
All the way up there. This is okay, but where on the stand? I just want to show you. See this one? This one. But I think the bridge in the thing. And this is the bridge that I used to take my kids to school through. So I was just saying that when I went home, I would be there with Secretary Lincoln or Secretary Austin. And show you the same.
Civilians evacuated from Turkey to destroy bridge. That's one of their specialties to take out bridges.
Absolutely.
Fire burns in an apartment building had to be put by the government. Look at that. Imagine
apartment building. How do you escape? You don't.
Madam Speaker, who selected the image?
Well, we see the images from the embassy. Many of these were in some of the video that the president showed. President Zelenskyy, when he made his address to a joint session. That was historic for us. Yeah. So they're not, if you remember that, those went fast. They're very heartbreaking, and here they are. And thank you for providing this. Yeah.
And these are, really difficult. This is from Mariupol.
A girl.
Yes.
This is the little girl being taken care of, giving CPR there, and she did not survive. Little girl. I have a little girl, innocent children. What is the, it's outside the circle of civilized human behavior, what the Russians are doing. And this one is bad.
This is Mariupol as well.
So see, this is a mom holding her child. Her other child was killed in the attack. There's something.
This is the same, this is the same bridge in Irpin. People were hiding beneath that bridge, and then until they could have been evacuated.
You would think unimaginable, except here it is. And there's somebody else, like one mom's carrying her baby, and the other child died.
Thank you so much.
It takes us to a prayerful moment, but as we pray, we must have, what did they say in World War II? Praise the Lord and pass the ammunition. That's what we have to do.
We need all the prayers and weapons we can get.
Thank you, men.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. Speaker Pelosi alongside the Ukrainian ambassador walking through this now exhibit on Capitol Hill in Washington, D.C. Pelosi saying many of those photos that are now hung up on the wall are the same photos that were shown in the slideshow when President Zelenskyy addressed a joint session on Capitol Hill. Two lawmakers there, really emotional photos. Pretty difficult to watch. We also aired that here on Live Now. So we're going to step away from some of this Russia-Ukraine news. We'll be right back after this commercial break on some of the other top stories of the day, including COVID-19 advancements, especially for children. We'll see you back here. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. Millions more children could soon become eligible for COVID-19 shots. The FDA preparing to review Moderna's vaccine data for the youngest of the youngest. Fox News correspondent Mike Tobin with that story.
Moderna taking new action today to expand access to its COVID-19 vaccine, asking the FDA to authorize the shots for children 5 years old and younger.
The pinch is right here, and then she's going to give you a Band-Aid.
But the agency will face some tough questions when it reviews the data. In a clinical trial, the vaccine produced high levels of COVID-fighting antibodies, but it was only 40 to 50% effective at preventing symptomatic COVID. Moderna officials defended that efficacy data today.
The study was conducted really during a period of almost exclusive Omicron predominance that has a lot of vaccine escape.
The FDA is facing increasing pressure to approve COVID shots for younger Americans. In February, Pfizer postponed its application for kids under 5 after finding 2 doses were not as effective in that age group.
It's not a slam dunk at all, and we'll have to, in terms of whether we move forward with the 2 doses or hang on for a bit longer and wait for 3rd dose data, which is what Pfizer is doing currently.
Still, it's unclear whether parents will opt to get their youngest children the shots. According to the CDC, less than 30% of 5 through 11-year-olds are fully vaccinated. Health experts say while the virus typically isn't as dangerous for younger people, some can get severe COVID.
The evidence is overwhelming that the vaccines protect people of every age where it's been tested against serious illness and against death.
If the FDA greenlights Moderna's shots, the CDC still must give a stamp of approval before they can be given out. In Chicago, Mike Tobin, Fox News.
And stick with us tonight. We'll be speaking with our own infectious disease experts on this process of authorization for kids that young, as well as the banning of menthol cigarettes under the Biden administration. Well, staying on the state of the pandemic, Fox 11 in Los Angeles with this breakdown as we are now years into this.
Let's begin with the pandemic in the U.S. Today, Dr. Anthony Fauci suggesting that the pandemic is not over after saying this to the PBS NewsHour yesterday.
We are at a low level right now. So if you're saying, are we out of the pandemic phase in this country? We are.
Dr. Fauci then adds, we are in a different moment of the pandemic, and the challenge now is how to keep improving the situation. So how should we go about this with the next stage of the pandemic? So today you said the pandemic is not over. Yesterday saying that the pandemic phase is over. Let's talk more about this. Let's bring in epidemiologist Dr. Anne Remoyne, a familiar face on the Fox 11 Special Report. Thank you so much for being with us.
Nice to be here.
Okay, so let's just get your reaction to the flip-flopping of somebody of Dr. Fauci's stature and what that does for public trust as we still make our way through the pandemic, or is it over?
Well, the first thing I would say is that public health messaging is very complicated, and everyone is looking to Dr. Fauci, for example, to be able to give us the advice that we need. I think that there's one piece of what he said that I agree, which is that we are in a phase where we're seeing fewer cases than we've seen in the past, but a pandemic by definition is global. So we are certainly not out of it yet. I do think that messaging is very important to be consistent, and that we have to be able to explain that things are changing. It's a very dynamic situation, that yes, we're doing well right now, but a variant could come and that has a lot more ability to evade our immune system, and that could all change at a moment's notice. So public health messaging is very complicated, and I think that this was one situation that maybe it was a little bit over his skis in terms of optimism.
So what's the bottom line? Are we still in the pandemic?
We are absolutely still in the pandemic. We're seeing cases here in Los Angeles start to go up. We've seen a very, a significant uptick in cases. We're seeing this nationally. We've started to see a little uptick in hospitalizations as well, but they haven't risen to a very large degree at this point. We don't know if it's early on, because hospitalizations and deaths always lag, or if we'll see something new here. I mean, I think we do have good, a good basis of immunity here, but this virus has given us a curveball every single time we think we're in a new spot. So we can be, optimistic, but we need to be cautious. And the best thing to do is, as I've said this to you before, it's so much easier to stay out of trouble than it is to have to get out of trouble. So we can be optimistic, we can be getting back to some things that are normal, but being ready to take precautions as needed.
Do you feel some encouragement, though, given the fact that hospitalizations and deaths, they do remain relatively stable and even low at this point, given the fact that, yes, they are lagging indicators, but the fact that BA2 has been amongst us for several weeks now?
I mean, I'm optimistic that we won't see a huge surge in hospitalizations, but we don't know the extent of it. And I think the thing that we always have to remember that we may get through this particular surge, but if we get through this particular surge, it doesn't mean that another one isn't coming, or that we may have a different variant that might be more difficult. And I think that that's where this is always, it's a very tricky thing to be able to talk about here. Where are we right now? Right now, we don't have a high rate of hospitalizations or deaths. That's great news. We aren't seeing a massive spike in hospitalizations yet. So those are all good things, but COVID is something we still don't understand well. I think that the data on long COVID is really not great. And so my message that you should try to avoid it if you can still stands. It's an ounce of prevention versus a pound of cure in this scenario. All we can say is we can be hopeful, but we should prepare for new variants to occur and to be ready to act swiftly if and when they do.
And you mentioned data. Current data from the CDC shows 60% of American adults and 75% of children have had COVID, the majority infected by Omicron. Meanwhile, the World Health Organization, to your point, Dr. Ramoyne, is monitoring the new BA2 subvariant that makes up now 30% of new cases. But this is all happening as global deaths have fallen to their lowest level since March of 2020. So there is some bright spots, thank goodness. The other thing that we wanted to get your thoughts on is the fact that Pfizer has asked the FDA to authorize the booster shot for kids 5 to 11. Do kids really need a booster?
Well, I think that the data has been pretty clear that the vaccine has done a great job of preventing severe disease, hospitalization, and death. But we know that these vaccines wane in terms of their effectiveness against these severe outcomes. So it's great news that a booster is very likely going to be approved for kids so that we can avoid having any of these severe outcomes. These vaccines do an extremely good job of preventing those severe outcomes. And that is what we want to be able to continue. It's not going to be, okay, the cases have decreased, we're done here. We're going to have to continue to vaccinate. We're going to have to continue to stay ahead of it. That means for adults, that also means for kids. And so I think that this is going to be another tool in our toolbox to be able to use to keep people safe and to keep the cases low.
Well, we know that Vice President Kamala Harris was boosted and vaccinated and did every shot she possibly could get, and she still got COVID. The good news is when you've got those vaccines, you don't get it so bad that you're dying or in the hospital. She's clearly not in the hospital. She's working from home. This is a picture that was tweeted out by her husband, the second gentleman, Doug Emhoff of Los Angeles. There she is in Washington doing some work. She's apparently asymptomatic, according to her staff. But we also learned today that she took Paxlovid, an antiviral drug. First off, what is it? Secondly, should people that are apparently asymptomatic that get COVID, should they take it too?
So Paxlovid is a great therapeutic that is in particular useful for people who are at risk of severe outcomes, and that does a really great job in terms of reducing the potential of severe disease, hospitalization, and death. It's really important that people who test positive for COVID they should talk to their doctor about whether or not this is something they should be, they are eligible for, or they should take. You know, I am not a clinician, I'm an epidemiologist, so I can't give you the clinical piece of this, but what I can say is it's really important to have this tool in our toolbox to be able to have these kind of drugs available and to be able to make sure that they are as widespread as possible, because it isn't just about somebody like the vice president being able to get it who has easy access to their doctor, but that everybody who is at high risk should definitely have a plan that if they should get COVID, that they know what they're eligible for and who to go to, how to get this drug if needed.
Yeah, I know the LA County Department of Public Health, they have their test to treat program. So people who do test positive for COVID, you should ask your doctor about it, because there are some sites, some pharmacies around town that are offering Paxlovid. It is here and accessible. I don't know how easily it is accessible. That's the big question. Dr. Anne Ramoyne, epidemiologist, we always appreciate you. Thank you so much.
My pleasure.
All right, Fox 11 in Los Angeles with that segment there. Again, we'll be speaking with our own infectious disease experts later in the evening about all of the top COVID-19 questions. Well, coming up after the break, we're talking inflation. We're talking about new GDP numbers. We're also talking about an industry where the wages are actually surpassing inflation numbers. We'll tell you what that is after the break. The trucker shortage in America hit an all-time high this last fall, but the industry has changed in recent months. Lately, some driving schools are getting a lot more applications. It comes as wages increase and companies are offering other incentives. Fox's Madison Scarpino has this story from a new trucker school out in Omaha, Nebraska. Axel, tell us more.
Hi, Daytona. Yeah, so Nebraska has a lot of enormous truck fleets that need more drivers, and that's part of the reason that Roadmaster Drivers School opened up their 21st location here in Omaha. And trucking is one of the few occupations where the wages are going up faster than inflation, and more applications to these schools, of course, means more future truck drivers on the road, with the goal of solving one piece of the supply chain puzzle. The truck driving industry has been facing a massive worker shortage, leaving some store shelves empty. But Roadmaster Driver School President Brad Ball says as supply chain disruptions became more obvious, there's been an application overload at many of the schools.
There's a wait to get in some of our schools. A lot more people are interested in the job because they're seeing the benefits We're seeing that there's no pay gap tied to race or gender. This industry isn't looking for college degrees. They're just looking for people that are willing to work hard.
The paychecks don't hurt either.
Average weekly earnings for truck drivers across the longer haul segments going up at 4.5 times the historical average. So I suspect that is resonating with a lot of folks.
New students at Roadmasters Omaha School say the trucker life is looking pretty good.
Why not join the truck company so I can explore the state, the country, why they're getting paid for it?
Being able to travel and be paid for it, you know. Who can say they do that for a living, you know what I mean?
From bookwork to inspections and hours on the road, it takes dedication to eventually become a truck driver. Cameo Holiday used to be a surveillance officer and was looking for a different career path.
This one seems to be the one that needs the most help, so here I am.
He admits that supply chain issues were less important to him than the pay rate, but he says if he can help the country get back on track, he's all for it. And so are his classmates.
I hope we are part of the solution. Get the supply chain going again and get product moving everywhere it needs to be going.
Driving a truck to deliver stuff all over the country, you feel like you are doing something important. You feel like you contribute to something bigger than yourself.
And even if this new boom in trucking students eases the shortage, it certainly has not gone away. And we do have a long way to go, but anytime there's new drivers on the road, that's a good thing. But Daytona, you got to keep in mind that trucks themselves are hard to come by nowadays with supply chain issues, microchip shortages, and other factors.
Yeah, I mean, this is obviously going to boost a lot of the supply chain issues we have been doing. You guys have done so many stories on all these industries that are really struggling because they're not being able to get the products that they need because of this trucker shortage. But clearly, there's a backlog on people who want to get into this. I know it's kind of tough to talk wages, but do you have any solid numbers on what the salaries might look like for a trucker in Nebraska?
Yeah, so I'm told that the average starting salary now can be up to $70,000, so a perfectly sustainable middle-class salary. But of course, companies like Walmart a few weeks ago announced that their starting salaries for truckers are going to be up to $110,000. So that's obviously a great salary for a starting job.
On top of other incentives that a lot of these companies are providing too. So definitely going to keep our eyes on this industry. Madison Scarpino live for us in Omaha tonight. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Daytona.
And we're going to keep it moving here because still inflation a problem, although supply chain issues, as Madison said, are going to be curbed a little bit, hopefully, with a lot of these people heading into the trucker industry. But new GDP numbers out today showing the economy shrank 1.4% at the beginning of this year. It's the worst quarter in 2 years. Consumers are dealing with higher prices at the grocery store and at the gas pump, and lawmakers are just trying to figure all this out. Fox's Lauren Blanchard has more from Washington.
The economy shrank 1.4% January to March this year, the worst quarter since 2020's second quarter when the pandemic hit.
No longer are Democrats just presiding over a disappointing recovery. Now they've thrown the recovery into reverse, and we're actually going backward.
Economists expected to see the economy grow.
It's shocking. I really don't know what to say. It's, even below the worst that I thought it might be. I think the chances are at least 50-50 that we'll see a recession over the next year.
The White House downplaying recession fears.
I'm not concerned about a recession. You're always concerned about a recession.
In 2021, the economy rebounded, but with Omicron, the war in Ukraine, supply chain problems, and record high inflation all in the first quarter, it's taking a hit. A new Gallup poll backs that up, finding 76% of Americans believe the economy is getting worse. A top concern, inflation and rising fuel prices.
Passing legislation to fight higher gas prices at the pump is at the very top of our list.
Democrats introducing a bill to allow the Federal Trade Commission and state attorneys general to go after oil companies accused of profiteering and price gouging.
They are hoarding the windfall while keeping prices high for people at the pump.
Republicans argue more spending, like the president's Build Back Better bill and student loan forgiveness, will only drive inflation higher. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
Meanwhile, there still are some industries that are struggling with getting certain products from place to place, including almonds. We're hearing that almonds are stuck in storage. Fox's Zach Beto with this.
Rows and rows of boxes with millions of California almonds sitting in warehouses in Manteca with nowhere to go.
It's just never been a problem in 40 years.
Now the people who lead the way to grow, de-shell, and transport California's largest agricultural export calling for immediate action.
As I walk down this building, what I see is disappointment out of disappointment after disappointment of cans. When I say can, I mean a container that was supposed to come from the Port of Oakland and first thing in the morning and didn't show up.
David Phippen runs Travail and Phippen with his brother Scott. Their family has been in the California almond industry since 1921. He says before the pandemic, shipping containers full of goods from China would arrive at the port of Los Angeles. Those containers, once emptied, would then be transported to the Oakland port, where almond distributors would load them up and send them off. But because of the urgent nature of the supply shortage, foreign countries want those containers back ASAP and are skipping the Oakland port, leaving almond distributors to try to find new and in most times more costly ways to get the almonds around the world. He says if something doesn't give soon, some California almond growers may lose their businesses.
Somebody has to bring pressure to bear on the shipping companies to say, look, we're allowing you to bring your offshore products to our ports here on the West Coast. Now we're asking for a reciprocal opportunity to move our products from the West Coast back out to other offshore markets.
Now 20,000 tons of almonds are stocked up in Manteca, and the Phippens are having to expand. With this massive surplus of almonds not being shipped worldwide and a new harvest coming in September, the Phippens bought 3,000 of these new crates for extra storage. Each one of these crates can hold up to 2,300 pounds of almonds. But Phippen says it's not the distributors who are being hit hardest by the problem.
The more important thing is how do we get dollars to our growers that are facing huge input increase costs this year, along with the drought and all the other things they're doing.
Growers, packers, and distributors now hoping every day those essential shipping containers will become available so Californians can shell out their biggest agricultural export to keep food on the table and keep things running. Reporting from Manteca, Zach Boetto, Fox 40 News.
Well, it is the top of the hour, 4 o'clock here in Phoenix, Arizona, 7 o'clock out on the East Coast. We have a lot more to get to, more top stories after the break. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We're going to move out to Houston, Texas for this next story. The White House Office of National Drug Control Policy announcing $275 million for law enforcement in areas of high-intensity drug trafficking to combat the opioid epidemic. So officials announcing that today in Texas, obviously one of those locations, a high drug trafficking area, especially with everything going on at the southern border, which we'll be getting into as that expiration date is looming on Title 42. But we'll first focus on the situation underway with the opioid epidemic.
Our country. Now, we first noticed fentanyl on a smaller scale in 2013, and following a trend in the northeast part of the country, we realized that we would be dealing with this issue. In 2017, we teamed up with HIDA, who purchased Narcan for our officers to assist individuals that were believed to be in opioid overdose crisis. And that has paid great dividends with us being able to save lives and assist in saving lives on the front line with our first responders and try to make a difference and get people the help and the treatment that they need. Beyond that, in 2020, we at HPD formed an overdose investigation squad in our narcotics division, which also has DEA agents and other federal partners working on that overdose investigation squad, which also continues to pay great dividends in us combating this problem with our federal partners. So the Houston Police Department today, we are proud to host ONDCP Director Dr. Gupta and all of our federal and local partners as we work together to combat what we really know is a very complex problem. Now, at this time, it's my pleasure to bring up my friend, my colleague, Mike McDaniel, the Director of the Houston HIDA, who will be followed by Dr. Gupta. Mike.
Thank you. I'm real happy today to be here and that honored that Dr. Gupta chose Houston as one of the places to come. And quite frankly, one of the primary reasons is law enforcement, treatment and prevention partners all represented up here today. You have agency, federal, state, and local agency heads here. We're all working together with our treatment and prevention partners to accomplish one common goal. And we're trying to address this epidemic, and we're trying not to do it the same old way. We're actually trying to get all the brightest minds in our community together to address this epidemic that you're going to hear is just ever increasing. And we're sounding the alarms, and we're doing everything we can. And again, I am so honored. Dr. Gupta, as the ONDCP Director, is the right man for the right time to be here. And I'm very honored to have you here, and thank you for your attendance here.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us. I want to thank Chief Matt Slinkard here to invite us and be a great host at Houston PD here and all the great men and women in uniform that he's leading, and as well as the interagency partners. I also want to especially thank Mike Daniels. The great work that is being done by Houston HIDA is exemplary. Today I'm here and I'm really pleased to announce the $275 million in funding for the 33 regional high-intensity drug trafficking area programs across the United States, including nearly $12 million for Houston high-intensity drug trafficking area program. Now, what are they doing? Well, let me tell you. They are actually working to disrupt and dismantle the drug trafficking and money laundering organizations and reduce the supply of illicit drug in cities like right here in Houston and communities all across the nation. This funding of $275 million will provide additional resources that are critical to the ongoing work of the men and women on the front lines of stopping the overdose epidemic, some from whom I heard about today. These new funds will support their work and will build upon the Biden administration's national drug control strategy that I announced last week. Now, let me tell you why. We are right now facing a crisis of overdose deaths. Latest numbers tell us that we have almost 107,000 deaths from drug overdose that have occurred up until the 12-month period until November 2021. What does that mean? That means that there's an American perishing to drug overdose every 5 minutes around the clock. Now, this is an urgent priority for President Biden. This is about going after the bad guys and making sure that we are saving lives. So our strategy really focuses on the two big drivers of the epidemic, untreated addiction and the drug trafficking. And it unveils a renewed focus on disrupting transnational criminal organizations and their illicit financial networks and supply chains. We have already brought the international community together recently to control fentanyl precursor chemicals. And President Biden's budget proposal includes substantial increased investments for border security and supply reduction, including about $300 million more for Customs and Border Protection and about $300 million more for the Drug Enforcement Administration. Now, today's funding for HIDAs across the nation will support those ongoing efforts to prevent overdoses and address drug trafficking and related violent crime by, first of all, supporting the illicit drug-related investigations and interdictions efforts nationwide. And secondly, sustaining our investment in HIDA overdose response strategy, which is a unique collaboration with the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention to improve real-time response to overdoses across the nation. In addition, this funding supports new initiatives to reduce the violence associated with drug trafficking, refine interdiction efforts through enhanced data sharing and targeting, as well as dismantle the illicit finance using innovative approaches, including cryptocurrency investigations. And we'll get this done by leveraging the strategic partnerships with federal agencies, academic institutions, nonprofit organizations, the private industry, and state and local law enforcement and investigative agencies. The bottom line is this: we have to hit the drug traffickers where it hurts them the most, and it's their wallets. We got to go through looking at the entire process of illicit financing, including illicit drug trade, trafficking, production, supply chain, financing, enabling of drug trafficking, all of it. Through the President's strategy, we will work to more than triple the number of drug traffickers sanctioned and increase our border security. We'll continue our important work with other nations as well to make it more costly for drug trafficking organizations in every way possible. This work is critical because, let me be very clear, today in America, if it is easier to get illicit drugs than to get treatment, we're never going to be able to bend the curve on overdoses. And that is exactly why, while we work with going after the drug traffickers, we must make sure that we are quickly getting people the help that they need. Why is that? Because the reality is today, only 1 out of 10 people who have a substance use disorders have access to treatment. And that's just unacceptable. The President's strategy will expand evidence-based public health interventions that prevent overdose deaths, like Naloxone, an opioid reversal antidote, and increase access to treatment and recovery support services. The strategy also directs federal agencies to work with state, local, and tribal communities to expand efforts to prevent substance use among school-age children and young adults. Because we know that if we invest in prevention when people are young, they are much less likely to develop a substance use disorder later in life. And the strategy also includes specific actions to improve access to medications for opioid use disorder programs in jails, in prisons, and identifying ways to advance racial equity in investigations, in arrests, and sentencing for drug-related offenses while strengthening public safety. Now, our new strategy is a whole-of-government approach, and from President Biden on down, we're all committed to this mission. We're committed to working with leaders from red states and blue states because, you know what, the overdose epidemic does not care about an individual's politics. We know all that. We know that. Now, it's going to take all of us working together to address this new challenge that we face today. And I know that together, through new funding for HIDA programs and the President's comprehensive strategy, we can beat this, and we can save lives. So thank you very much. Now, it's my pleasure to introduce Daniel Como, the Special Agent in charge of the DEA right here in Houston. Dan.
Thanks, Doc. Daniel Como, Drug Enforcement Administration, the Special Agent in charge for the Houston Field Division. First of all, I want to thank HPD for allowing us to be here, all of my federal, state, county partners, and especially the treatment community. The treatment community is a big part of this, and it is very welcome, especially from the federal side, that we're teaming up with you guys to take care of this problem, so thank you. Look, the citizens of Houston, right now, you're really in a good place, because all of us that's standing up here together is working as one. We're working as one team to really take care of all of Houston and to do our job to put the bad guys in jail, also to get treatment for those who need it, and to work as one to make sure this whole city is safe. The prosecutors are on board from the federal and the county to work with us to make sure we accomplish our mission. Unfortunately, this past year in Harris County, the fentanyl overdose is the leading cause for overdose in Harris County. Fentanyl, something we have to get a handle on. Everyone has to understand that this fentanyl is 100 times stronger than heroin. If you think about it, 100 times stronger than heroin. It can cause an overdose immediately. One pill can kill. And unfortunately, there's so many counterfeit pills out there. And if you make one mistake one day and take one of these counterfeit pills, your life can be over with. This is something that we really have to work on stopping the community from even having access to get them, but also providing the necessary treatment to make sure that those who are addicted can do their very best to get off of it, and also have the awareness out there for you just not to take that one pill. If it's not from a legitimate pharmacy or prescribed by a doctor, just don't do it, because one pill can kill. According to the DEA lab, 4 out of 10 pills, 4 out of 10 of these counterfeit pills will cause an overdose. That's way too many. Way too many. Too many lives are being lost. And right now, look, if you don't hear anything else from anybody up here, just remember that one pill can kill. If it's not from a legitimate doctor, a legitimate pharmacy, just say no and don't do it. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Dr. Joy Alonzo from Texas A&M University, and as a member of the treatment and public health community, we are thrilled to be partnered with HIDA, and we were thrilled about the ONDCP strategy released on April 21st, indicating some of the key strategies and innovations that are going to be promoted by the White House ONDCP. They are very well aligned, and we look forward. We need the collaboration of the medical and treatment sectors and public health sectors with the public safety sectors. That is a key collaboration, and we can't be successful without the partnership. Some of the partnerships that we've actually been engaged in with the HIDA in the past 18 months include helping proliferate education and awareness and promoting the One Pill Can Kill campaign. Right now, we're actually making plans to teach the Corps of Cadets at Texas A&M the One Pill Can Kill awareness campaign. Additionally, one of the first naloxone rescue kits, Carry Naloxone, Save a Life billboards, is going to be proliferated in Texas, in the Victoria area and the Houston area, promoting naloxone as a rescue. I know you've heard a lot about naloxone from Dr. Gupta, from some of the other representatives here today. I'm going to show it to you. Every citizen in the state of Texas can have and carry naloxone. And what we're hoping is through this partnership that we can distribute across Texas to everyone, you know, a naloxone rescue kit. I'm going to show you how easy it is to rescue somebody. There's no cap. You just take it out of this foil packet. You don't have to shake it. You don't have to do anything. You put it up somebody's nose. Watch this. You just saved a life. That's as easy as it gets. You know, this is the easiest rescue you will ever effect in your entire life. So we want to make sure the Houston PD, we're thrilled that they have access to this key rescue and key initiative. But we want to make sure every PD, every public health provider, every treatment center, every recovery community has naloxone rescue kits that they can easily provide, that there are no barriers to naloxone rescue kits. Another innovative program that we've developed with HIDA is to deliver naloxone rescue kits to people who are post-incarceration. You are never more at risk for an overdose than when you've just been released from incarceration, enforced abstinence. Additionally, in abstinence-based treatment, you are never more at risk than when you leave an abstinence-based program. It's a chronic relapsing disease state that is going to take every single asset we have, both public and private, to work together in the public health and public safety arena. So thank you so very much. We are thrilled to be here and to represent Texas A&M and University of Texas and the University of Houston, who are all massively engaged in this effort with HIDA and the other state, local, and federal assets. Thank you.
Yeah. So as we wrap up and get into our question period here for just a second, Dr. Gupta, you and your team, I just want to take a special moment and just tell you, you know, I know you've heard from our mayor, Sylvester Turner, who very much wanted to be here with you today, but had other business to take care of. But we have a representative from Mayor Turner's office here today as well. And would you like to come up and say something on behalf of Mayor Turner's office? I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. My name is Ray Andrews. I'm with the Mayor's Office of Public Safety, Homeland Security, more specifically the Houston Crackdown Anti-Drug Community Coalition. We've had a long-standing relationship with Office of National Drug Control Policy and certainly HPD and many of the treatment service providers here. We look forward to taking advantage of some of the resources that ONDCP will be distributing here among the local community and arming citizens with the information and necessary tools that they may need to use at any given time. And so on that, Dr. Gupta, Mike, and Haida, and the rest of you, we certainly appreciate the opportunity to work with you and look forward to doing that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. At this time, obviously, we'll open up to questions for Dr. Gupta or any of the other HIDA executive board members or other guests that have joined us today.
I'll leave it up to the Chronicle if you want. 26 doesn't have any.
Yes, I would like to see, I mean, if any of you can give a little bit of background about the evolution of the opioid crisis here in our region, Houston and perhaps Texas also, as opposed to what is more known, which is more, you know, north, east. So how is it, how has it evolved here in the southwest border?
Mike, I don't know if you want to speak on behalf of HIDA. I mean, I can locally for HPD, but if you can probably handle it as a region for HIDA.
The real simple, the fentanyl and the amazing profit margin for the cartels of getting it here and getting it on the streets. And it is actually so easy to get it in the counterfeit pill. That's our most frequently in times that we've encountered that, but it's the incredible profit margin that the cartels are actually hitting our local region here, and quite frankly, we've got to do something about it, especially as Zach Como was talking about, the one pill can kill, and we're trying to get that awareness. But it's from the fentanyl coming from, the illicit fentanyl coming from Mexico into our region, and it's winding up in the counterfeit pills. I don't know if you have anything else to add, Dan?
No, look, I want to end on that by saying we recognize how big of a problem it is with all of our law enforcement partners. That's why we're creating these new teams right now as we speak. We're putting new teams out there just to combat this problem. And we're all taking our extremely talented officers and agents from different groups and putting them in one group to attack this problem. So this is very important to the law enforcement community and the prosecutors, where we're really taking the stars from other groups just to go after this problem.
Another question for any of you. We know about the opioid crisis, drug crisis, where the opioid is playing so much as a role. But, below the death, there must be who knows how many. Is there any, guess for every death, perhaps, such and such, or something to give an idea of it?
Yeah, thank you for that question. In the strategy, and I'll start with the strategy, why that's important, because we have an American dying, as I said, every 5 minutes around the clock. But you should really look at that, the 107,000 deaths, as the tip of the iceberg. Now, beneath that tip is people who are having non-fatal overdoses. And if you look at that sea of non-fatal overdoses, it varies. When I spoke with the governor from Maine, that ratio is 14-to-1. In states like Michigan, it's 10-to-1. So it's varying, but what we do know, behind the 107,000, there are millions of people who may be going through the non-fatal overdose. And that is why it's important for us, when we look at the strategy, to look at naloxone saving a life with treatment meeting people where they are, but then not leaving them there. Because one of the things is that for the first time, harm reduction in the history of this nation, harm reduction with activities like naloxone is important to be able to save people and meet them where they are. But at the same time, we have to get them into treatment and they offer the opportunity. But it's also important to go after profits, but also look at the data piece, because I think there's a lot more people with non-fatal overdose, the second layer of the pyramid. And the last layer of pyramid is probably the widest, which is the people who are suffering from substance use disorder or addiction. The reason that's important is we have less than 1 in 10 people who is getting the treatment that they need. So we have so much of a treatment desert. And the strategy really looks at making sure that we not only provide treatment to high-risk populations, like those behind the walls, making sure that people who are overdosing non-fatally, they're also getting opportunity for treatment, communities of color, and high-risk other populations, but also at the same time making sure that we work to have access for anyone who wants treatment to get treatment by the year 2025. It's a very important in the country as great as ours to ensure universal access to treatment, to be able to get that. That's the only way we're going to be able to get people the help they need, when they need it, where they need it.
Last question. So in that base, I'm really interested in non-death, not overdose deaths, but all the rest, and as you say, the biggest part of the pyramid, those that are suffering addiction. Because quite frequently, I found people that say, I don't believe that. Or say, I read a story, and people say, I don't think, that's so rare. And I'm like, no, it's not that rare. I mean, there might be somebody at the corner of your street, but it's difficult to convey that, because the image that people have about addiction is, the guy under the bridge, right? So can you please tell something, a message to the average people?
So one of the biggest factors that keeps us in sometimes a stage of not recognizing this as a disease, and addiction is a brain disease that has consequences beyond the brain, obviously, and it impacts individuals' lives, their ability, but also their family and their friends and community and neighborhood. But that's exactly what stigma is. So when we're talking about stigma. We're talking about the importance of making sure naloxone that Dr. Alonso spoke about and others and I have, it is a life-saving tool. We don't have the same feeling oftentimes with CPR or AED because you're saving somebody's life. We need to make sure that this is also looked upon as a tool to save a life, understanding that every life is precious. So I think that's one of the issues is the ability for people to understand that people are suffering from substance use disorder. It is widely prevalent, but we have to recognize and create systems, and that's exactly what the strategy calls for in order to address people's conditions. But at the same time, we also have to address stigma. We have to address inequities in the system, and that's exactly part of what the strategy tries to do. And the work has to be done at the intersection of public health and public safety. And that's where partnerships of groups like HIDA comes in. That's why high-intensity drug trafficking areas, leaders just like those like Mike McDaniel and his team here in Houston is so important, so vital, because we can no longer afford to work in our own silos. We must break down those silos and work. The public health community and public safety community must work together. So, you know, we have leaders here. It's not by mistake that we have not only leaders from public safety, but also we have public health, we have drug-free communities, folks here as well, Lauren and Pyle, because that signifies the importance of working together.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, thank you very much for your attendance. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Good job. I know you have.
Okay, so really interesting event. We were just listening to Dr. Rahul Gupta. He is the director of the White House's Office of National Drug Control Policy, meeting there with law enforcement officials in Houston, Texas, talking about the Biden administration's announcement of $275 million for these areas of high-intensity drug trafficking to combat the opioid epidemic. We're almost, in about the next 10 minutes, going to go back out to Texas to speak with one of our reporters there about how one family has been really impacted by fentanyl, losing one of their family members. So this is top of mind for so many, especially those in the Biden administration. We're going to take a quick commercial break. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us. Something also related to the opioid epidemic, of course, is the border crisis as well. It's been a pretty busy day with a lot of border-related news. Of course, we saw DHS Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas grilled today by lawmakers on the House Judiciary Committee. But some lawmakers want to have Title 42 end. Some progressive Democrats, they want that pandemic border restriction to end when the Biden administration wants it to end on May the 23rd. We're going to hear from them after the break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Thursday afternoon. It's about 7:30 there on the East Coast, 4:30 here on the West Coast. I'm Andrew Kraft. Well, earlier today on the steps of the U.S. Capitol, we heard from some House Democrats who are just fine with having Title 42 end. Of course, it's been in place for the last 2 years since the very, very start of the pandemic, and that is what it was put in place for, to stop the spread of COVID-19 for people coming into the United States. But now the Biden administration wants to end it May the 23rd. It's been kind of caught up now in the courts as some judges have temporarily put a hold on the ending of it. We're going to hear right now from Representative Pramila Jayapal, the Democrat from Washington State. She's the head of the Congressional Progressive Caucus, urging the Biden administration to end Title 42.
Schakowsky and I believe Presley will be joining us as well, who are all fearless advocates and champions for a humane and just immigration system. And today we are here together to reinforce our complete support for the Biden administration's decision to lift Title 42. Let me be clear. The application of Title 42 by the Trump administration was a cruel, racist, and counterproductive use of health policy to circumvent existing immigration law. It has harmed millions of people who are escaping war and poverty and famine. Title 42 should never have been put in place. The language of Title 42 is quite clear in its wording. It focuses on the danger of introduction of a communicable disease into the United States. But in fact, by the time Title 42 was put in place, COVID was already here, infecting, hospitalizing, and killing our people because the administration at that time, the Trump administration, was still fighting testing and mask mandates and social distancing, real public health measures in America that would have done far more to prevent the spread of the virus than the implementation of Title 42. Notably, Title 42 was not pushed by public health experts. In fact, public health experts wrote a long letter, dozens of them, saying that Title 42 should not have been put in place. It was rather instigated by Stephen Miller, Trump's chief anti-immigrant architect, who was hell-bent on eliminating all legal pathways into the United States. So the dubious public health rationale for Title 42 became an overt national immigration and border security strategy that essentially overturned current immigration law and takes away the legal rights enshrined in domestic and international law that migrants have to seek safety and asylum here in the United States. And during this time of great global crisis, I have to point out that Title 42 isn't just xenophobic, it's also hypocritical. We are all rightly concerned with providing safety to the tragic flow of refugees coming from Russia's illegal war on Ukraine. But let us be clear about the racism that exists when it comes to Black and brown people seeking asylum at our borders. Title 42 has disproportionately affected Black and brown people, and we must stop discriminating against people based on where they are coming from. We should be equally concerned with responding to migrants' need for safety and security, whether from Ukraine, Haiti, El Salvador, or Guatemala. The answer to our broken patchwork of outdated immigration laws in America is not Title 42. It is to pass humane and just immigration reforms that prioritize legal pathways for people to escape war, to be reunited with their families, and to seek a better life. And shame on anyone, Republican or, frankly, Democrat, who uses or buys into the use of immigrants as a political football at the same time that they, as do all of us, benefit from the labor and the contributions of undocumented and documented immigrants, of asylees, refugees, and others who have made this country home. I am a proud immigrant and one of only 24 naturalized citizens to serve in Congress, and my path to naturalization took me 17 years to citizenship. And before coming to Congress, I spent 2 decades as an immigrant rights activist, so I know firsthand how broken our so-called system is. People can't get in line because there simply isn't one. And I remind you again that the right to seek asylum at our borders is a legal right enshrined in international treaties that the United States is party to and in our own domestic law. So I urge all of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle not to be afraid to lean into that, to clearly counter and contrast Democrats from the Republican xenophobia with our own embrace of the contributions and resilience of immigrants from all over the world and the continued fight for a fair and humane immigration system. That is who we are. Title 42 is a policy failure, plain and simple. It does nothing to prevent COVID from being spread, and by circumventing immigration law, it actually goes against the principles on which our country was founded. So ending it was the right decision. It was the only decision, and that is why today the Congressional Progressive Caucus will release a statement echoing that of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus that we will not support any legislative attempts to reinstate Title 42. And with that, let me turn it over now to a great colleague, the chair of the Immigration Task Force of the Congressional Progressive Caucus, Congressman Chuy Garcia.
Thank you. And good afternoon. Once again, as an immigrant myself, along with my colleague from Washington, I want to reiterate to President Biden that we expect him to follow through on his promise to end Title 42 provisions by May 23rd. Lest we forget that the Trump administration's cruel anti-immigrant policies have left hundreds of children separated from their families, some permanently. It kept thousands more in overcrowded, unsanitary detention centers and terrorized immigrant communities like my neighborhood in Chicago, where I've lived for over 50 years. Let's be totally clear. This has never been about public health. Let me say it out loud. Title 42 needs to go. To my fellow Democrats who will be caving under political pressure, I want to reiterate. It would be a huge mistake for Democrats to shy away from dismantling this cruel plank of Trump's anti-immigrant agenda. Pandemic-related restrictions are being lifted across the country, yet Title 42 restrictions remain in place. But just last month, that double standard was created when Ukrainian refugees were granted exemption from Title 42 restrictions to enter the U.S. They should be allowed here. It's the right thing to do, but that should be the policy for all those seeking political asylum. So let me be clear. Those refugees should be admitted, but Black and Latino immigrants, including Haitians and Mexicans and Central Americans fleeing dire situations, must be treated with the same dignity. In fact, some immigrants in Latin America are coming from countries with higher vaccination rates than Ukraine, making any public health justification to keep Title 42 in place fall flat on its face. Instead of bowing to election year pressures and the anti-immigrant tactics of the right, Democrats must support President Biden and his commitment to end Title 42 restrictions as soon as possible. Immigrants deserve more than lip service. It's time to end Title 42 on our terms, not leaving it to the courts to do the politically difficult but morally right thing to do. No more delays, no more lip service. Let's end Title 42.
All right. Thank you so much, Congressman Garcia. And now, great pleasure to introduce my friend and a real champion for an inclusive southern border and an inclusive country, Congresswoman Veronica Escobar.
Thank you, Pramila. Buenas tardes. Soy Verónica Escobar y yo represento la comunidad brillante y segura del Paso, Texas, en la mera frontera. Estoy aquí para decir que apoyo la decisión de la administración para ya al fin rechazar Título 42, una póliza que no nos protege y que hace las cosas en la frontera peor. I represent the incredible, vibrant community of El Paso, Texas, right on the U.S.-Mexico border. And two quick points that I would like to make. I think it's important always to remind our colleagues and the public that Title 42 is a CDC policy. I disagree with it. I don't think it promoted public health, but it is a policy under CDC that is linked to the pandemic. anyone who is encouraging the president to usurp the CDC authority is going down a troubling policy path. In the future, would we encourage, or actually, would we have encouraged Donald Trump to go around CDC policy for vaccinations? I mean, we cannot politicize these decisions. And again, while I disagreed with Title 42 from the beginning, don't think it made us any safer, don't think it helped with the public health emergency that was the pandemic, at the height of the pandemic, we have to follow science. That's what Democrats have said all along, and we should not be encouraging the president to go around the CDC. The second point that I'd like to make is that when we talk about root causes of migration, one of the root causes that we fail to mention is Congress's inaction on immigration reform. My colleague and our chairwoman for the CPC mentioned the need for comprehensive immigration reform. It's been nearly 30 years, it's been nearly 3 decades since Congress reformed immigration laws. When that happened under the Clinton administration, it actually narrowed legal pathways and made more people deportable. We should have learned that narrowing legal pathways only increases irregular migration. And we've tried it the Republicans' way for decades. We've addressed migration not through congressional action, not through legislation. We have addressed migration at the border by hardening the border. So let me ask you, hundreds of miles of wall in, 2.5 years of Title 42 in, has migration been deterred, mitigated? Has it ended? No. In fact, we are seeing historic numbers. So the Republicans' strategy is a failure. It is time for Congress to do its job. But let me tell you why our Republican colleagues don't want to do their job, why they won't work with us or vote for any of the bills that we have brought forward in the House. It's because the status quo works for them. Title 42 especially works for them. When they announce the numbers of encounters at the border, just remember, those numbers include what are called recidivists, individuals that make multiple attempts. So there have been reports of migrants making dozens of attempts. Does that represent dozens of people? In their data, it does. In reality, it does not. So they love Title 42. It inflates the numbers and helps them push this xenophobic rage machine that they believe will help them get elected and reelected. If they truly wanted to address what's happening at the border, let's look at the root cause that we can control today: passing immigration reform. So I want you all to ask them why they haven't done that. One more quick moment in history that I want to share with you all. The last opportunity we had to pass some immigration reform was in 2013. Almost 10 years ago, the Senate, on a bipartisan basis, passed comprehensive immigration reform that included records amounts of funding for border security. So the Republicans got millions of dollars more in border security than they dreamed of. In fact, one Republican senator said it was overkill, and they got it done in the Senate. What stopped it in the House? It was the Tea Party Republicans, some of the same people who are still in Congress today and who are the same people pointing the finger at Democrats and at President Biden. If it weren't so tragic, it would be laughable, but it is tragic. Because, again, they have Americans, they're feeding Americans xenophobia and really a steady diet of hate. Congresswoman Jayapal and I just came from a House Judiciary Committee hearing with Secretary Mayorkas. All you have to do is watch that, and all that the Republicans are doing now is basically acting and preparing not to solve problems if they take the majority, but to impeach Secretary Mayorkas. That's it. That's all they want to do, because it will keep Americans fed on a steady diet of hate. We are here to say that we are the solutions party. We are the party that wants to address the issues in a way that maintains the dignity of everybody at the border: migrants, law enforcement, and great communities like mine. Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Yes, thank you so much, Congresswoman Escobar. And now I'd like to invite up a dear friend of immigrants for decades now, Congresswoman Jan Schakowsky from Illinois.
Thank you. So Title 42 is a xenophobic and racist relic of the last administration. It was never justified as a public health measure, and senior CDC experts have objected to the policy from its inception. Epidemiologists and medical experts have reported and confirmed that Title IX has not done anything for public health and is not a responsible policy. And just this month, the CDC acknowledged that Title 42 policy is unnecessary and, quote, that numerous tools for disease prevention, mitigation, and treatment, unquote, that we already have available.
Okay, we've been listening in to some of these House Democrats today outside of the Capitol urge and plead the Biden administration to end Title 42 on May the 23rd. Of course, they have intended to do that, but now this is getting snarled in the courts. One judge temporarily blocking the lifting of Title 42. And of course, Democrats are split on this. Remember, we've seen several high-profile Democratic senators and members of the House come out against this. Now, some of them have tight races, especially because this is a midterm election year, and some of them, they serve in border states. So this is a very interesting policy debate, policy battle going on, and of course, we have you covered to see what happens with Title 42. In the meantime, though, of course, we've been talking about the opioid crisis and the border crisis and how they are related. We're going to go back out to Houston, Texas right now, because the number of teens dying from drug overdoses has increased drastically over the past 2 years, and more than half are tied to one dangerous drug. Joining me now with this story, Fox's Joy Addison, live for us in Houston. Joy, thanks for being with us. Who did you speak to and what did you learn?
Hi, Andrew. Good evening. I spoke to researchers and advocates, and they both say that there are several contributing factors to this unfortunate increase. And one includes the solitude that some people went through during the pandemic, and another is these drugs being laced with fentanyl, which is cheaper, stronger, but also more deadly.
Beautiful, vibrant, passionate, incredible. On July 24th, 2020, my daughter Lydia, who's 23, was found deceased in her room.
Lydia's cause of death was an accidental overdose. Renee Crest says her daughter struggled with addiction, but had been sober and in recovery for over a year.
We were in the pandemic, and isolation, I think, had a big factor.
According to a study published by the Journal of the American Medical Association, deadly overdoses among adolescents nearly doubled from 492 in 2019 to 954 in 2020. There was an additional rise of 20% in 2021.
The more we isolated our kids, the more they had, just a two-dimensional world rather than actually being out with all the social emotional learning that they need to do. I think that the mental health crisis became so acute. Anxiety, depression.
George Youngblood works with Teen and Family Services in Houston. He says kids in their outreach program alone have doubled.
In the fall semester, just in one of our school districts, we saw almost 600 kids in crisis. which was an increase from pre-pandemic numbers in that school district of about 350.
The National Institute on Drug Abuse says a lot of the drugs are a lot more deadly.
There has been a huge rise in illicitly manufactured prescription pills that contain fentanyl, at least 30% of which can have doses that can kill someone.
So what are we doing now? What are we doing now?
In 2021, the El Paso sector of U.S. Customs and Border Protection seized 6 times more than the amount of fentanyl than was seized in 2018. And last week, President Biden released the first ever national drug control strategy. It addresses drug addiction and drug trafficking. Andrew?
Joy Addison there, live for us in Houston with this story. Joy, thanks so much.
Thank you, Andrew.
Okay, and of course, in just the last hour, we heard from those officials also in Houston with the White House's Office of National Drug Control Policy announcing today $275 million for law enforcement in areas of high-intensity drug trafficking. These are known as HIDTAs. It will provide additional resources to 33 of those regions nationwide. We're going to be going to commercial right now. We have a lot more stories left, including what is President Biden going to do with student loan debt? Will he cancel some of it? That all remains to be seen. We're also going to go out to Arizona very, very soon. We'll stay in Arizona, rather, I should say, because a winning Powerball lottery ticket was sold here just a couple of days ago. We'll have a live report on that. So a lot more on this Thursday. We'll be back in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. That is a Live Now look out of New York City, Midtown Manhattan, right across the street from the Fox News World headquarters. Although we're going to take it out west yet again. We're going to stay in Arizona for our next story. Winning lottery ticket was sold in Gilbert, Arizona, $470 million, but no one's claimed it yet. Joining me now from Gilbert, Arizona, Fox 10 reporter Brian Webb with the latest. Brian, what do we know about this, and have they had any leads about who might have been sold it to?
Well, you know, at any moment, someone could go waltzing through those doors to claim the prize, and it is the only winning ticket, so it is all theirs, and a $2 shot in the dark is now proof that dreams really can come true. The winning ticket was sold at this Gilbert QT on Wednesday night, and within hours hit the jackpot, and lottery players love it.
That's a lot, buddy. I wish I could win something like that. That's why I'm here at the lottery place.
One $2 ticket is now worth $473.1 million in installments over 29 years, or a lump sum of $283 million, beating the Powerball at its own game by overcoming the odds, 292 million to 1.
I think it's good. I mean, it helps a lot of people want to play more.
If the winner happens to be you, congratulations, but be sure to get your ducks in a row before cashing in, according to lottery officials.
You should sign your ticket. You should keep it in a safe place. You should call your lawyer, your accountant, your trusted financial advisor.
And more lottery luck in the East Valley. Someone in Mesa won another drawing this week worth more than $4 million. And this woman turned $50 into $500 as our cameras were rolling inside the lottery office.
It felt good. You said, I got my money. Thank you. Thank you.
Good for her. By the way, the Quick Trip that sold the ticket gets $50,000 for its efforts. The winner of the big Powerball can remain anonymous in Arizona and has 180 days to claim the prize, and the clock is already ticking. Andrew.
So, Brian, this was sold so close to home, it kind of engenders some ideas of what you would do with $470 million. What would you do?
Well, we asked some people about that today. We get the usual quit their job, travel, that kind of thing. But that's part of this, right? Maybe you don't win, but it feels like since it happens so close, maybe next time you will.
All right, Brian Webb, we'll be watching to see if they claim their prize very soon here. Thanks for that story.
Bet.
Okay, and we have a lot of consumer-related news as well we want to get into at this hour, top of the hour, a little after 5 o'clock here on the West Coast in Phoenix, Arizona, 8 o'clock on the East Coast. Right now we're going to hear from Fox 13 in Tampa with what you need to know about home mortgage rates.
With rising rates and home prices, would you consider an adjustable rate mortgage or a 40-year mortgage? Surbani Banerjee is here with the pros and cons for us. Hi, Surbani.
Hi, everyone. Yeah, mortgage brokers say that more home buyers are taking a second look at these options to buy a home. Rising home prices and mortgage rates, they're keeping some folks on the sidelines, and that's leading to talk about, 40-year mortgages. 40 years are usually only offered by certain mortgage brokers, some online lenders, private lenders, or credit unions, but now there's more talk about this broadly. They could shrink your monthly payment. In numerical value, we're talking anywhere from $150 to $200, and that's based on an average mortgage of $250,000.
Is that a good idea, though, to be paying a loan for so many years?
It might be the only way for people to afford a house by breaking it out in payments for that long, but that being said, you do have to watch out for how much interest would accrue over that time. For example, in an article from Rocket Mortgage, with a $225,000 loan at 4% interest on a 30-year mortgage, the monthly payment you can see is around $1,000. The total interest is $161,706.
What?
Then,
Wow.
So that's the interest on a 30 when you think about it. Now on a 40-year mortgage, the monthly payment, you're saving money because it's just $940 a month, but the total interest is now well above $200,000 for that extra 10 years.
That's kind of crazy. So
you almost can't think about it. You're like, okay, what am I paying for the month? I don't even want to think about how much I paid in interest.
All right, so what about adjustable rate mortgages instead?
Brokers say people are once again looking at them. I mean, they got such a bad rap after everything, imploded, exploded, whatever you want to call it with the housing crisis, the foreclosure issues. But this is where you can pay a lower interest rate than a fixed rate for a set term. So say 5, 7, even 10 years. but then your rate adjusts to the market rates, which of course could be much higher or lower if you're lucky, but you're kind of gambling here. So this is only good for people who know that maybe they're going to sell or refinance within that time frame. It's more of a short-term solution. Another thing, though, more buyers are taking advantage of 100% VA or USDA home loans as well. You obviously want to talk to your lender, shop around for your lender, and make sure you understand your options before you close that deal.
Especially in this market. All right.
For sure.
Thanks, Serbani.
And good to know on those home mortgage rates and what you need to know if you're looking to buy a home very, very soon. Our next story also at Fox 13 in Tampa, because there is a new rule the Biden administration is reversing from what the Trump administration did, having to do with light bulbs. There are new rules on these light bulbs. Incandescent light bulbs are getting switched off next year. Here's Fox 13 in Tampa.
This week, new rules went into effect that will end the century-long run of classic light bulbs. Our consumer reporter, Sabani Banerjee, joins us with what this means for your money. Hi, Sabani.
Hi, everyone. Yeah, hopefully some savings. The administration did set efficiency standards that will phase out sales of incandescent bulbs in favor of LEDs, hopefully reducing Americans' electrical bills over time. The U.S. Department of Energy's new rules ban most incandescent and halogen bulbs, which are less expensive, but the stricter standards will wind up cutting emissions of carbon dioxide as well by an estimated 222 million metric tons over the next 30 years. To put that in perspective, that's equivalent to the emissions generated by 28 million homes in 1 year.
Wow. But I do believe those LEDs, they cost more, right?
Yeah, they do initially, right? So you can get an old style traditional incandescent for $1. An LED, you're looking at anywhere from $7 to $10, but advocates say it saves in the long run.
That incandescent you bought, you'd be replacing about every month or two. I have a back porch light on. It's a LED I've had for 15 years.
Incandescent bulbs use 75% more energy than LED bulbs. This move is expected, though, to save Americans long-term about $3 billion a year, Linda.
And I have to say, I'm all for not having to change light bulbs for 15 years.
It's so nice when you can forget about it. When it does go out, you're like, wait, what happened?
I know. Thanks, Serbani.
Interesting note there from the Biden administration reversing this Trump-era rule, but the U.S. Department of Energy on Tuesday said it was raising these energy efficiency standards for light bulbs, giving manufacturers 75 days to phase out incandescents before an outright ban in July next year, 2023. And so, according to what you heard there from Fox 13 in Tampa, the average American family will save $100 a year or $3 billion collectively. We're going to continue with some of these consumer-driven stories. When we come back, we'll be talking about student loan debt, what the Biden administration is planning to do to cancel some of it. We'll have a guest on talking about the political implications of that and if President Biden will move on this before the midterm elections. On this Thursday night Live Now look at the White House. Well, soon we're going to be talking about what the Biden administration is going to do when it comes to student loan debt. At the moment, let's hear from Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard with a look at how this would affect Americans.
President Biden made a promise to America while he was on the campaign trail.
That promise, student loan forgiveness. Now months ahead of the midterms and more than a year into his presidency, progressives and Democratic leadership say the president is moving closer to canceling student debt.
I think the president's moving in our direction. He can do it without congressional action.
The White House says the president will make a decision before the current freeze on loan repayment ends on August 31st.
Is looking at executive actions and authorities.
According to the Department of Education, nearly 44 million Americans are carrying a total of $1.6 trillion in student loan debt. Republicans say canceling that debt at a time of record high inflation will only drive prices up and increase the cost of education.
This is going to be a massive subsidy to the universities that overcharge our families.
A group of Republican senators unveiling legislation to ban the president from canceling student debt and restrict how much longer he can freeze payments.
This clearly regressive policy benefits high debt, high income borrowers significantly more than low debt and low income borrowers.
With Democrats in charge, the GOP-led bill is unlikely to pass either chamber of Congress. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
Lauren, thanks for that summary of this issue. Joining us now to discuss this even further is Post Politics Live anchor at the Washington Post, Mariana Alfaro. Mariana, good to see you right now. This is so interesting for those who followed the Biden presidential campaign, heard his campaign promise of possibly canceling up to $10,000 of student debt. That was kind of on the chopping block, kind of back when Build Back Better failed. And so now this policy idea has been resurrected. Why do you think that is?
A lot of it has to do with timing. Many in the party, not just liberal, not just progressive, a lot of members of the Democratic Party were very disappointed when student loan forgiveness was out of the conversation. And so right now, we're getting to the point where this summer, the moratorium that was placed during the pandemic is going to be over in August. So the president has to act quick, and we can't keep going with more moratoriums and pausing this. At some point, something has to be done to address this. And it's just coincidental that the midterms are coming up. It's like one of those things that you kind of wonder what the play is here, kind of where this is going. But it's one of the ideas that is very popular across the Democratic Party. It's not just progressives calling for this. It's been Chuck Schumer who's been calling for it for a long time. So you kind of think that this is a move that the party just sees would be good to play when we're so close to the election.
Yeah, that's right. There's my next question. What lawmakers, amongst the Democrats are in favor of this? Do we see any kind of split like we do on Title 42? And also, the president said today he wouldn't do anything over essentially $50,000 of cancellation. So that is his cap. But from your sense, does it seem like President Biden, is this something he really wants to do, or are a lot of people around him kind of pushing him to do this, especially ahead of the midterms?
I do believe that he does want to do it. I just think that the people pushing him the most are the ones that are calling for $50,000, and I feel like he knows that he can't promise that. That's just like a very, very high amount. I mean, it's been talked like 10,000 maybe. That's what he threw in the campaign trail. 50,000 is what we're hearing from people like Schumer, but also Senator Elizabeth Warren. That's like what the Congressional Progressive Caucus wants to see. But that's just kind of a number that would be very, very hard to compromise on. So I think they're going to definitely fall somewhere lower than that.
Yeah. There was this poll out, I believe, last week. Biden is down among a key age group that this would impact, and that, of course, is young Americans age 18 to 30. Is this a play for them, you think, with the midterms so close?
Yes, I think that's kind of where we're headed towards. I mean, that is a population that I don't think the party was prepared to be not doing so great with. And it seems like such a reachable, doable goal to maybe not go for the 50,000, but say 10, 15, that's like already enough to get a lot of that base rallied for the Democratic Party. So I wouldn't be surprised. You know, I know many people would be very happy, you know, in that age group to see their loans maybe not fully canceled, but a good chunk forgiven, and that could, you know, take people to the polls in November.
Yeah, definitely. Of course, you and I probably know a lot of people with student loan debt, and it kind of raises the question, you know, what will $10,000 do for someone who has, you know, a graduate degree worth, you know, $100,000, $120,000? But it is somewhat piecemeal. But we're learning that canceling $10,000 per borrower would essentially wipe out $321 billion of federal student loans. And some Republican critics say that will just raise inflation. Some people, some economists are saying that too. Do you think politically this will help the president in the long term?
Yes. I think in the long term, and also, you know, there's that argument that, yes, that could raise inflation, but also imagine all the money that people could be, you know, instead of paying the loans, they could go buy a house, pay a mortgage, you know, introduce that money into the economy. And that's what the progressives are kind of arguing. I was talking to Representative the other day, and that's exactly what she said. You know, we level the playing field so that Americans can use the money in something that they actually, you know, can use to move forward in their lives, in their careers, in their like lifestyle, and it just goes back into the economy is what they're arguing on that side.
Mariana, last question though, timing-wise, do we expect this, you know, tomorrow before the end of the week is over, or, you know, is this kind of down the road even further? It seems like the policy debate is still going on in the White House about this.
Yes, I mean, definitely the president came out today saying it's going to come in the next few weeks, which is honestly the best timeline we've gotten so far. You know, I could have sworn it would have gone all the way until like September, October. But he does have the August 31st deadline. That's where the moratorium ends. So it's going to happen this summer, I'm pretty sure.
Probably coinciding with the end of the moratorium. Would you want to bet on that? Yeah. Mariana Alfaro, thank you so much with the Washington Post. We always appreciate your time. We'll talk to you again.
Bye-bye.
All right, right now we do want to go on to some more of these other stories. We're going to take a quick commercial break first. When we come back, though, we'll be showing you a large portion of the hearing today at the House Judiciary Committee with lawmakers grilling DHS Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. We'll have that and more in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Thursday night. Live Now look at the U.S. Capitol. Right now, like I said before the break, we do want to get into some of these border crisis-related stories. Of course, we're going to be showing you a large section of the hearing today in the House Judiciary Committee with Alejandro Mayorkas, the DHS Secretary. But Fox News correspondent Brian Yennis has a summary of what was said there in Washington and down on the southern border.
You're not preventing entries, you're encouraging it. My constituents want you impeached because they believe you've committed treason.
It is so profoundly offensive on so many different levels.
Tonight, Republicans blasting Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas over allegations he's mishandled the border crisis as a record crush of migrants continue crossing illegally into the U.S.
Some of those people are going to commit crimes, aren't they?
Undoubtedly.
Do we have operational control, yes or no?
Yes, we do. We have effectively managed an unprecedented number of non-citizens seeking to enter the United States.
From what I've seen, it's a complete lie.
Eduardo Sanchez is owner of Kumo Fitness, located right on the border in Eagle Pass, Texas. He says migrants are illegally entering behind his business daily.
It's hard enough trying to get customers in. I don't need them to get scared away by somebody else, and then me lose customers and me eventually go out of business.
Just a few miles away, Justin De Los Santos owns a paintball facility that caters to parties for kids as young as 12. He encounters groups of 70 or more migrants daily. Trash and clothes littered all over his property as migrants pass through barbed wire fencing.
You don't know if they're armed. You don't know if they're sex offenders. You don't know if they're just trying to get caught.
Record human smuggling continues. 31 migrants dressed in camouflage uniforms were found in a trailer in West Texas. The U.S. driver was arrested by Texas DPS. In Kinney County, troopers also arrested a U.S. citizen for smuggling 3 Chinese nationals in his vehicle. Today, our Fox News drone captured a joint exercise between Texas DPS and Border Patrol and Mexican State Police across the Rio Grande River. It marked the first time Mexico coordinated with U.S. officials here for a rapid response to a mass migration event as the border braces for a record surge this summer. And today, Attorney General Merrick Garland confirmed the DOJ is still engaged in extensive litigation about compensating certain migrants who were separated from their families under Trump immigration policy. In Eagle Pass, Texas, Brian Yennis, Fox News.
Brian, thanks so much for that update. Another beautiful Live Now look at the U.S. Capitol, where we go to our next story, where we'll be listening in to Alejandro Mayorkas, the DHS Secretary, who was testifying in front of the House Judiciary Committee, and he was grilled by lawmakers, especially on the Republican side, about the immigration crisis. Here's this from earlier today in Washington.
Until the month of April. And April was the highest month on record for illegal migrants coming to our country until the month of May. And May was the highest month on record until the month of June. And June was the highest month on record until the month of July, when 213,593 illegal migrants were at our southwest border. And just 2 months after that, our witness, the Secretary of Homeland Security, said the border is secure. Mr. Secretary, if over 200,000 a month and all the ramifications that has with drugs coming in the country and other people coming in the country because our agents are so focused on that, if that's a secure border, then you are completely out of touch with the American people. That record last July, guess what? That record last July was just broken last month. And next month, they're going to make matters worse when they rescind Title 42. A record last July that was just broken last month, and next month they're going to make it worse. I want to go back to that statement the Secretary made on September 22nd of last year. That statement. There was a second part to the sentence. And this is critical. There was a second part to the statement. He said the border is secure and we are executing our plan. The first part of the sentence was false. We know that. We know the numbers. We know what's happening on the border. Everyone understands it. The second part, we are executing our plan. The second part, he was telling us the truth. And that should frighten us all. We have a Secretary of Homeland Security who is intentionally, deliberately, in a premeditated fashion, executing a plan, his words, executing a plan to overwhelm our country with millions and millions of illegal migrants. executing a plan that causes all kinds of harm to people who make the journey, executing a plan that results in record levels of fentanyl and other drugs entering our nation, executing a plan that stresses our border agents, stresses our education and healthcare system, stresses our nation. All done intentionally. So, Mr. Chairman, I hope we're going to have a lot of questions for the Secretary, but I hope one of the fundamental questions, maybe the fundamental question that he will answer is, why is he doing it? Why is he doing this to our fellow citizens? Why is he doing this to our country? Why is he deliberately doing this to, he is the Secretary of Homeland Security. Why is he intentionally doing this to our nation? Mr. Chairman, we have a video we'd like to show as well.
¿Cuántas personas están ahí con usted? 2 niños. Yo, por favor, ayúdenme que me voy a desmayar.
Heartbreak in the desert. A Colombian mother and her 10-year-old daughter collapsing near Yuma, later found dead from heat exposure after crossing the border. Federal authorities tell us that mom was traveling with 2 kids, the 10-year-old who did not make it, and a 2-year-old boy who survived.
A Texas Army National Guard soldier missing. We're told the soldier was assigned to Operation Lone Star in Eagle Pass. The Texas Department of Public Safety says the soldier was trying to rescue a migrant from the river when he or she went missing.
Tragic news from the southern border. A Texas Army National Guard soldier has drowned trying to save migrants in the water.
An Arizona Border Patrol agent has died in the line of duty. Martin Barrios was a supervisor in the Tucson sector. According to Border Patrol, he died Monday.
A special agent with the Texas Department of Public Safety has died after a crash near Eagle Pass. DPS says 37-year-old Anthony Salas was working a tactical operation with U.S. Border Patrol on Friday when that accident happened. He was airlifted to a hospital in San Antonio where he later died.
The truck was traveling at speed when it took a corner in the city of Tuxtla Gutierrez, southern Mexico. It flipped onto its side and plowed into a pedestrian bridge, taking off the top of the cabin and completely destroying the trailer. There were 166 people crammed inside. 54 died, 58 were injured. The people on board, mainly from Guatemala, being smuggled to the U.S.
Some pretty stunning images from America's southern border. And the high-ranking drug cartel leaders arrest, igniting gunfights on the Mexican side of the border. The violence escalating to the point of temporarily shutting down 2 international bridges. Authorities also confirm a grenade explosion at the U.S. consulate in Nuevo Laredo, right across the U.S. border, with federal employees there instructed to shelter in place.
The sounds of gunfire piercing the night in Nuevo Laredo. Gang members paralyzing traffic with spike strips. Charred tractor trailers lining the highway.
Drug seizures are surging, with Customs and Border Protection reporting a more than 1,000% increase in the amount of fentanyl seized alone.
Every day, hundreds of thousands of people cross the U.S.-Mexico border. But now, more and more drugs are doing the same. In the 8 ports of entry in South Texas, extending from Del Rio to Brownsville, Customs and Border Protection seized $786 million worth of illegal narcotics last fiscal year. Fentanyl alone saw a 1,066% increase.
Most of the narcotics wants to go to bigger cities, San Antonio, Dallas, Houston, or up north.
Chief Deputy Roberto De Leon with the Maverick County Sheriff's Office, just about an hour south of Del Rio, says the drugs that flow through this port in Eagle Pass can end up anywhere.
Kolskanga spoke exclusively with the top U.S. border agent in the El Paso area about the new challenges that she and her colleagues face, including what's driving American kids to help cartels smuggle people across the border.
Cartels are actively recruiting on social media these young drivers. These are kids. These are American kids, U.S. citizen kids under the age of 18 that are now being recruited through social media to earn $1,000, $2,000, even up to $3,000 over a pickup of a human smuggling load.
It's disturbing new data, and it shows 42 migrants on the terror watch list have been arrested trying to enter our country illegally
since Joe Biden took office.
The Biden administration has been secretly flying underage migrants to Florida and New York in the middle of the night. And for all that we know, it might not just be limited to those states. Buses there are waiting to take them to prearranged drop-off locations, and there's no end in sight to this self-created border crisis.
Illegal migrants have no problem catching a flight. Pennsylvania is the latest state seeing an influx of ghost flights coming in the middle of the night, full of illegal immigrants. Hundreds of illegal migrants have been flown into Sprint International Airport by U.S. government charter flights.
Here we are in 2021 managing another immigration crisis of a big proportion, and nothing's been done. You know, it is a Biden border crisis in my opinion, because there's no kind of action. And seeing what we're seeing now with what's happening in the Rio Grande Valley with people wrapped around in blankets made out of silver, I mean, it's just kind of absurd what's happening.
Mr. Chairman, yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Without objection, all other opening statements will be included in the record. I will now introduce today's witness. Alejandro, is that correct? Alejandro Mayorkas is sworn in as Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security by President Biden on February 2nd, 2021. Throughout his distinguished career in public service, he has served in several important roles in law enforcement, including as the Deputy Secretary of the U.S. Department of Homeland Security from 2013 to 2016, and as the Director of U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services from 2009 to 2013. Secretary Mayorkas began his government service in the Department of Justice, where he served as an Assistant United States Attorney in the Central District of California. After nearly 9 years as a federal prosecutor, he became the youngest United States attorney in the nation, overseeing numerous prosecutions of national significance. He received his bachelor's degree from the University of California at Berkeley and a law degree from Loyola Law School. We welcome our distinguished witness, and we thank him for participating today. I will begin by swearing you in. I ask that you please rise and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief? So help you God. Let the record show that the witness has answered in the affirmative. Thank you, and please be seated. Please note that your written statement will be entered into the record in its entirety. Accordingly, I ask that you summarize your testimony in 5 minutes. To help you stay within that time limit, there is a timing light on your table. When the light switches from green to yellow, you have 1 minute to conclude your testimony. When the light turns red, it signals your 5 minutes have expired. Secretary Mayorkas, the floor is yours.
Chairman Nadler, Ranking Member Jordan, and distinguished members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to join you. On behalf of all of us in the Department of Homeland Security, I share in the mourning of the loss of Guardman Bishop Evans, who made the ultimate sacrifice in the service of our country. For nearly 2 decades, the personnel of the Department of Homeland Security have stood as a cornerstone of public safety. Every day, our workforce of 250,000 serves to protect our people and our values by combating terrorism and targeted violence, countering malicious cyber activity, securing our border, building a safe, orderly, and humane immigration system, and more. We do this while always safeguarding Americans' privacy, civil rights, and civil liberties, and building trust between our agency and the public we serve. We remain vigilant against all forms of terrorism and targeted violence. The nature of these threats has evolved, but our vigilance and resolve are constant. We play a leading role in implementing the first ever national strategy for countering domestic terrorism, namely, establishing a new domestic terrorism branch within our Office of Intelligence and Analysis, launching the Center for Prevention Programs and Partnerships to help communities prevent radicalization to violence, designating domestic violent extremism as a national priority area in FEMA grant programs, increasing our investment in the Nonprofit Security Grant Program, coordinating additional support to HBCUs in the face of recent bomb threats, and ramping up our efforts to collect and disseminate actionable intelligence. On cybersecurity, DHS is leading the federal government's work to protect our critical infrastructure. We answered the Colonial Pipeline incident with security directives, requiring pipeline companies to report intrusions, designate a cybersecurity coordinator, conduct vulnerability assessments, and create contingency plans. We adopted similar measures for airports, air carriers, and rail operators. We work with the Department of Justice to launch StompRansomware.gov, the first whole-of-government website with resources to help organizations combat ransomware. We are defending our democracy against foreign interference in our elections. We formed two bodies, the Joint Cyber Defense Collaborative and the Cyber Safety Review Board, to bring private sector and government stakeholders to the table to help us fortify our cyber defenses, identify vulnerabilities, and ensure a unified response when incidents occur. Russia's invasion of Ukraine has only intensified the threat of cyber attacks. So we initiated the Shields Up campaign to increase collective awareness, vigilance, and resilience to possible incidents. We are countering Russia's mis- and disinformation campaigns by helping stakeholders understand the scale of these activities and enabling them to mitigate associated risks. We are expanding humanitarian programs like TPS and developing new ones like Uniting for Ukrainian initiative to provide Ukrainians temporary refuge in the United States. Under this administration, our department has been executing a comprehensive strategy to secure our borders and rebuild our immigration system. With the Title 42 public health order set to be lifted, we expect migration levels to increase as smugglers seek to take advantage of and profit from vulnerable migrants. We will continue to enforce our immigration laws. After Title 42 is lifted, non-citizens will be processed pursuant to Title 8, which provides that individuals who cross the border without legal authorization are processed for removal and, if unable to establish a legal basis to remain in the United States, promptly removed from the country. We began planning last September, and we are leading the execution of a whole-of-government strategy, which stands on 6 pillars to prepare for and manage any rise in non-citizen encounters. I issued a memorandum earlier this week that provides more details of those pillars. 1, surge resources, including personnel, transportation, medical support, and facilities. 2, increase efficiency without compromising the integrity of our screening processes in order to reduce strain on the border. 3, administer consequences for unlawful entry, including expedited removal and criminal prosecution. 4, bolster the capacity of NGOs and coordinate with state, local, and community partners. 5, target and disrupt transnational criminal organizations and human smugglers. 6, deter irregular migration south of our border in partnership with other federal agencies and nations. We inherited a broken and dismantled system that is already under strain. It is not built to manage the current levels and types of migratory flows. Only Congress can fix this. Yet we have effectively managed an unprecedented number of non-citizens seeking to enter the United States and interdicted more drugs and disrupted more smuggling operations than ever before. A significant increase in migrant encounters will strain our system even further, and we will address this challenge successfully. But it will take time, and we need the partnership of Congress, state and local officials, NGOs, and communities to do so. We cannot address our core issues alone. DHS is a department of partnerships. I look forward to working together with this committee to confront our ever-changing threat landscape and protect the American people.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, for your testimony. We will now proceed under the 5-minute rule with questions, and I will recognize myself for 5 minutes. Secretary Mayorkas, in February of last year, President Biden made you the chair of the President's Interagency Task Force on the Reunification of Families. The work of that task force is essential to reuniting those families, those children and families who were maliciously separated from their parents during the Trump administration, and to ensuring that this can never happen again. Secretary Mayorkas, can you discuss the progress that the task force has made thus far, including how many children the department has identified and reunited? What challenges does the task force face when working to establish contact with some of these parents?
Mr. Chairman, I'm very proud to be the chair of that task force, which, under the President's direction, brings the resources of the entire federal government together to work with civil society to try to reunite the families that were so cruelly separated under the prior administration. Thus far, we have reunited more than 200 separated children with their parents, and there are estimates that there are approximately 1,000 more children that remain separated. Of those 1,000 children, the task force has made contact with more than 500 parents, and nearly 400 children are now in the reunification process. We continue to partner with non-governmental organizations such as Kids in Need of Defense and Justice in Motion to contact families and direct them to our website. One of the greatest obstacles we have, Mr. Chairman, is to overcome the distrust that was sown by the prior administration through its cruel policies. Many remain still feel fearful given what trauma they experienced and continue to experience.
And the President's executive order requires the task force to issue a report containing recommendations to ensure that a tragedy like this never happens again. How soon do you anticipate issuing that report? Can you preview some of its recommendations?
Mr. Chairman, we have published interim reports along the way since we began our work. We are working on policies to make sure that no such cruelty ever occurs again. You know, I had the occasion to speak with a number of parents who were reunited with their children, and it was extraordinarily heartbreaking to hear a mother speak of the fact that despite the physical reunion, there remained a distance between her and her teenage daughter. Her teenage daughter still continued to suffer trauma from the separation that they both suffered. This is going to take time to mend the people's broken hearts and the trauma that they suffered due to such a cruel policy.
Thank you. I'm pleased to see the Biden administration has been preparing for months for the eventual end of Title 42. As you know, Title 42 is a public health measure, not an immigration control strategy. In fact, because Title 42 has no immigration consequences for repeat border crossers, the border crossing recidivism rate has quadrupled since Title 42 began. I'm sure we'll be hearing today about the record high numbers of encounters at our border. However, some 900,000 of those encounters are migrants who tried to repeatedly cross unlawfully. Smugglers are even offering package deals to encourage recidivism. Fortunately, as you mentioned in your opening, the Department of Homeland Security has put in place a comprehensive whole-of-government strategy to manage any potential increase in the number of migrants encountered at our border when Title 42 is ended. The Department is increasing its capacity to process new arrivals, evaluate asylum requests, and quickly remove those who do not qualify. Mr. Secretary, can you go into more detail for the committee about the Department's plans? I'm particularly interested in understanding what type of resources will be increased and where they'll be deployed, as well as learning more about the Southwest Border Coordination Center's role.
Mr. Chairman, the plan is very comprehensive and very detailed. We have developed it over many, many months. The end of Title 42, which is a public health authority, as you correctly described, we knew was not going to be forever, and therefore we began planning and preparing quite a long time ago. It's very detailed, but let me try to run through in the short time that I have. The Pillar 1 was surging resources, personnel, transportation, medical support, increasing facilities for the processing of individuals whom we encounter. The second pillar, increasing CBP processing efficiency. That involves such things as enhanced central processing centers, where we bring different parts of our department together to drive efficiency, where we process individuals en route to ICE facilities and decompress border patrol stations. The third pillar is a consequence regime, using Title 8 of the United States Code to expedite the removal of individuals as the law provides. Bring criminal prosecutions where the facts so warrant. Implementation of our historic asylum officer rule, which brings tremendous efficiency to the asylum system. Bolstering the capacities of non-governmental organizations and coordinating with state and local communities, targeting and disrupting the transnational criminal organizations and the smuggling organizations. We have intensified efforts at a historic level, working not only as an entire Department of Homeland Security, but across the federal government, bringing the resources of the Department of Justice and the Department of Treasury to bear. And we are working to deter irregular migration throughout the region. This is not a phenomenon, Mr. Chairman and members of this committee, that the United States encounters alone. This is something that countries throughout the region, throughout the hemisphere, and we so powerfully have seen in recent months throughout the world. The number of individuals displaced from their home countries is greater now than it ever has been. And we are working in response to a regional challenge with a regional solution, working with our partner countries throughout the region. I was in Panama last week to accomplish that end.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. My time has expired, Mr. McClintock.
Mr. Secretary, since the administration took office, you've deliberately released into the United States 836,000 illegal immigrants who crossed our borders in violation of our laws and sovereignty. Now, that is more than the entire population of the state of North Dakota. And while the Border Patrol has been overwhelmed by this influx, you've allowed about 600,000 gotaways to escape into the interior. This is more than the entire population of the state of Wyoming. And that's with Title 42 in place. When you remove that, it's estimated that we're going to see as many as 18,000 illegal immigrants released into the interior every day. That's the same as admitting a new state of Alaska every 40 days. These numbers are simply staggering. And I'd like to know why you think this benefits Americans. Packing classrooms with non-English speaking students, flooding emergency rooms with illegals demanding care, making it harder to deport criminal illegal aliens, flooding the labor market with cheap foreign labor. How does this benefit Americans?
Congressman, if I can explain how the legal system works when encountering individuals at our southern border.
No, that's the way. First of all, that's not my question. My question is, how does this benefit Americans?
Congressman, when an individual is encountered at the southern border, they are placed in immigration enforcement proceedings.
Okay,
and
so
under the law,
you don't have an answer for how any of this benefits Americans. So let's talk about your enforcement proceedings. Let's define exactly what that means. An alien is given a notice to appear with a court date or simply a notice to report. Call in when you get wherever you want to go. 90% of these asylum claims are turned down, and when they are, less than 15% actually leave. Now, you have already instructed ICE that mere illegal presence in the country is not grounds for deportation, so they stay and await the next amnesty. That's what you mean by enforcement proceedings, because that's what you do.
Congressman, you've misstated the facts. Individuals are placed in immigration enforcement proceedings. Those who present a public safety threat, a threat to national security, a threat to border security, are held in detention during the pendency of those immigration proceedings. Those who do not are given a notice to appear, and the appearance rate is over 86%.
On the initial proceedings, but 90% of them are rejected, and when they're rejected, only 15% leave, and you've told ICE don't go after the others unless there's an underlying criminal situation. You've assured us that ICE prioritizes criminal removals, and I heard you say you deported more criminals in the Trump administration. But according to data from the FOIA request from the Center for Immigration Studies, in 2021, deportations of aliens with serious criminal convictions declined by over 50% compared to 2020 and 65% compared to 2018. And according to ICE's own website, detainers for assault are down 57%. Under your leadership, detainers for weapons offenses down 52%, dangerous drugs down 49%, detainers for homicides are down 43%, sex crimes down 29%. How does this make our communities safer?
So Congressman, allow me to share some facts with you. 12,025 individuals convicted of aggravated felonies were removed in
Yes,
fiscal year 2021.
And that's down.
That's
down from 2020 or 2018.
Actually, you're wrong. 12,025 were individuals convicted of aggravated felonies, nearly double the 6,815 arrested in fiscal year 2020. If I may.
Aggravated felonies, what does that mean?
Well, that's a definition.
I'd call homicide an aggravated felony. Your detainers for homicides are down 42%, I believe, 43%, I should say. Weapons offenses down 52%. You're defining terms that don't actually exist.
Oh, actually,
aggravated felony.
Congressman, the term aggravated felony is defined in statute. It is a United States law. The definition of an aggravated felon is a matter of statutory law.
Crimes like homicide are down.
Congressman,
your detainers.
Congressman,
I mean, those numbers are there on your website. Let me go on. You've repeatedly said there's a need for reprioritizing ICE because of limited resources. Yet in 2012, with fewer agents and judges than we have now, ICE arrested and deported 409,000 aliens. Under your administration, with more agents and judges, you've deported only 59,000. That's 1/7 as many. Overall deportations down.
The time of the gentleman has expired. The witness may answer the question.
46% of ICE removals in fiscal year 2021 were for people convicted of felonies or aggravated felonies, compared to 18% during the previous 4 years and 17% of the year before that.
The time of the gentleman, as I said, has expired. Ms. Lofgren.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Secretary Mayorkas. Before I ask my question, I'd like to give you an opportunity. My fellow Californian, reading from his talking points, made several assertions that I think are incorrect, and you didn't get to fully explain what the facts are, and obviously what is the benefit of applying the law, standing up for the rule of law, which is what this country stands for. So if you would take a minute on that before I get to my questions, that would be helpful, I think.
Thank you, Congresswoman. The law provides that individuals encountered at our border have a right to make a claim for humanitarian relief under the asylum laws that the United States Congress passed. If their claim for asylum relief prevails in an immigration court, then they have established a basis to remain in the United States. If their claim fails, then they are removed from the United States. We are a nation of laws, and this Department of Homeland Security is administering the laws that Congress passed.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. You know, watching what happened in the prior administration, I'm mindful that you were inherited something of a mess in terms of the department. There were over 400 changes to the immigration system, policy changes that resulted in delays and no increase, no benefits. For example, in USCIS, repeatedly interviewing the same people over and over again on the employment-based side, leading to backlogs, questionable policy choices that nearly bankrupt USCIS. I remember in the summer of 2020, the agency was forced to send furlough notices to 15,000 employees, 70% of its workforce, and was only at the last minute working on a bipartisan basis, actually, here in the House, that we did a stopgap measure, but there was a hiring freeze, and there's millions of backlogged applications. At the same time, we saw extreme vetting of the special immigrant visa program in Iraq and Afghanistan, which actually ended up being no vetting, so that there was no processing of over 17,000 SIV cases for Afghanistan. And when the former president's timeline for removal was implemented, there was no plan in place to expedite the processing or to evacuate those allies and those unprocessed SIV applications just continue to sit there. I'm wondering, Mr. Secretary, what steps you are taking to try to clean up the mess in the refugee program where all of it was zeroed out and the agencies, the nonprofits and the religious-based agencies that help were basically dismantled, USCIS was hollowed out, and the like. What is your plan to clean up the mess?
Congresswoman, one of the ways in which the prior administration decimated the legal immigration system is to really leave U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services, the agency that administers our nation's legal immigration system, on the brink of bankruptcy. Employees were furloughed, the Asylum and Refugee Corps were decimated. That agency is funded primarily through the fees it collects from applications that people submit for immigration benefits. And the law provides that every 2 years, a fee rule is to issue to recalibrate fees according to the cost of the agency every 2 years. That agency has not had a fee rule
So we'll
for
look
more
at
than
that.
6 years. And so we are bringing it from the brink of bankruptcy to some level of financial stability. It will take time. We are promulgating a new fee rule as this Congress expects.
I've got one more question I want to get in. The H-2A program is an important one for agriculture in the United States, and as you know, we had a bipartisan bill to streamline and improve that provision that is languishing in the Senate. But there have been, and it's been brought to my attention, the Operation Blooming Onion case where there were some abuses of people in the H-2A program. I'm wondering, do we have adequate tools to protect H-2A visa holders from exploitation, understanding that it's an important program and, you know, I'm not saying all employers are exploited, far from it, but we want to get the bad actors.
Congresswoman, we are focusing.
Time of the gentleman lady has expired. The witness may answer the question.
We are focusing some of our enforcement resources on employers who exploit vulnerable employees and create a non-competitive labor market. That's one of our areas of tremendous focus.
Thank you.
Mr. Shabbat.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, the situation at our southern border is an unmitigated disaster, and I fear it's about to get a whole lot worse. With this administration's boneheaded decision to end enforcement of Title 42, you're essentially saying the COVID healthcare emergency is over. Come on in. While at the same time saying, nope, still got a COVID emergency, so we're going to force everybody to mask up on planes and buses and trains, whether you like it or not. Since he took office, President Biden has been busy reversing just about every one of the Trump administration's successful immigration policies, stopping construction of the border wall, ending catch and release, and practically abandoning border enforcement altogether, just to name a few of these misguided policies. The result, as I said, has been a complete and utter chaos at our southern border. Unfortunately, again, due to Biden administration policies, the chaos doesn't stop at the border. It's intentionally being spread all across the country. The Biden administration is putting illegal immigrants and asylum seekers on buses and planes at taxpayer expense, often in the middle of the night when it's not so obvious, and shipping them to communities all across the country. As a result, virtually every state in America is now directly impacted. Let's face it, we're all really border states now. Mr. Secretary, how many migrants have you shipped to Ohio, my state?
Congressman, I would disagree with the phrasing of your question, but I would be pleased to provide you with data with respect to the...
Okay, we are going to take a quick commercial break. We're coming up now. It's the top of the hour, 6 o'clock here. We're going to continue showing you this pretty fiery testimony today with Alejandro Mayorkas and many lawmakers of the House Judiciary Committee who were grilling Mayorkas about the southern border crisis. We'll have that and more in 2 minutes.
with me, Congressman.
I mean, because I certainly think the people of Ohio would like to know that, and in fact, I think it's their right to know how many migrants you're shipping to their state or by congressional district or others. After all, they're footing the bill for all of this, right? The American taxpayers?
Congressman, I'd like to again...
Are the American taxpayers paying for this stuff?
I would respectfully disagree with the phrasing of your question, but I think it's something very important to remember, which is individuals who are placed in immigration proceedings...
That's not the question I asked. I didn't, please, we've only got 5 minutes each of us, so if you'll just answer the questions I've asked. You said, I can't tell you how many I've shipped to Ohio. I'll provide that down the road. Let's see if you actually do that. Now, the American taxpayers are footing the bill. The people that you're shipping across the country, they're being fed, right?
Congressman,
they're having their health care needs met. They're being housed somewhere. Their children are attending school, I assume. Who's paying for all that?
Congressman, you are mistaken in asserting in your question
that we're not feeding them, we're not housing them, we're not providing health care?
May I?
And it doesn't have to be paid for. I ask you, who's paying for this stuff?
Individuals in immigration proceedings are not entitled to the same benefits that United States citizens are.
I didn't say that. So, but they're not being fed? We're not feeding them?
Congressman, not to my knowledge do they receive public benefits.
So they're not being fed.
For food.
Okay. Let me ask you this. How many bus loads have you sent to my state, Ohio? Do you know that?
Congressman, as I stated previously, I will provide you with the data
thank you.
You are
okay.
requesting.
So how many and how many bus loads? Okay. Let me ask you this. If you don't have the numbers here today, who has these numbers?
Congressman, we in the Department of Homeland Security have a wealth of data, and I would be pleased to provide you with whatever data you request.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
One of the hallmarks of our department is our openness and transparency, and in fact, it's one of the priorities that I have established for this department for fiscal year 2022.
You've been extremely open, and we certainly appreciate that. Mr. Secretary, where does the buck really stop here? Who do we hold accountable for the chaos on our southern border? Is it you, the Secretary of Homeland Security? Is it the Vice President? Because President Biden, we know, supposedly put her in charge of the border. Or is it the big guy himself? Is it President Biden? Where does the buck really stop?
Congressman, I'm incredibly proud to work alongside the dedicated men and women of U.S. Customs and Border Protection, Immigration and Customs Enforcement, and the entire Department of Homeland Security, who tirelessly dedicate themselves to the service of our country.
Thank you. We're proud of the folks that work there, too. We wish you would support them, though. We really wish you support. They want to do their jobs. They want to secure the border. They want to uphold the law, and you took an oath to uphold the law. And right now, when you got 3 million people coming over here in a short period of time,
Time of the gentleman has expired.
Yield back.
For the purpose of a UC request, Ms. Lofgren.
Yes, I'd ask unanimous consent that a New York Times article, GOP memo shows roadmap for attacking Democrats on immigration be made part of the record.
Without objection, Ms. Jackson-Lee.
I thank the chairman very much, and I thank you for your presence here today. And as well, let me try to remind my friends on the other side of the aisle of the historical record of this country. Mr. Secretary, I hope it is not a personal question, but you've had a history outside of this country in terms of your family coming from somewhere else. Is that not correct, sir?
Congresswoman, I myself am an immigrant. My family came to this country as political refugees fleeing the communist takeover of Cuba.
Let me applaud you for your service to the nation. I think, as I said in previous comments, the Statue of Liberty still stands in the New York Harbor. I assume you have seen it on 1 or 2 occasions.
I most certainly have, and I should say that what this country gave to my family is what led me to public service. First as an assistant United States attorney, then the United States attorney, then the director of U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services, then the Deputy Secretary of Homeland Security, and now the Secretary of Homeland Security.
I'm glad that I allowed you to provide that into the record. Because the antics of my friends on the other side of the aisle are so without reason, it is difficult to even follow in questioning. To even suggest that the past administration had an immigration policy is absurd. Because I stood in the place that you stood watching the reunification of separated children. There was a glaze of disbelief in the child's eye as to who this person was. Was it their mother? Why had she abandoned them? It was the most criminal aspect of that policy, and I don't know how anyone could cite that as reasoned and reasonable. But let me move to what we are here for. And the general sentence, my time is short, that I want you to enunciate, is that in fact the administration does have a policy. If the scientifically based section, Article 42, is scientifically removed as it relates to the pandemic by CDC, you can just say yes or no. You have a plan.
It is a public health authority that the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention.
But you have a plan if it is removed.
Oh, most certainly.
That's the question I have.
Most certainly.
So it is yes.
Yes.
So let me go to specifically to Pillar 5, which I think is the crux of what we are speaking about. And that is we are targeting and disrupting the transnational criminal organizations, TCOs, and smugglers to take advantage of and profit from vulnerable migrants who seek to traffic drugs into our country. Can you, because I have one or two other questions, briefly talk about the scourge of human smugglers? Even though people may be coming for economic reasons, fleeing prosecution, and that is something that the federal government can put all fours on. Do you intend to deeply go to disrupt this criminal organizations, if you will, that prey on the very people that are at the border?
Congresswoman, our intensified efforts to tackle the human smuggling organizations are historic.
Give us some elements of that quickly, please.
Historic. We have a number of different operations, both within the Department of Homeland Security and across the federal enterprise, using the Department of Treasury to seize bank accounts, Operation Sentinel that Homeland Security Investigations runs to tackle and dismantle their infrastructure, working with our intelligence community partners, working with the Department of Justice in Operation Alpha. We have so many different multifaceted efforts underway. It's really unprecedented, the level of intensity that we are bringing to tackling the transnational criminal organizations and the human smugglers.
In the course of that work, let me also say that there are organizations like CBP, Border Patrol, ICE. I want to make sure that your administration also, as they do their work, and I applaud them for their work, and I do want to as well acknowledge the individual National Guard Specialist, Bishop E. Evans. I want to express my deepest sympathy to his family and my respect for his service. We honor him. But I want to make sure as we go forward, you infuse into all of that the idea of equity and justice in terms of those migrants and others who are treated under these particular agencies, sub-agencies. Is that correct?
Yes, it is, Congresswoman.
So let me quickly go to an issue that continues to be spoken about by Director Wray, is that the largest threat to the United States is domestic terrorism and the increase in white supremacy. And I don't think it has changed from a couple of months ago to today. Give me the deep dive that you've done on thwarting domestic terrorism, particularly the rise in violence against minority institutions and faith institutions, and how we are protecting Americans through that effort, please.
So our efforts are so expansive, I won't be able to cover them all, and I would be pleased to provide further information to you, Madam Congresswoman, subsequent to this hearing. Let me give you two important examples. We created a domestic terrorism branch within our Office of Intelligence and Analysis, and it has been disseminating an unprecedented level of information and intelligence throughout the nation to our state, local, tribal, and territorial partners so that they are equipped with our latest intelligence and data so that they can counter the threat. We created the Centers for Prevention Programs and Partnership, we term it CP3, to equip and resource local communities with information and funds so that they can tackle the radicalization to violence. It's the connectivity to violence that we are focused upon so that they can ably do it. Our frontline personnel, our brave personnel in uniform throughout this country are the first line of defense.
Gentlelady's time has expired.
Thank the gentleman. Thank the Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Gomert.
Thank you. Secretary Mayorkas, in a meeting some of us had with you April 5th, you agreed to find out who gave the order to prevent members of Congress like me from going undeterred to the border to see for ourselves what has happened. Did you find out where that came from? Because the regional director said it came from Washington.
Congressman, I have inquired, and I'm not aware of any such order. I was not able to identify any such order, and in fact, of course, quite a number of CODELs have occurred since you and I met in April.
Right, but those normally, they are escorted where they're allowed to see instead of like those of us that have oversight of Border Patrol. We like to go down and just see for ourselves, no dog and pony tour, but see for ourselves what's happening. And you agree that is appropriate, correct?
Yes, Congressman, there are certain parameters, quite frankly, for the safety and well-being of those who wish to tour the border. So
for a member of Congress that wants to go down, as I've done for the last 17 and a half years, we have to understand we assume the risk when we get there. So I'll make sure I have a recording of you indicating that it's okay for whomever has been given that kind of order. Now, we heard the chairman say the prior administration dismantled the immigration system. He said the prior administration did all they could to destroy the immigration system. He said they implemented a Muslim ban. And so we can set the record straight. And I know it's not intentional misleading, but even the courts have made clear there was no Muslim ban. Muslims were allowed in. There were specific countries that had extraordinary numbers of terrorists. Those were the countries where there was a ban. There was no Muslim ban. So when I do want to know, though, you say immigrants are placed in immigration proceedings, but you didn't say where they go during those proceedings. They remain in the United States. When you say somebody's placed in immigration proceedings, and then you further clarified that some are detained, if they're not detained, the vast majority go released around the country, correct?
No. Quite a significant number are placed on alternatives to detention. We use the acronym ATD. There are different levels of alternatives to detention depending on the risk profile.
But you ship many of those people that are not detained in these other categories around the country, correct?
Yes, on alternatives to detention.
And that's one of the things you're looking to increase the money for, is to pay NGOs and to have your own folks who can help get those people shipped around the country, correct?
Congressman, if I can explain.
You have asked for an increase in that amount of money, correct?
Yes, we have.
And so I'm wanting to know, though, who makes the decision where these different bus loads, plane loads, train loads, who makes the decision where they are going to go in the country?
So, Congressman, there are different tiers of disposition depending on the risk profile.
I'm wanting to know who makes those determinations. I just want to know who makes the determinations. I don't have time for filibustering.
No, Congressman, I'm trying to answer your question.
Yeah, who makes that determination in those categories?
Your Honor, that's my days as a prosecutor. Congressman, Immigration and Customs Enforcement makes a determination subject to an immigration court judge as to who is placed in
Who makes that decision in ICE?
The ICE personnel with expertise make a decision with respect to who should be detained.
Wow, it sounds like a star chamber. We don't get to know who is making the decision to send people to these neighborhoods. Well, I only got 27 seconds. Let me just say, as you know, Article 4, Section 4, says the federal government is going to keep the states free from invasion. That hadn't happened. You know, there was Pancho Villa's guys in 1916. They came in and killed 19 people in New Mexico. That was considered an invasion. We're losing 100,000 a year What will be your response
the time of the gentleman has expired.
when Texas
the time of the
repels
gentleman,
the invasion?
The time of the gentleman has expired, Mr.
Sir, you allowed 2 minutes beyond your time limit to let the witness answer the question.
Let me explain exactly what I'm doing so everybody knows.
Okay.
Okay. If someone has asked a question before the clock expires, I let the witness answer it.
The majority of the question was asked.
If the witness is in the process of answering a question, I let him finish. You've heard me say the time of the gentleman or gentlelady has expired, the witness may answer the question.
Correct.
You weren't asking a question.
Yes, I was.
You were stating a fact. There was no question. What is the question in front of? So that's why I cut it off at that point. Mr. Cohen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Yes. The gentleman will state his point of order.
The gentlelady from California, her question ended at 21 seconds in the red, and then he was allowed to answer. The witness was allowed to answer. Mr. Gohmert is correct. You allowed someone to ask a question into the red. 21 seconds by the gentlelady in California.
The gentlelady was in the course of asking a question. I permit that, as I permitted on both sides of the aisle. The gentleman, Mr. Cohen.
Except here.
Mr. Cohen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, thank you for coming before us. I appreciate it. We've had other cabinet secretaries in the previous administration who refused to come before us. So I appreciate your being here. I'm very concerned with the situation in the Ukraine and with the refugees. And you may have answered this question. I'm doing 3 committees at once, so I've been in the back sometime. But what is being done to accommodate the Ukrainian refugees who might want to come to the United States? And I've seen stories on TV where they've gotten to the border in Mexico and they've maybe eventually gotten in, but they spent a long time there. So,
Congressman, there are 3 avenues to bring humanitarian relief to the Ukrainians under the direction of our president. One is, of course, the traditional refugee system, the refugee program, and we immediately deployed refugee affairs officers to the region to administer a request for refugee relief. In addition, the State Department, the State Department issued new guidance with respect to the application for visas for temporary stays here in the United States in accordance with our legal immigration system. And third, we were very proud, under the President's direction, to launch this past Monday, Uniting for Ukraine, which is a program to provide humanitarian parole to Ukrainians seeking temporary relief here in the United States who have sponsors here.
I don't know if you had anything to do with this, but there were about 8 children and their parents who were brought to St. Jude Children's Research Hospital in Memphis for treatment. And if you did have something to do with it, thank you. And if you didn't, thanks to whoever did it.
Well, thank you very much for recognizing the extraordinary work of the people in the Department of Homeland Security who made that possible in collaboration with our great colleagues in the Department of State.
Thank you, sir. I visited with First Lady Biden when she came to Memphis, and she visited with the families. We didn't, but we were there. And St. Jude is very special to us, and it's free and serves those children, and thank you for getting them there. Afghan interpreters. I've got quite a few people in my district who went to Afghanistan. They had interpreters. They praised their work. Some of them have not gotten back over to this country, and they have sent me messages suggesting that there are many Afghans and interpreters in particular who are still in the queue to get here. Is there a big backlog, and what are we doing to get our friends who helped us there back to?
So, Congressman, as you well recognize, the heroic work of Operation Allies Welcome, which brought more than 73,000 Afghan nationals here to the United States in a matter of weeks. There remain individuals in Afghanistan who are seeking humanitarian relief, and there are those outside of Afghanistan doing the very same. And U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services, with the Department of State, is working through those applications as swiftly as it can. And we ask you to understand that we are doing so with the greatest urgency in light of the urgent need for relief, but we are addressing an agency that was so incredibly under-resourced We're building up those resources to be able to provide emergent relief, as you so correctly identify the need.
I believe one of my colleagues might have asked you about children being separated and maybe the lawsuit or what's going on with the previous administration separated children from their parents at the border. What's going on with children and parents who come together, and are there many children coming on their own today?
We are, through the Family Reunification Task Force that the President directed, reuniting separated children with their parents. We are enabling them to reunite here in the United States. And what we do is we grant them humanitarian parole so that they have some level of stability for a 3-year period. And of course, that is renewable depending on the facts of the particular case. We have already reunited more than 200 separated families. We have 400 more in process, and our work will not be done until we reunite them all.
Thank you, sir. I looked at your biography in a little bit, and I saw you have Sephardic as well as Ashkenazi roots, as do I, and my Sephardic roots came from Turkey. So we both probably had our families get benefits from HIAS, and HIAS is a great group that helps immigrants. Because of that and knowing that history, I feel an obligation, and I suspect you do as well, to help others who need to immigrate and leave oppressive regimes or dangers. So thank you for what you're doing, and I know you coming from Cuba, it was important that you were allowed in the United States.
Thank you.
The time of the gentleman has expired. Mr. Issa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, I want to join with others in thanking you for the expedited work being done at the U.S.-Mexico border near San Diego, where 700 to 1,200 Ukrainians a day are being processed, and the coordination that your staff has done. There's no question at all. They've risen to the task, and I appreciate that.
Thank you, Congressman.
And I also want to thank you for the service that I know you've given as a U.S. Attorney in California. I am disappointed, and we're going to go over it at no surprise today, in your current performance. Your opening statement, you said, we inherited a broken system. I just want, if possible, a yes or no. When you said you inherited a broken system, was the system you say that was broken, did it represent less people coming over the border legally, illegally, and being admitted than today? Yes or no?
Yes. Yes.
So there were a lot less coming over.
The number of encounters has increased.
Okay, so the system that you're called broken was working relative to the Border Patrol not being swamped.
I wouldn't say that at all. And if I may, Congressman, when I refer to a broken system, a broken immigration system, I'm speaking of a broken system before the prior administration.
Okay. I'd be the first to say that since the 1990s, the system for legal immigration has needed reform, and it's overdue. But
that is correct, which is why
but there were no laws changed in 2004, 5, 6, 7, the many years leading up to the Biden administration, and yet we clearly have a huge influx of people, and your Border Patrol, to be specific, they said 18 months ago, we were on the border. Today, we are on our back. That is from the Border Patrol. And I think it's extremely important. You said that the border is secure previously. I'm hoping you someday recant that. When you look at behind me, that was taken 4 or 5 days ago on a Codell. And that is the current border with the opening that your administration continues to leave in a fence where you've sold off the fence. Now, is that a secure border by any stretch of the imagination?
So, Congressman, if I can go back to an initial point that you made with respect to the broken immigration system, fundamentally, what we need is legislation to fix it.
Mr. Secretary,
which is why I added.
Mr. Secretary, I have very limited time, and I want to hear your
which
answers.
is why I added the word dismantled, which is what the prior administration did. But with respect to the security of the border,
Mr. Secretary, I appreciate that you want us to legislate, as I do. But your job is to enforce the law as it is. Your Border Patrol's job is to deter and deny people's entrance unless they have a bona fide ability, and you're not doing that. So let me just go through a couple of quick questions. Your own Border Patrol, Chief, would you? Chief Ortiz had said, they've got me a muzzle on me. That is a quote I got from multiple Border Patrol agents of what he's saying. That muzzle appears to be telling us on Codell's just how bad it is. Having said that, we saw it for ourselves. Mr. Secretary, I'm going to cut right to the chase. Title 42 is something that is being talked about a lot right now. When is Title 42 going to end?
The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention.
No, just a date.
Yeah.
May 23rd?
The CDC said May 23rd.
When we were at the border a week ago, we saw that on your orders from Washington, but I have to presume they were yours, Title 42 has already ended. Your Border Patrol, your Customs people were ordered to, and they were bringing in every day as many as they could get from down in Mexico, Title 42 people that had been refused, and bringing them back in. When I asked the agent in charge, she told me that they were trying to clear the backlog completely by May 23rd. They didn't know if they were going to be able to. That is a clandestine ending of Title 42. Why did you do it?
I am not familiar with that, and that is factually incorrect.
Well, that is a statement that multiple members here on the dais saw. The question is, will you come back and give us the details of who gave that order and when it began? We have been told and we have witnessed that going on at the U.S.-Mexico border. It is going on as we speak today. So would you agree to come back and give us the details of who gave that order and whether that order was lawful?
Time of the gentleman has expired. The witness may answer the question.
Okay, things getting somewhat heated between Secretary Mayorkas and a Republican congressman from California, Darrell Issa, on the House Judiciary Committee, as lawmakers earlier today on Capitol Hill grilled the secretary about the southern border crisis and what Homeland Security is going to do about it. That exchange there about Title 42, Representative Issa essentially saying that it has already been ended through some type of order or statement that was given at the Department of Homeland Security. The secretary did not know, said that was factually inaccurate. But we're going to move on to some of these other stories. We played about an hour of that for you. If you missed some of it live from earlier, that's what we do here at Live, Raw, and Unfiltered. But then we also get to replay some of the events of the day here. So we're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll get an update on the nation's temperatures. We'll also get an update about the NFL draft. Presumably a lot of you who are not watching Live Now from Fox are glued to the NFL draft. And then, of course, we're going to be getting into some of the key highlights today from the Johnny Depp Amber Heard defamation trial in Fairfax, Virginia. So a lot in store on this Thursday night. We'll be back in just a moment. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Thursday night, bottom of the 6 o'clock hour here, 9:30 on the East Coast, just to look at the nation's temperatures on average there for today. You can see where we are in Phoenix, Arizona, about 88 degrees. I'm headed next week to visit family and friends in Michigan. Looks to be a little cold there, about 46 in Detroit. So just wanted to put that up. Of course, like I said before the break, a lot of you probably are following all the latest updates from the NFL draft. Just want to give you the #1 pick that was announced there in Las Vegas. The Jacksonville Jaguars have selected Georgia defensive end Travon Walker with the #1 pick in the NFL draft. And hopefully we'll be speaking to one of our sports reporters who's out at a local sports bar in Phoenix as Phoenicians are watching the draft to see what's in store for the next NFL season. But like I said before the break, we do want to get to some of the key highlights in the Johnny Depp Amber Heard defamation trial today in court. Let's hear from some of these witnesses from earlier.
0025. I went to Oberlin College. I got a BA there, and with the majors in history and in English, and I studied viola da gamba performance at the Oberlin Conservatory. I then took 4 years. 4 years after I graduated, I went to Columbia Law School.
And what year did you receive your BA from Oberlin?
1991.
And what did you do in the 4 years between your graduation from Oberlin and going to law school?
I was a kindergarten teacher in the South Bronx at a homeless shelter for a few years. And then I did freelance editing work for an academic press named Routledge, and simultaneously was the writer, research assistant to feminist cultural critic Bell Hooks.
And remind me, sir, where you went to law school?
Columbia.
Did you receive your JD from Columbia?
I did.
In what year was that?
1998.
Having received a JD from Columbia, I take it you know what a statute of limitations is. Is that correct?
Correct.
After receiving your JD from Columbia, what did you do in terms of your professional life?
I worked at Fried Frank, Harris, Shriver, and Jacobson for about 4 years, 3.5, 4 years. I was in their tax department. And after that, I went to work at Patterson-Belknap. And I was also in the tax department there, but worked on primarily with their exempt organization clients. Patterson has a large exempt organization client practice.
Is it fair to say that you worked for Mr. Schwartz's firm, Patterson-Belknap, from about 2002 until about 2005?
That's exactly right.
Did there come a time you left Patterson-Belknap to work for the ACLU Foundation?
Correct.
At the time you left, was the ACLU a client of Patterson-Belknap?
Yes.
And it continues to be a client until the present day, correct?
Correct.
Was there any time between 2005 and today where Patterson-Belknap ceased to be a client of the ACLU?
No. You mean where the ACLU ceased to be a client of Patterson, right?
Yes, thank you for that correction.
Yeah, no, we've been a client the whole time. Not always with active matters, of course, but a client the whole time.
In what capacity did you start at the ACLU Foundation in 2005?
I was the ACLU's first in-house lawyer. My title was Senior Corporate Counsel.
What were your responsibilities generally when you began as Senior Corporate Counsel at the ACLU Foundation?
My role was to serve as the organization's in-house lawyer and to assess what the needs were for an in-house counsel department or practice at the ACLU.
And I take it you have continued to work as a lawyer at the ACLU on an uninterrupted basis from 2005 to the current day?
Correct. My title changed relatively soon after 2005. In either 2006 or early 2007, my title was changed to General Counsel.
Is that still your title today?
It's part of my title. I'm general counsel and I'm also chief operating officer.
To whom do you report?
I report to Anthony Romero, the executive director, chief executive officer.
So that's a direct report. There's no intermediary between the two of you, correct?
Yeah, direct report.
Sitting here today, do you know how much money Ms. Heard has actually donated to the ACLU, actually remitted to the ACLU?
Yes, I do.
How much is that?
So when you say remitted, do you mean direct payments from her personally, or do you mean something, payments on her behalf, or payments, from a donor-advised fund that she might have set up, or you?
We can break it down. Let's first from how much has Ms. Heard paid directly to the ACLU?
That would be $350,000 paid directly.
How much has been paid indirectly and credited to Ms. Heard?
There was $100,000, which was a check from Johnny Depp. There was a $500,000 payment from a donor-advised fund at Vanguard, and then there was a $350,000 payment that appears to be from a donor-advised fund at Fidelity, making it total $1.2 million.
And when you speak of credited toward Amber Heard, to what are you referring?
And I think I might have done the math wrong. Let me just do the math in my head. It's 700, 800 plus the 5. I think 1.3 is the amount. We received a check from for the $100,000 payment. We received a check from Johnny Depp's representatives, and it was said to be a payment in connection with on behalf of Amber Heard. She confirmed that. The $500,000 payment from Vanguard Charitable, she confirmed was a payment on her behalf, and the $350,000 payment as well.
When you say credited toward her, what does that mean?
Well, she had, when we initially had contact with Amber Heard in 2016, she indicated her desire to pay $3.5 million to the ACLU, and that was, and these were amounts that were in relation to that, her having expressed that that's what she wanted to pay to the ACLU.
So it's fair to say that she has not donated $3.5 million as of today to the ACLU, true?
True.
When you say that Mr. Depp, our client, donated $100,000 to be credited toward Amber Heard, did the ACLU in fact credit that $100,000 toward the $3.5 million Ms. Heard promised to donate to the ACLU?
We do credit it.
Did Ms. Heard direct you to credit it to her account, as it were?
We asked Ms. Heard if we should credit it, and she said that we should.
With what person or entity is Vanguard Charitable associated?
So Vanguard Charitable is a nonprofit that Vanguard, the financial institution, has set up that provides for a wide variety of donor-advised funds for individuals to use for their charitable giving. So there are thousands of Vanguard charitable donor-advised funds. If you were asking specifically about the one that we received the $500,000 contribution from, we believe that that is a donor advised fund that was set up by Elon Musk.
Who is Elon Musk?
He's a tech entrepreneur.
And isn't he also a donor to the ACLU Foundation in his own right?
Yes.
But it's your testimony that as to the $500,000 that came from Vanguard Charitable, that was associated with Elon Musk, correct?
We believe so, but it is not conclusive.
Did the ACLU have any communications with Elon Musk about the $500,000 contribution?
Yes.
And please describe those communications.
There is a document that we produced that Elon Musk emails Anthony Romero regarding the $500,000 contribution.
What did Ms. Heard tell Mr. Romero or the ACLU about her donation and how much she was going to contribute?
There were communications back and forth between the ACLU and Ms. Heard, including a thank you acknowledgement letter that was sent under Mr. Romero's name to Ms. Heard, thanking her for the $350,000 contribution, noting that it was part of her intention to make a $3.5 million contribution to the ACLU, and Mr. Romero attached to that communication a standard ACLU pledge form and so that was the communication. We were aware very early on that her intention to contribute the $3.5 million to us was half of her $7 million divorce proceedings. I don't recall which specific communication with us gave us that knowledge.
What, if any, understanding did the ACLU have prior to the publication of the op-ed about Ms. Heard's plans to dispose of the other half of the $7 million settlement, or the other $3.5 million?
Yes, we understood that the other $3.5 million, the other half, was going to a children's hospital in Los Angeles.
When did the first donation, the $350,000 from Ms. Heard, actually arrive at the ACLU?
It was very soon after the communication between Elon Musk and Anthony, and I believe that it was that communication was in August of 2016, and it was shortly thereafter.
Please describe your conversations with Ms. Weitz.
I asked Ms. Weitz whether it was her decision to ask Ms. Heard to be an ACLU ambassador, and she indicated that it was. I asked Ms. Weitz to describe what are the criteria for, sorry, a calendar thing popped up. What are the criteria for asking for becoming an ACLU ambassador? And what were the reasons why she thought that Ms. Heard would be an appropriate ACLU ambassador?
How did Ms. Weitz respond?
She said that ACLU ambassadors are people who are artists or influencers that are aligned with one or two ACLU policy issues. And the criteria for determining whether somebody can be an ambassador is that they have prior expertise in that policy area, that they can speak in detail about the area, that they are aligned with the ACLU's policy views of the area, and that they have significant following so that their communications to the public that we support reach a wide variety of people.
Of those criteria, which did Ms. Weitz identify as the most important, if any?
I don't think there's any that she did not identify any as the most important.
What, if anything, did Ms. Weitz tell you about Ms. Heard's expertise in women's rights?
Ms. Weitz said that she had arranged a meeting between Ms. Heard and representatives of our Women's Rights Project and our Reproductive Freedom Project. And Ms. Heard spoke with such clarity and expertise on issues of gender-based violence that she decided that she would be an appropriate person to ask to become an ACLU ambassador, and she did so.
What, if anything, did Ms. Weitz tell you about Ms. Heard's significant following?
Ms. Weitz said that she looked at Ms. Heard's social media.
Anything else?
No, not that she said to me.
All right, let's look to topic 6. What, if anything, did you do to prepare to testify about your role, the ACLU's role in the conception, preparation, drafting, or publication of the op-ed?
I reviewed the documents that we produced. I had 3 meetings with our lawyers. I spoke with Ms. Weitz and Mr. Romero.
Please describe your discussions with Ms. Weitz.
I asked Ms. Weitz whether she was involved and what her involvement was with respect to the conception, preparation, drafting, and our publication of the op-ed. And she indicated that because of her role as our Director of Artistic Engagement, she was involved in all aspects of the conception, preparation, drafting, and publication, and that the other members of the communications department who worked on this, even though they didn't necessarily report to her in terms of our hierarchy, they reported to her in terms of this specific task. She was the person who was the director of this project.
Did Ms. Weitz tell you that she participated in the drafting of the op-ed?
Yes.
Other than Ms. Weitz, were there any other lawyers at the ACLU involved in the drafting of the op-ed?
Ms. Weitz is not a lawyer. So were there lawyers involved in the drafting of the op-ed? I believe it was the drafting of the op-ed was all done within the communications department.
What is Ms. Weitz's academic background?
I don't know her academic background.
Was any ACLU lawyer, and I mean in-house lawyer, involved in the drafting of the op-ed?
I believe the answer is yes. I believe that there are documents that support back and forth between support for the op-ed, but I don't recall.
Sitting here today, do you know how many ACLU lawyers were involved in the drafting of the op-ed?
No, I don't.
Were there any ACLU lawyers involved in the reviewing of the op-ed before it was submitted to the Washington Post?
Yes, there were.
How many?
I think there were 4.
Were you one of the 4?
No, I was not one of the 4. And to be clear, what I was referring to were people in our legal department who are experts on women's rights issues. There was nobody from, neither I nor anybody on my in-house counsel team was involved in the drafting of the op-ed or the review of the op-ed.
Why not?
We were not involved. We were not brought into the loop. I don't know why.
Is it fair to say that the ACLU didn't think there were any potential legal implications to the ACLU involved in the publication of the op-ed?
I have not spoken with any of the lawyers in the legal department about whether they thought it would be necessary to involve any member of my in-house counsel team in the review of the op-ed.
Who were the 4 attorneys in-house at the ACLU who were involved in reviewing the op-ed before it was submitted to the Washington Post?
Okay, so I was referring to people in the legal department, not the in-house counsel's office, the legal department who do our work, our civil liberties litigation and advising on legal issues relating to civil liberties. And I believe that the op-ed, the 4, was reviewed by Lenora Lapidus, David Cole, I believe Louise Melling was involved, and there may have also been a fellow that was involved in reviewing it. These are all, there are a number of back and forth emails that we produced that will indicate specifically who those people were.
Okay, let's move to Exhibit 2, please.
Yes, sir, stand by.
Mr. Doherty, have you ever seen this document before?
Yes.
What is it?
These are conversations within the ACLU communications department about Ms. Heard donations to the ACLU and the possible engagement of that issue as a communications matter for the ACLU.
Mr. Doherty, if we could start in the email in the middle of the first page of Exhibit 2.
The middle of the first page. Okay, go ahead.
Yes. Who is Stacey Sullivan?
Stacey Sullivan was a senior person in our communications department.
Is she still at the ACLU?
No.
When did she leave?
I don't recall the date.
Who is Stephen Smith?
Stephen Smith, at the time, was our Associate Director for Strategic Communications. Now he is the Deputy Communications Director.
And I believe you testified earlier that Mr. Romero first came to learn about this through Elon Musk, is that right?
Correct.
Tell us exactly who ACLU Media is. You said it's
an email account that is monitored by members of the communication staff so that when media inquiries come in, rather than them going to a specific individual in the communications department who could be working on something else or on leave, it goes to a central email account that is then monitored and emails within it are directed to the appropriate people.
Who's Sandra?
I assume that is Sandra Park, who is a lawyer in our women's rights project.
Was Ms. Park involved in the op-ed in any way, either reviewing or approving?
I believe she was.
That coverage is good for the ACLU, correct? And the press coverage, among other things, enabled the ACLU to promote its work helping victims of domestic violence, correct?
Correct.
Specifically, how does the ACLU record donations?
We record donations in our donor database. It's referred in the trade as a CRM, a constituent record management system. And
all right, we've been listening in to testimony today from ACLU General Counsel Terrence Dougherty. He said that Heard never made good on her $3.5 million pledge to the organization, paying only $350,000. This wasn't the only thing that happened in court today. Stay with us after the break. We'll have a full recap. We'll see you back here in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. 7 o'clock here in Phoenix, Arizona, 10 o'clock out there on the East Coast. We are going to step back into coverage of the Johnny Depp Amber Heard defamation trial because this just continues on and the attention is not going away. To recap what happened today, I want to bring in legal analyst Randy Zellen. Randy, thanks for being with us on the show, per usual. This is something that I don't think I've ever seen this kind of engagement on social media, the clicks, the clips, the highlights, and it only continues to grow every single day. So, man, I think I want to take a different angle today. Instead of recapping all of the witnesses taking the stand, I'm curious what your thoughts are on how this is going to affect Amber Heard and Johnny Depp moving forward.
Well, where to begin? I think the fundamental reality is that if either or both of them thought that this trial would cleanse one of them, meaning the winner, if either one of them thought that this trial would put them back on top, would restore their credibility, would give them their reputation back, they were horribly wrong. Because I don't care who the jury finds for, and whether it's $1 or $100 million. What has come out in this trial, the evidence that has been splashed across the media for the world to see, as far as I'm concerned, has humiliated both of them, has destroyed what little credibility they hope to have again, whether the jury comes back with $1 or $1 billion. Their reputations, other than doing C, D, or W-rated movies that go right to wherever, no, their reputations are done.
Well, we are taking a look at Johnny Depp inside of the courtroom today. Some saying they saw him eating gummy bears, and many of them seeing him burst out into laughter over some of the testimony, not only today, but from yesterday as well. What are your thoughts in watching this? We knew that this was going to be theatrical with two actors, and we haven't even heard from Amber Heard yet, but Johnny Depp taking the stand himself. What have been your thoughts of the theater inside of the courtroom in Virginia?
From a human standpoint, having lived through a pandemic, living through a war, the uncertainty of the health of our country, both physically, emotionally, and financially, this trial is a welcome respite. And it allows us to look inside the lives of the rich and famous and say, wow, my life may not be so bad. From a lawyering standpoint, from being an officer of the court and depending upon the credibility and the vitality and the respect and the decorum for our system of justice, this is horrifying. I am mortified to see how, again, the rich and the famous and the entitled can use our system and use taxpayers' dollars to walk into a courtroom in an effort to beat the crap out of one another. I've said it before, I'll say it again. The money would have been much better spent on therapy, because a courtroom is not a substitute for therapy. And to watch witnesses vaping and testifying from a car and the laughing and watching Ms. Heard suddenly change her demeanor from one of, this isn't so bad, to ready to burst out in tears, apparently at the direction of her lawyers. To me, it is everything that is wrong with just allowing anyone to walk into a courtroom and use the courtroom for his or her own devices when there are people who really, really need and are denied access to our system of justice. The two of them ought to be ashamed of themselves for what they have allowed to happen in that courtroom.
Well, we're going to get into kind of courtroom strategy, and because you have fought cases like this before, what you would coach your clients to do in this scenario. But I want to kind of get your thoughts on how Johnny Depp's legal team is doing, because they're probably nearing the end of their side here. They've called forth several different experts and witnesses. And as we outlined in the beginning, social media is blowing up, and a lot of people saying that they're in favor of Johnny Depp. If you stand outside of the courthouse, it's mostly supporters of Johnny Depp on this front. So from a legal standpoint, how do you think they're doing?
Well, if I had to say who's winning, and I use that term relatively because I think they're both losing, and I think they're both losers, and I don't mean that like you're a loser. I just mean that if their hope was to come out of this cleansed, as I said earlier, or their credibility at least somewhat restored, see, I was defamed, I think they both lost. But if I had to pick a winner right now, I think certainly Ms. Heard is appearing to have been a manipulative, somewhat conniving person. I think to the extent that her accusations are holding up to the light of day, I don't think so. Whether it is admissible evidence of her being controlling and manipulative and perhaps the instigator, or perhaps overblowing what's going on here, or something which may not be admissible, which is the fact that she's claiming that she used a makeup cover-up for her injuries, and the company has gone public to say, that's really interesting, since we didn't have that line of cosmetics out for a year after all of this allegedly happened. That certainly isn't helpful as far as her credibility goes, to the extent that the jury sees the way she's being coached by her lawyers, where she changes her demeanor. I think in that respect, I think Johnny Depp is probably coming out to be perhaps more sympathetic than Ms. Heard is being portrayed. How she does on the stand, We don't know yet, but right now, I would say, yeah, to the extent that you want to call someone doing better than the other, it's probably Mr. Depp.
Well, this is very interesting because that is part of the preparation process in going into a trial is how you're going to react, facial expressions, what you're going to wear. You know, if you were the legal team, if you were representing Amber Heard, how would you kind of adjust that midway through this trial?
Well, the problem is, in a case like this, and let's take a step back. In a case like this, where both of them are saying, you have destroyed me, you have ruined my life, you have ruined my career. I was a successful actor before you came along, before you wrote this op-ed piece, before you sent your lawyers out to make sure I could never work in this town again. I don't think you need very much coaching beforehand to look upset, to look distraught. My God, that's your ex on the stand. Somebody you once pledged your eternal loyalty and love to. I don't really think anyone needs to whisper in your ear to say, hey, listen, you gotta look upset. So from that standpoint, the whole thing is a travesty. The theater lawyers, we are trained. We are the actors. We are the ones who are the directors and the producers. But that all gets done beforehand, not midway in the trial. If you're doing it midway, it's too late.
All right, well, with that being said, I want to get into just a couple of the specifics from the day. We were just listening into an ACLU representative. They say that they reached out to Amber Heard in 2019 about pledged annual installments that she said she was going to hand over, and they say that she was unable to do that due to financial hardships, which brings a different element, I feel like, into Amber Heard's case here, that maybe she was having some financial troubles, and then they ended up going on to say that Elon Musk went forward and made a $1 million donation here, bringing Elon Musk, who was allegedly dating Amber Heard at the time, into the storyline, which we just learned yesterday he will no longer be testifying in defense of Amber Heard here. But what does this do for Amber Heard's case?
The whole ACLU piece adds another layer, in my humble opinion, of the theater of the absurd. Because certainly the ACLU stood to benefit from someone as public as Amber Heard speaking out as a victim of domestic violence. Having said that, if in fact Mr. Depp may have made a contribution towards that, then it's almost as if as Mr. Depp has paid for his own demise. Then you have the ACLU. Was the ACLU an unknowing dupe towards this fiasco, this lie perpetrated by Amber Heard? Or was the ACLU a willing participant, since they stood to reap the benefits both financially from Ms. Heard and certainly as far as public relations is concerned? So what the hell is going on here?
Yeah, there's a lot to consume and a lot to watch every day, in which everyone is watching. We are waiting for Amber Heard because she will be testifying, and there's two sides to every story. What are your expectations going into her testimony, her side, her strategy?
I would guess that she will put on a theatrical performance, much like Johnny Depp did. I could have sworn that when Mr. Depp was testifying, he was auditioning, and I was waiting for someone to go, cut, that's a wrap, thank you, good job, we'll be in touch. I expect the same from Ms. Heard. This is the two of them. As I said, if they thought they were trying to come out of this alive and for the better, they are killing each other. They are killing their careers, their reputations. They are killing their families. I for the life of me, how someone did not sit down with them and say, what are you thinking? What are you doing? Do you really want to do this? If we've ever seen an example of an operation being a success, but the patient died, because maybe one of them will get something out of this jury, but it's not going to restore them. It's not going to put them back to the place that they were before the two of them met each other.
All right, legal analyst Randy Zellin joining us here on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate it, and we'll be waiting for the next testimony, and especially Amber Heard to take the stand.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back with all of the other top stories of the day. Don't go away. It's been a very busy week here. We heard from President Biden today talking about a series of different things, including pledging $33 billion in aid to Ukraine amid this waging war. More on that after the break.
Declined at a 1.4% pace in the first quarter, surprising economists who were predicting 1% growth. A second quarter of negative growth would constitute a recession. President Biden tried to tamp down fears.
No one is predicting a recession now. They're predicting, some are predicting there may be a recession in 2023.
The White House blamed the slowdown on a reduction in inventory growth, not inventory levels, and said because the economy is reopening, there have been more imports than exports. But Republicans are fearing conditions are ripe for a recession, warning government spending must be reined in or the trend won't be easily reversed, and slamming the president's plans to cancel student debt.
It will contribute to more inflation, which means economic growth will face even more headwinds, as we just saw this morning when we got the reports for the first quarter.
And the administration still hasn't overcome political headwinds to get its previous spending proposals through Congress.
Canceling student debt could make it hard for the Joe Manchins of Congress to sign on to bills that would pass elements of Build Back Better that you guys are still trying to get through, which he said he won't do because of inflation.
What we're talking about here is how to provide people with relief.
The president painting high gas prices as a chance to go green.
I look at this as a serious problem, but also an enormous opportunity,
While congressional Democrats stare down the midterms just months away.
Do you think that the public is blaming Democrats?
No, I don't think the public is blaming Democrats. I think they're blaming the oil companies. They will blame all of us if we don't do something about the fossil fuel industry.
More bad news for Democrats. A new Gallup poll shows nearly half of Americans think the rising prices in the U.S. is a crisis. 47% believe it's a problem but not a crisis. Only 3% believe it's not a problem at all. At the White House, Jackie Heinrich, Fox News.
And out to Capitol Hill here, as you just heard from House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, the Homeland Security Secretary facing tense hearing in the House Judiciary Committee today. Immigration, the main focus, as there also appears to be a growing divide in the Democratic Party over immigration policy, Title 42, and whether it should be extended. Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard in Washington with that.
Secretary of Homeland Security Alejandro Mayorkas says he has a plan to tackle the immigration problem at the southern border, but he also thinks Congress has dropped the ball.
We inherited a broken and dismantled system that is already under strain. Only Congress can fix this.
The House Judiciary Committee hearing at times turning into heated attacks.
Are you ashamed for what you've done to this country?
It is so profoundly offensive on so many different levels, in so many different regards. I won't ask you for an apology.
Multiple Republicans say they wanted Mayorkas removed from office.
All that the Republicans are doing now is basically acting and preparing not to solve problems if they take the majority, but to impeach Secretary Mayorkas. That's it.
Some Democrats have expressed concern over lifting Title 42, a COVID-era policy limiting immigration. It's set to expire on May 23rd, with a surge of migration expected once it lifts. For now, a Louisiana judge has granted Republicans a temporary restraining order to stop Title 42 from lifting.
The court has said we can't so far, and what the court says we're going to do.
Other Democrats say the policy is racist.
Title 42 is a policy failure, plain and simple.
The latest Quinnipiac poll found Americans are worried about immigration heading into this year's midterm elections, second only to inflation. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
We're going to go out to House Democrats here in just a moment. Want to warn you, though, of the big news of the day. President Biden pledging $33 billion of aid to Ukraine. Of course, he's been in close contact with President Zelenskyy. Zelenskyy releasing a recorded message reacting to this now aid coming from the United States, saying that he is grateful for it, but that the war continues on and they can't settle down here. This is just the beginning. We'll be playing out the address from President Biden and from President Zelenskyy, as well as a full recap at the top of the hour as to where we're at with the war. But we want to stay on Capitol Hill with some of those House Democrats speaking out alongside House Speaker Nancy Pelosi. I don't believe that we've heard from this press conference today, so here's a fresh view.
It is with great pleasure and an honor to welcome two of our former very important colleagues back to the House side. I'm going to start with Maria because she was, when she came, she helped us hold a majority in the Congress, and then she went over to the Senate side, and we take great pride and proprietary interest in her leadership there. And of course, Chuck.
Chuck.
But Chuck has been here on a number of occasions. Chuck, the distinguished majority leader, has been here on a number of occasions, and we have taken pride in his service in the House as well. So in that spirit of friendship and respect for our values and our service in the Congress, welcome. Welcome.
Thank you.
I'm pleased to be here with Chairman Pallone, the chair of the Energy and Commerce Committee. And again, both of us pleased to be with the two senators, the leader and senators, as the House and the Senate announce our plans to bring forward legislation to lower prices at the pump for the American people. The House and the Senate have been hard at work for weeks to address the burden. There's so many suggestions that people have, and we're starting down this path to address the rising gas prices. We call it the Putin price hike. And Putin has something to do with the war. Ukraine has something to do with supply and therefore cost. But there is an ongoing challenge to us that the American people understand very clearly, and that is that big oil has profiteered in this, has exploited the marketplace. This past year, what the report is, they've made over $200 billion in profits. You talked about that on the floor of the Senate yesterday. I'm sure you will hear today. But they are hoarding the windfall while keeping prices high for people at the pump. In this time of war, at any time, there's no excuse for big oil companies to profiteer, to price gouge, or exploit families. That is why Democrats are moving forward with forceful action that will stop and hold accountable oil and gas companies for profiteering and manipulating markets. This is a top priority for all of us. The House and Senate are putting together our bills, led by Mr. Pallone in the House and Chairwoman Cantwell in the Senate. We are confident that what we pass will be signed by the President, we think, and will be strong, tough, and effective. We are laser focused on lowering costs at the pump and across the board, not just at the pump. To that end, we're continuing our conversations to lower food prices. Yesterday, the Agriculture Committee held a hearing to hold meatpacking conglomerates accountable for unfair practices that hurt ranchers and push up prices. Here's the thing. There are many aspects to this, but the price of gas and the price of oil have an impact on the price of many other things, including the price of food. So lowering cost at the pump, lowering cost at the kitchen table, that's what Democrats are about. And again, we're going to be getting down this path with very serious legislation that is, for now, recognizing COVID and what that has done to supply the Ukraine, what that has done to supply, but recognizing there is an ongoing exploitation and manipulation that is unfair to America's working families. And so as we address the current challenge, we want it to have benefits on the ongoing. With that, I'm very pleased to welcome the distinguished Majority Leader of the United States Senate, Chuck Schumer.
Thank you, Speaker Pelosi, and it's always a pleasure to be back here at the House, since I'm so well remembered. Pleasure to be here, of course, with our great leader of the Commerce Committee, who's been has such brilliant insights into these issues of manipulation, Senator Cantwell, and my dear friend who I served in the House with and who's risen to great heights and done great things, Congressman Pallone. Now,
this is Take Your Children to Work Day, and we have a veteran photographer with us who's been here before, right? Yeah. Back again.
Well, thank you. Welcome. I heard my 3-year-old sing "Don't Fence Me In" on the video this morning, and he said, "I'm Gene Autry." You ever heard of him? No. Okay. All right. So, folks, Democrats are focused like a laser on developing and passing legislation to lower costs and improve Americans' daily lives. It is our top priority, and higher gas prices is the place where Americans feel it the most. We're pushing for legislation to lower the cost of putting food on the table, keep the cost of insulin affordable, help relieve supply chain crisis, increase competition through antitrust enforcement, all areas where Congress can take action to help the American people reduce prices. But passing legislation to fight higher gas prices at the pump is at the very top of our list. The American people didn't send us here to just point fingers of blame at each other. That seems to be what our colleagues on the other side of the aisle do. They don't have any constructive suggestions. They want us to get something done. So today we're outlining just some of the ways Democrats, House and Senate, coming together, can address the pain families are feeling at the pump. Americans know that Russia's unprovoked, vicious, nasty, bitter invasion of Ukraine has contributed to higher prices at the pump. They know that COVID-related supply issues have caused shortages at a time when demand has skyrocketed. These conditions have put consumers over a barrel and make them vulnerable to market manipulation and price gouging. Big oil companies are using both these issues, price gouging, market manipulation, to cash in. As I've mentioned before, and as Nancy has said, I've been talking about this on the floor, oil companies last year made record profits. on these tragedies, almost like vultures. We have the Ukraine tragedy, we have the COVID tragedy, and do they try to make things better? No, they come in and make record profits. And what are they doing with those profits? This is what outrages me. Stock buybacks that don't improve a thing, that don't do anything positive. It makes the CEOs feel very good because they've raised the stock price without doing anything to change how productive the company is, by their terms, by our terms, or by any other terms. That money that went into stock buybacks should be going to reduce prices. And if we had a free market economy, not an oligopoly, not a place where manipulation and gouging could be the norm, we'd find that. But that's why we need some real tough legislation. That's why we need some real oversight. The price is going up and up and up. And what are the big oil companies doing? They're not improving production to lower costs. They're not paying their employees more. They're not reducing prices to help our country. Instead, they're helping their CEOs and their biggest wealthy shareholders. It's outrageous. It's time for the FTC to roll up its sleeves and drill down on what's going on at the big oil companies. And very soon, the Senate will confirm Alvaro Bedoya and return the FTC to full strength. And we know from her testimony and her discussions with us that Chairman Khan wants to focus on this issue. We want to give her more tools in addition to the tools she has to do it. Congress must do more to beef up the FTC's ability to crack down on potential gas price manipulation and price gouging. Senate Commerce Committee Chair Cantwell and Energy and Commerce Chair Pallone are leading the charge to come up with legislation to fight against the bad actors who may be using COVID and Ukraine to jack up prices on consumers and pad their profits. And I plan to put that legislation for a vote on the floor of the Senate. Democrats are taking action to help Americans. Our Republican colleagues only lift a finger, point blame, try to seek political advantage, but get nothing done. But when the bills hit the floor, Republicans will face a dilemma. Which side are they on? Of the consumer and lowering gas prices, or on the side of big oil? We'll soon find out. Democrats are committed to working on this, and we're going to continue working with our House colleagues to bring legislation that can bring prices down across the board. Congressman Pallone.
Thank you, Leader Schumer, and our Speaker, Nancy Pelosi, and my colleague, Senator Cantwell, Chairwoman Cantwell. We're here today because big oil is ripping off the American people. And the Energy and Commerce Committee had a hearing just before Easter and Passover with some of the largest oil company executives in the world. And the takeaway was clear, and that is that big oil is choosing to keep production low so that their own profits stay high. And what's happening is American consumers are paying the price while these companies, as Senator Schumer said, just continue to make record profits. So during our hearing, we asked the oil companies to do the right thing and take action to offset the market pressures that have been created by Russia's invasion of the Ukraine. But it was clear that that wasn't going to happen. They're going to keep the prices high, artificially high. In fact, I wanted to mention, I don't know if you're supposed to mention, articles from other news publications, but there was an article in the New York Times just a couple days ago that made it absolutely clear that the oil companies simply will not increase production. The production has only increased about 1 or 2%, in the last few months, and it's way down from what it was before the COVID pandemic. And OPEC, of course, the cartel, is working with the oil companies, according to that article, worldwide to keep production low and prices high. So they're just profiteering, if you will, from this international turmoil, which is fueled really by dictators, right? In other words, we always say that we want to move away from fossil fuels if possible in the future because the fossil fuels are controlled by dictators, Putin and so many others around the world. But in the meantime, if we're really going to keep prices, if we're going to lower prices, we have to have more production. So without the oil companies taking action, Congress has to step in, and that's exactly what we're doing. We have legislation that we're working on between the House, between Senator Cantwell's committee and my committee. And, you know, not to get into the specifics, but basically it would give the FTC and the state AGs increased authority, including civil penalty authority, to go after oil companies and retailers that are gouging their customers, and it would cover both wholesale and retail sales. Now, of course, the oil companies said at our hearing, oh, this isn't our fault, this is the retailer's fault. But that's simply garbage, because the reality is they set the wholesale price, and that's what the retailers buy in order to sell gas at the pump. So the bottom line is what we're saying today is that we're tired of the corporate greed. We're going to step in. We're going to do what's right for the American consumers, and we're going to work together in the House and the Senate to accomplish this. And I have to go to a hearing appropriately with Senator Granholm of our Energy Subcommittee to talk about some of this. But I really appreciate the fact that our Democratic leadership is taking the initiative on this and working with our two committees. And now I'll bring up Senator Cantwell.
Thank you.
Thanks, Frank.
Well, thank you, Speaker Pelosi. It's great to be over here in the House, and thank you for your tremendous leadership. We're always admiring of it. It's great to be here with Leader Schumer, who has really had a keen focus on these price issues for some time now, and always appreciate his leadership, and Chairman Pallone, who we've been working with on so many issues, our R&D competitiveness, privacy, and now this issue. Elevated pump prices are driving inflation. They're wreaking havoc on American households and their budgets, and they're threatening our post-pandemic recovery and our global competitiveness. In the state of Washington, many of my constituents are paying $4.50 a gallon, and that means that average Washington drivers will be forced to shell out $750 more to fill up this year than they did in 2021. It's even worse for West Coast truckers, who are facing diesel costs as high as $6.60 a gallon, and that is driving up the price of every good that is delivered because of those transportation costs. According to a witness that testified before the Senate Commerce Committee, unwarranted pump prices are costing Californians $500 million, $500 million a month more than the previous month because of the high costs. So, in order to make sure that we are focusing on these consumers, we want to do everything we can to make sure that we're protecting them. Right now, we see that consumers are spending that they're cutting back on products and services by 1/3 because of those high costs. But as my colleagues have already said, the soaring oil profits that the oil company has seen is likely to top over $125 billion in profits this year. And so far, they have given $40 billion in stock buybacks to boost shareholders. So not only did oil companies already receive $35 billion in tax breaks for incentives to drill, the Trump tax plan and the Republican 2017 tax bill created a new tax giveaway of $85 billion to oil companies. And what are they spending the money on? As you can see from my colleagues, they talked about the shareholders' issues. They're also spending millions of dollars on lobbyists to block any progress on clean energy or climate policy. This is why we are drafting legislation that will protect consumers and make transportation fuel markets more fair and transparent. Legislation can shine a bright light on the gaping hole in the fuel market that is after the oil is refined, which is driving up prices. We know that energy markets can be manipulated. We saw that after Enron with electricity and natural gas. Congress acted and gave new authority to regulate, to basically oversee those markets. Since that authority went in place in 2007, the overseers, the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, has seen over $1 billion in fines and penalties against people who have manipulated those markets. We know after the derivative market brought down our whole economy, Congress also gave parallel authority to the Commodities Future Trading Commission to make sure that those future energy markets were also properly policed. Today, they've collected over $4.5 billion in fines. So it's safe to say that shining a bright light on dark energy markets is a very high priority now. We need to make sure that there is a policeman on the beat. And that is why we are working on legislation with our colleagues here in the House to make sure that the FTC has every tool in its capacity to shine that bright light into these dark energy markets. They have some authority now, but they need more tools. They need the tools.
All right, we've been listening in to this press conference with House Speaker Nancy Pelosi alongside Senator Schumer and other Democratic lawmakers talking about how they can decrease gas prices for the American people, as well as what they're going to do next when it comes to the southern border. Also, our top stories you can see on the side there, Moderna asking the FDA to authorize its vaccine for children under the age of 6. This has been long awaited here. And then also new GDP numbers falling 1.4% in the first quarter. The economy is struggling amid high inflation and rising interest rates. And then, last but not least, President Biden seeking an additional $33 billion in aid for Ukraine as the war rages on in Ukraine there. We're going to actually go out to some of those remarks from President Biden after this commercial break.
I just signed a request to Congress for critical security, economic, and humanitarian assistance to help Ukraine continue to counter Putin's aggression, and at a very pivotal moment. We need this bill to support Ukraine in this fight for freedom, and our NATO allies, our EU partners, they're going to pay their fair share of the cost as well, but we have to do this. We have to do our part as well, leading the alliance. The cost of this fight it's not cheap, but caving to aggression is going to be more costly if we allow it to happen. We either back Ukrainian people as they defend their country, or we stand by as the Russians continue their atrocities and aggression in Ukraine. Every day the Ukrainians pay for the price, and the price they pay is with their lives for this fight. So we need to contribute arms, funding, ammunition, and the economic support to make their courage and sacrifice have purpose so they can continue this fight and do what they're doing. It's critical this funding gets approved and approved as quickly as possible. You know, long before Russia launched its brutal invasion, I made clear how the United States would respond, predicted they would invade, and they surely did. We said we'd not send U.S. troops to fight Russian troops in Ukraine, but we would provide robust military assistance and try to unify the Western world against Russia's aggression. I said I would impose powerful sanctions on Russia and that we'd destroy this myth that somehow they could continue to move without the rest of the world acting, that we deploy additional forces to defend NATO territories, particularly in the east along the Russian and Belarus borders. That's exactly what we said we would do, and we did. But despite the disturbing rhetoric coming out of the Kremlin, the facts are plain for everybody to see. We're not attacking Russia. We're helping Ukraine defend itself against Russian aggression. And just as Putin chose to launch this brutal invasion, he could make the choice to end this brutal invasion. Russia is the aggressor. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. Russia is the aggressor, and the world must and will hold Russia accountable. Russia's continued assault is yielding immense human cost. We've seen them leave behind horrifying evidence of their atrocities and war crimes in the areas they try to control. And as long as the assaults and atrocities continue, we're going to continue to supply military assistance. And I might note parenthetically, you know, there's a dinner this weekend, Celebrate the Press. Think of what the American press has done. The courage it's taken to stay in these war zones. The courage it's taken to report every single day. I've always had respect for the press, but I can't tell you how much respect I have watching them in these zones where they're under fire, risking their own lives to make sure the world hears the truth. Imagine if we weren't getting that information. It'd be a different world. It'd be a different circumstance. In the past 2 months, Russia launched its brutal attack and has moved weapons and equipment to Ukraine. We've moved weapons and equipment to Ukraine in record speed. Thanks to the aid we provided, Russian forces have been forced to retreat from Kyiv. Doesn't mean they're not going to try to come back, but they've retreated thus far. We've sent thousands of anti-armor, anti-missiles, helicopters, drones, grenade launchers, machine guns, rifles, radar systems. More than 50 million rounds of ammunition. The United States alone has provided 10 anti-armor systems for every Russian tank that is in Ukraine, 10 to 1. We're providing Ukraine significant, timely intelligence to help them defend themselves against the Russian onslaught. And we're facilitating a significant flow of weapons and systems to Ukraine from our allies and partners around the world, including tanks, artillery, and other weapons. That support is moving with unprecedented speed. Much of the new equipment we've announced in the past 2 weeks has already gotten to Ukraine, where it can be put to direct use on the battlefield. However, we've almost exhausted what we call, the fancy phrase, the drawdown authority that Congress authorized for Ukraine in a bipartisan spending bill last month. Basically, we're out of money. And so that's why today, in order to sustain Ukraine as it continues to fight, I'm sending Congress a supplemental budget request. It's going to keep weapons and ammunition flowing without interruption to the brave Ukrainian fighters and continue delivering economic and humanitarian assistance to the Ukrainian people. This so-called supplemental funding addresses the needs of the Ukrainian military during the critical weeks and months ahead. And it begins the transition to longer-term security assistance that's going to help Ukraine deter and continue to defend against Russian aggression. This assistance would provide even more artillery, armored vehicles, anti-armored systems, anti-air capabilities that have been used so effectively thus far in the battlefield by the Ukrainian warriors. You know, and it's going to deliver much-needed humanitarian assistance as well as food, water, medicine, shelter, and other aid to Ukrainians displaced by Russia's war, and provide aid for those seeking refuge in other countries from Ukraine. It's also going to help schools and hospitals open. It's going to allow pensions and social support to be paid to the Ukrainian people so they have something in their pocket. It's also going to provide critical resources to address food shortages around the globe. Ukraine was one of the world's largest agricultural producers. It typically grows 10% of all the wheat that's shipped around the world. Putin has asserted sanctions are blocking food from Ukraine and Russia getting on the market, the sanctions we've imposed on Russia. Simply not true. Putin's war, not sanctions, are impacting the harvest of food and disrupting the movement of that food by land and sea to nations around the globe that need it. This funding is going to help ease rising food prices at home as well and abroad caused by Russia's war in Ukraine. It's going to help support American farmers produce more crops like wheat and oilseed, which is good for rural America, good for the American consumer, and good for the world. And this supplemental request will use the Defense Production Act to expand domestic production and the reserve of critical materials like nickel and lithium that have been disrupted by Putin's war in Ukraine and that are necessary to make everything from defense systems to automobiles. And I hope Congress will move on this funding quickly. I believe they will. I want to thank Congress, Democrats and Republicans, for their support of the people of Ukraine. And next week, I will be in Alabama to visit Lockheed Martin plant that manufactures the Javelin anti-tank missile we've been sending to Ukraine, and to thank the American workers, thank them for producing the weapons that help stop Russia's advances in Ukrainian cities like Kyiv. Their hard work has played a critical role in ensuring Putin's strategic failure in Ukraine, and they should know that we know it. In addition to this supplemental funding, I'm also sending to Congress a comprehensive package that will enhance our underlying effort to accommodate the Russian oligarchs and make sure we take their ill-begotten gains. We're going to accommodate them. We're going to seize their yachts, their luxury homes, and other ill-begotten gains of Putin's kleptocracy and the guys who are the kleptocracies. But these are bad guys. This legislative package strengthens our law enforcement capabilities to seize property linked to Russia's kleptocracy. It's going to create new expedited procedures for forfeiture and seizure of these properties. And it's going to ensure that when the oligarchs' assets are sold off, funds can be used directly to remedy the harm Russia caused in their help build Ukraine. Additionally, yesterday, Russia threatened two of our allies with a cutoff of energy supplies. While America has ended all Russian fossil fuel imports because we're able to use our vast supply of power in our country, some European countries have faced more challenges in reducing their reliance on Russian fuel. Russia has long claimed to be, quote, the reliable source of energy for the world. No matter what the differences are, their customers are always going to be in good shape. But these actions prove that energy is not just a commodity that Russia sells to help meet other countries' needs, but a weapon we use to deploy against those who stand against their aggression. So let me be clear. We will not let Russia intimidate or blackmail their way out of these sanctions. We will not allow them to use their oil and gas to avoid consequences for their aggression. We're working with other nations like Korea, Japan, Qatar, and others to support our effort to help European allies threatened by Russia with gas, blackmail, and their energy needs in other ways. Aggression will not win. Threats will not win. This is just another reminder of the imperative for Europe and the world to move more and more of our power needs to clean energy. In the United States, we're doing that right now. Last year, we developed more solar, wind, and battery storage than any year in our history, enough to power 56 million American homes. Earlier this month, we acted to bolster the reliance on our nuclear energy facilities, which generates more than half of our carbon-free power. And we're just getting started. I look at this as a serious problem, but also an enormous opportunity, Bottom line, all these actions we've been taking are about the truth, this truth. Investing in Ukraine's freedom and security is a small price to pay to punish Russian aggression to lessen the risk for future conflicts. You know, throughout our history, we've learned that when dictators do not pay the price for their aggression, they cause more chaos and engage in more aggression. They keep moving. And the cost, the threats to America and the world keep rising. We can't let this happen. Our unity at home, our unity with our allies and partners, and our unity with the Ukrainian people is sending an unmistakable message to Putin. You will never succeed in dominating Ukraine. Finally, we're going to continue to deliver critical support to Ukraine. We must also not let our guard down in our fight against COVID-19 at home and abroad. That's why I'm again urging Congress to act on my request for $22.5 billion in emergency resources so the American people can continue to protect themselves from COVID-19. The reason we were so successful in the past is because I was able to work with drug manufacturers to order significant quantities of material we needed ahead of time to get in the front of the line. Without additional funding, we can't pre-order the amount of vaccines we need, and we risk losing our spot in line for vaccines that target multiple variants. We're running out of supply for therapeutics, like antiviral pills that we desperately need. Without additional funding, we're unable to purchase a life-saving treatment for the American people. We've donated more vaccines and treatments to the world than all other nations of the world combined. If the U.S. won't do it, no one else is really going to step up and do it. Without additional funding, the United States won't be able to help stop the spread around the world and close off ongoing sources of the supply chain disruptions. Look, let's get both of these critical tasks done. No delays, no excuses, just action, now, now. Thank you all. Thank you.
Mr. President, what's your message to refugees on the...
Go ahead. No, you go.
Okay.
Watch your head, man. You're going to get hurt. Just turn that camera on.
He's a gentleman. Mr. President, I wanted to ask what your message is to Ukrainian refugees on the southwest border and those that are trying to flee Ukraine from the violence.
We have made a direct means by which they can get from Europe, from Ukraine, directly to the United States without going to the southern border. In the meantime, in the southern border, we're trying to work through and make sure that it's an orderly process they're able to get in. But just so you know, we have said there's no need to go to the southern border. Fly directly to the United States. We set up a mechanism whereby they can come directly with the visa.
Mr. President, thank you. How worried are you by a growing number of Russian comments in the media and among some of their officials painting this conflict as actually already a conflict between NATO, the US, and Russia? And they're painting in very alarmist terms, talking of nuclear weapons, saying it's a life or death struggle, etc. And just separately, or connected to that, Lavrov himself said it's already a proxy war, not a direct war, but a proxy war. So are either of those two things true, and do they worry you, those statements?
They're not true. They do concern me because it shows the desperation that Russia is feeling about their abject failure in being able to do what they set out to do in the first instance. And so I think it's more of a reflection, not of the truth, but of their failure. And so instead of saying that the Ukrainians equipped with some capability to resist Russian forces are doing this, they've got to tell their people the United States and all of NATO is engaged in taking out Russian troops and tanks, etc. So it's number one, it's an excuse for their failure. But number two, it's also, if they really mean it, no one should be making idle comments about the use of nuclear weapons or the possibility of the need to use that. It's irresponsible.
Mr. President, on that, Mr. President, Russia... Mr. President, back on the border, Title 42, a number of your Democratic friends are pressuring the White House to maintain that policy. Can you give us a straight answer whether you're going to heed that request or you're going to get rid of it?
I can give you a straight answer. We had proposed to eliminate that policy by the end of May. The court has said we can't so far, and what the court says we're going to do. The court could come along and say we cannot do that, and that's it.
Mr. President, you say that this is not a proxy war, but Russia clearly disagrees. They say that war means war. So how concerned are you that they may start to act accordingly, even if you disagree?
We are prepared for whatever they do.
What options do you have to ensure Poland and Bulgaria have sufficient supplies of gas?
First of all, as you know, Poland has indicated they have significant reserves of gas that they have planned for, as does, not as much, but as does Bulgaria. And we have worked with our allies from Japan on to say that we may divert our sale of the natural gas that we're sending to those countries and divert it directly to Poland and Bulgaria. So that's as much as I can tell you right now.
Sir, how concerned are you about a recession, given the GDP report today showed a contraction of 1.4% in the fourth quarter?
Well, I'm not concerned about a recession. And, I mean, you're always concerned about a recession, but the GDP, fell to 1.4%. But here's the deal. We also had last quarter consumer spending and business investment and residential investment increased at significant rates, both for leisure as well as hard products, number one. Number two, unemployment is the lowest rate since 1970. A record 4.5 million businesses were created last year. We're in a situation where we have a very different view than Senator Scott of Republicans who want to raise taxes on the middle-class families and want to include half the small business owners in that. So I think what you're seeing is enormous growth in the country that was affected by everything from COVID and the COVID blockages that occurred along the way. Now, you always have to take a look, and no one is predicting a recession now. Some are predicting there may be a recession in 2023. I'm concerned about it, but I know one thing, that if our Republican friends are really interested in doing something about dealing with the economic growth, and they should help us continue to lower the deficit, which we've done last year with $350 billion. They should be willing to work with us to have a tax code that is actually one that works and everybody pays their fair share. And they should be in a position where you shouldn't be raising taxes on middle-class folks. You should be raising taxes on people who everyone acknowledges that the vast majority of Republicans aren't paying their fair share. I've said it 100 times. You have, 50 major corporations of the Fortune 500 companies made $40 billion last year, didn't pay a single penny. No one under our proposal, making their $400,000 a year, will see a penny in their taxes go up, not one penny.
Mr. President, about tying COVID aid to Ukraine aid, do you think COVID aid and Ukraine aid should be tied together in legislation?
Well, I don't care how they do it. I'm sending them both up. I mean, they can do it separately or together, but we need them both.
Mr. President, Majority Leader Schumer said yesterday that you're, quote, getting closer to using executive authority to cancel up to $50,000 in student loan debt. Can you confirm that? What exactly are you looking to plan to do here in the coming
You mean my spokesman said that?
Majority Leader Schumer.
Yeah. Look, number one, first thing we did was reform the system that was in place that didn't work for anybody, that allowed people to write off debt if they engaged in public service. We have almost 1,785,000, don't hold me the exact number, I'll get the number, 700 and some thousand have had debt forgiven, their whole debt forgiven because of their working in either as teachers or other means by which they qualify. And we continue to make that easier. Secondly, I am considering dealing with some debt reduction. I am not considering $50,000 debt reduction, but I'm in the process of taking a hard look at whether or not there will be additional debt forgiveness, and I'll have an answer on that in the next couple weeks.
How high are you looking
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Thanks.
Mr. President.
Okay, President Biden there taking a few questions from reporters in the room as he made this announcement with yet more aid to Ukraine. $33 billion worth. He's sending that to Congress to get approved. And this supplemental aid package, we'll see what happens with it in Congress, but that's the number President Biden wants. Right now, we're going to take a quick commercial break. You also heard him commenting about possible moves on canceling some student loan debt for American borrowers. What's that dollar amount going to look like? We had a conversation earlier with a Washington Post reporter. We know it's not going to be anywhere above $50,000. It could possibly be $10,000, but that conversation is being had at the White House. So interesting on that. That was a campaign promise for President Biden, then candidate Biden. Right now, we're going to take a break. Like I said, when we come back, we'll get all the latest updates about what's happening on the ground in the war in Ukraine. More on that after the break.
In the war in Ukraine from President Biden. He made an appeal to Congress urging lawmakers to approve another $33 billion in aid for Ukraine. President Biden also says he plans to seize and sell Russian assets to help cover the costs.
Now, that request to Congress is a big one, but it does make one thing clear. The United States intends to support Ukraine for the long haul of this war. Here to explain the plan now is Fox 13's political editor, Craig Patrick. But first, Craig, before you get to that, we're also hearing about some battles escalating in Ukraine today. What can you tell us?
Well, with those escalations, not just in Donbass, we have escalations in the form of attacks appearing to spread beyond the confines of Ukraine proper into Russian territory to the east and to Moldova to the west. And as attacks appear to spill across the borders, while at the same time Russia is escalating these nuclear threats, certainly they're becoming more frequent, the war, by all assessments, foreign intelligence services among our allies in the United States, it's all becoming increasingly difficult to predict and volatile as such. And so the president says at this point the U.S. has to step up now with much more support to be able to carry Ukraine through the long haul of this war, given the way that it's already escalating, because Russia is not bending to economic pressure from the EU, and it is certainly not bending to diplomatic pressure from the United Nations.
When the UN Secretary General traveled to Russia and tried to persuade Vladimir Putin to stop his invasion, he described the war as a complex situation that comes down to a matter of differing interpretations.
I know that we have today, facing the complex situation in Ukraine, different interpretations about what's happening in Ukraine.
And then after failing to get anywhere with the verbal gymnastics, he traveled to Ukraine and called the war an absurd kind of evil.
The war is an absurdity in the 21st century. The war is evil.
And with the UN failing to talk Putin out of his war and unable to take action to stop Russia, given Russia's veto power in the Security Council, Ukraine's odds largely depend on how much help it gets from the United States. And the Biden administration now has a problem in giving Ukraine what it needs.
Basically, we're out of money.
Congress already approved billions, but the Pentagon's already used it to send a fortune in weapons that have helped Ukraine fight off Russia for the past 64 days. Now the president's asking Congress for another $33 billion to help Ukraine keep up the fight and to deliver more food and relief.
It's going to keep weapons and ammunition flowing without interruption to the brave Ukrainian fighters and continue delivering economic and humanitarian assistance to the Ukrainian people.
By rough estimates, the Russian invaders have already caused more than $60 billion to Ukraine. And with the explosions in Moldova, assessments have determined the war has just spilled beyond the borders of Ukraine. They describe the explosions in an area controlled by pro-Russian separatists as a false flag operation to justify a new Russian offensive in Moldova.
And keep in mind the president's request for $33 billion also is calling for new financial powers that would give the administration, give the U.S. government power not just to freeze or seize Russian assets, those of oligarchs in particular, but also to liquidate them and then be able to use the proceeds, the money from selling a yacht or a home, for example, to then give to Ukraine in economic assistance or then use to purchase additional military or humanitarian relief for it. That's going to require changes in the law, too, if Congress moves in that direction. But there appears to be strong bipartisan support for doing exactly that. So it appears to be in the works.
Craig, what are the latest battle assessments showing us in terms of momentum and movement in the war?
Well, momentum basically stalled, but slight gains once again from Russia in the Donbass region. But when we say slight gains, it's not toward the population centers. There appear to be movements to try to link the Russian forces, the invaders, with the pro-Russian separatists to link and merge their forces. With that, that's going to be a long, slow grind. And with that, the latest assessments are showing this could be, you said long haul, conceivably months or even more than a year or years for this to play out. So with the volatile developments we're already seeing, attacks now spreading across the borders, and the possibility or likelihood we're in the long haul for this, that's why the president says we have to step up now with this $33 billion.
Yeah. All right, Craig Patrick with the latest on the war in Ukraine. Thank you, Craig.
And we thank Fox 13 in Tampa there. Of course, we will see what will Congress do. The Biden administration is asking for $33 billion more to assist the Ukrainian war effort. And of course, we'll be following all of that on Capitol Hill as well. But let's get into some of these other headlines Craig Patrick was just talking about. I'm going to put up this tweet right now from a member of the Ukrainian parliament, and we're going to bring in national security expert Hal Kempfer to discuss it. But of course, she says, today, 2 Russian cruise missiles hit apartment buildings in the center of Kyiv. At that time, President Zelenskyy was receiving the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres just a few kilometers away. Hal Kempfer, as always, good to see you. We're going to talk about that and so much more. But, you know, you and I have spoken so often about what these targeted strikes mean from Putin. Do you think this is one, and do you think it was symbolic, kind of signaling to the West to stop with the aid?
Andrew, I think it was very symbolic. It was, and really signaling to the West with the aid, but also a direct message to Secretary General Guterres. You know, when I looked today, that was basically that strike, the timing of everything else was simply aimed at him, in the same way that the strikes on the railroad stations when Secretaries Austin and Blinken were taking around that time, taking a train from Kyiv back to Poland. These are very selective strikes. They have a strong political message. Secretary Austin was asked about that, and he kind of avoided directly saying they were targeting us, but he didn't rule it out either. The problem they have is targeting. I'm sure that he would have hit closer to where President Zelenskyy and Secretary General Guterres was if they had the capability to do so. But I don't think they have the precision guided munitions. And one of the big problems they have is they don't have a lot of precision guided munitions left. What they have, they've largely used. The production line in Russia to produce these munitions is literally running out of parts. That's one of the effects of the sanctions. So they don't have a way to ramp this up. So whereas they're doing these punitive strikes, and they get a lot of attention right now, every missile they shoot is one less missile they have later on. And that'll be against targets that actually might make a difference for the Russians. These are just punitive showboat targets, if you will. I mean, they're deadly, they're horrible, but militarily speaking, they're really not achieving anything for the Russians other than a propaganda value.
Yeah, of course, Russian President Vladimir Putin responding to this announcement by Biden today about more aid. $33 billion is the largest and a hefty price tag since the war began. Putin says that there would be, quote, lightning fast retaliation against any countries that interfere in Ukraine. Hal, he has made these threats since the very beginning. When Western supplies, Western aid has been pumped through into Ukraine. From your kind of background and understanding, do you think the West is just not listening anymore? That's just Putin being Putin.
Well, a little bit of Putin being Putin. I mean, we listen to everything he says. We listen to everything that senior officials say. So we don't discount it completely, but we also look at what they're doing compared to what they're saying. And we kind of build a matrix as far as what's more propaganda or hyperbole versus what's more substantive. I will say this, that the subtleties of diplomacy in terms of language is completely lost on the Russians anymore. They're not being subtle. There's no little nuanced statements that we have to interpret. They're being over the top, and then when they get over the top, they get over the top again, and they say it over and over again. So now I think the strongest message that we could have sent is what we just sent today. That's about as substantive as you want to talk about. That's a really big number. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of weapons and aid and ammunition rolling into Ukraine to fight Russia, and with that, it sends a signal. Nothing particularly nuanced about that either, but it sends a signal that we're in the long haul with the Ukrainians, and they're going to get the type of aid, the type of weapon systems that will push the Russians back. And if you hear the language coming from all parts of the U.S. government, and really language coming from our NATO partners right now, it's not just positive. It's not just, sort of a rah-rah, go Ukraine sort of thing. It really is saying, look, we're here. We're affirming our support for you. We believe you can win, and we're going to give you the tools and capabilities necessary to help you win. And the Ukrainians have also put out language where they're not asking for U.S. forces to come in. I think they've even toned down any discussion of some sort of no-fly zone from what I've seen. And what they're really saying is just send the weapons. We will use them. We know how to use them. Just keep sending them. When you start talking $20 billion of that 33, $20 billion in military aid, that's an enormous amount. It will get used up fast. War is an expensive business, but it avoids this thing where we do 800 million one week and then 800 million or 300 million the next week. We're just saying, look, let's get this taken care of. And then in the fall, we'll worry about sending more. And we're hoping that over the summer and into the fall, that a lot of changes will happen on the ground, and maybe we won't have to ask for more money. So that would be the hope. But this is a nice big chunk of change, which will keep the Ukrainians going.
Yeah, Hal, you're talking about seasons and fighting seasons in Ukraine. U.S. officials are expecting worsening ground conditions in the Donbas in the cloudy and the rainy spring weather to slow the Russian advance. Senior U.S. defense officials say Russia could be slowed by the mud. That's something you have brought up time and time again. And we heard there from Craig Patrick essentially saying that, yes, there have been incremental territorial gains, village to village to village, but nothing substantial. And so many watchers of this have kind of chalked it up to a stalemate in the East.
It's interesting. I think I sent this out on a tweet or something today, but I said the Russian military really ought to study Russian military history. That area has always had that problem. In the spring, you got rains, you got the melt, it turns to mud. You can go back to World War II and you can see what happened there. They had tremendous tank battles out there, but they also had huge problems with mud, with wheeled vehicles and even track vehicles. And this is really slowing the Russians down. Of course, their operational art, if you will, their ability to coordinate multiple units isn't really too good on a good day. I would say they've lost quite a few steps since the days of the Soviet Union, and they just don't seem to be able to coordinate these big movements. You know, I kind of go back to that phrase that was thrown around over a month ago, the Potemkin Army. It really does remind me of that. Now, they have overwhelming forces on the ground in terms of armor. They still don't have enough infantry, but they have a lot of armor. One thing they do have is they have a lot of artillery, and they're using that artillery. Donbass is not just tank country, and of course, with all the rains, it's tough to move those around. It's also artillery country. But the problem with artillery is a lot of that artillery is towed, which means wheeled vehicles, which means their ability to move those batteries and those battalions around as the battle changes is very limited. If the Ukrainians get the forces that they need, and that is coming in, if you look at not just what we're sending, but if you look at what the Germans are sending, if you look at what the Netherlands is sending in armored propelled artillery, if you're looking at across the board throughout NATO, they will have the ability to start pushing the offensive. And when they do that, they're going to be pushing the offensive into those artillery batteries and into those artillery battalions who may not be able to retrograde fast enough, who may get literally stuck in the mud. And then we have artillery that we have provided to Ukraine, the M77 155 millimeter howitzers with the counter battery radars that will enable them to target those batteries more effectively. All of this could have a cumulative effect and could be a catastrophic blow to the Russians and how they're doing things. And it goes back to mud. If you can't move stuff, you're stuck. And if you're stuck and they're coming at you, you're in trouble.
Hal, let's talk about what's happening in Moldova. And I don't mean to, disparage Moldova, but this is not a country I would imagine most Americans know where it is or know anything about it for that matter. It's very, very small. It borders Ukraine. Well, they seem to be quite concerned, spooked even, I would say. But this region in Moldova, it's called Transnistria. It has reportedly ordered a general mobilization of men 18 to 55. And that was dated April the 21st. But now, Moldova itself has a very small military. They could probably not withstand some type of Russian assault. Why does Putin care about Moldova?
Well, I think he's trying to offset everywhere else. He's just not making gains. One thing he's looking at is where they are around Kherson. It's been a real fight just to gain the city center of Kherson. And if you go west of there, they've been held up over and over again. So their ability to move to Odessa over land has been held back. And of course, as we talked about last night, with those Neptune anti-ship missiles, like the two that hit the Moskva cruiser with the flagship of the Russian Black Sea Navy, the ability to do some sort of amphibious operation in Odessa is also hamstrung. Some would say it's forever taken off the board, that they're not going to be able to pull that off. So they're looking at what they can do in that area. They have this small military footprint, these peacekeepers, as they call them, these two motorized rifle battalions, regimental minus staff and headquarters. And they have this area which kind of is in the same category on a Moldovan standard as they would say with the Luhansk and Donetsk in Ukraine, where they have this strong ethnic Russian presence. And so now they have this, they're trying to literally draft or conscript the local ethnic Russians into some sort of a larger homegrown militia that could potentially pose a threat to Moldova or potentially do something that could move across the border. Obviously, the Ukrainians are watching this very closely. The Moldovans are watching this very closely. I'm kind of curious, though, even though Moldova is very much not a NATO country, I'm kind of curious if you might see some sort of bilateral military support to Moldova. I would not rule that out. I would not rule out another country going in and saying, hey, we will help you out. Not a NATO thing, under NATO auspices, but maybe something more bilateral. They're not technically at war with Russia. Russia has not technically, even though they have those peacekeepers there, technically invaded them yet. I'm just wondering where that will go. And I'm also, as Moldova has really seen the handwriting on the wall as far as what Russian intent is, I'm kind of wondering if Moldova may move away from its current position to being much more pro-EU and more pro-NATO. I don't know if I said this last night, but when I break out my very, very fuzzy, difficult to perceive crystal ball and try to look into the future, I do not rule out that Moldova, along with Ukraine and some other places, could end up in the NATO orbit in the next several years. I would say Moldova before Ukraine in that regard. And that's if what Secretary Austin has said is its policy, which is to weaken Russia so they can't pose a threat to its neighbors. Well, that's literally saying destroy or decimate the forces that are there so that they can never do that again, which changes the math on everything. Changes the math on Georgia, changes the math on Belarus, changes the math on Transnistria and Moldova. By the way, it changes the math in the Far East as well. So there's potentially huge implications depending on what happens in Ukraine.
Yeah, and of course, can't fail to mention as well the fast-tracked status that's seemingly Sweden and Finland are on to join NATO as well. That could be signed and sealed and delivered by the end of the summer. That's stunning. One more point, and I like to kind of get philosophical about this, talking about the history of this going forward. I thought this was an interesting comment by the UK Foreign Secretary Liz Truss today. She said the architecture that was designed to guarantee peace and prosperity has failed Ukraine. The world should have done more to deter the invasion. Then you saw Antonio Guterres walk through the streets of that hollowed out city with Zelenskyy, saying that this was an absurdity in the 21st century. This should have never happened. You're seeing this really kind of on the part of Western leaders and kind of the global order, if you will, leaders being quite, I don't want to say shameful, but just very, very disappointed that the architecture did not prevent something of this type. Do you think there's a lot of, I don't know, if you think about regrets, I guess you could say, on the part of the West?
I think a lot of regrets. I think we see a number of places where if we had been more decisive, firmer, a greater commitment, if you will, to Ukraine's security, that we could have dissuaded Russia from trying something like this. The other thing is, it's getting into the mechanics of that institution called the United Nations. The strength is it gives everybody a chance to talk. It gives everybody a chance to exchange their views. The weakness is it really doesn't have any strength to speak of. And of course, the Security Council has always had this problem that China and Russia are permanent members, which means getting a unified vote on anything is just about impossible out of the Security Council. If there's any sort of polarization issues going on there with one camp or the other. So it's been frustrating. And as mentioned, the only time that the Security Council really stepped up as the UN was during the invasion of Korea, when North Korea invaded South Korea, and the UN stepped in and put UN forces into Korea. And that was because the Russians made a tactical error, which is they went on a bomb, or the Russians, the Soviets at that time, went on this bombastic tirade, and then they stormed out of the Security Council. And then everyone looked around, they said, okay, let's vote. And they voted, and they got the Security Council to vote, and they got the measure through, which went to the full floor. And then, of course, that was like the only time I could really point to where it really worked well. So we got this big problem. I think he's frustrated. I think we need to look at the UN again. I think we may want to go back to the UN Charter. We may want to look at a number of institutions. Interestingly, though, two institutions, which one particularly that have been under attack in recent years, NATO, has really stepped up. And that's an international institution that has stepped up. And I have to tell you, one of the things I'm seeing with NATO, and we don't see a lot of this because it's not a huge amount of support, but there is substantial support coming from South Korea, the Republic of Korea, and Japan, and other countries outside of the NATO orbit. Australia, for example, I think New Zealand's sending things that are doing all sorts of stuff, and that is interesting. It's really kind of, you look at NATO and you go, I wonder if it's gotten beyond the North Atlantic in terms of coordination.
Interesting.
And that's an interesting concept. So that's been good, but the UN stuff, not so good.
Yeah. Hal Kempfer, as always, we appreciate your insight into all of this with these developments as we go into this war even further. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you, Andrew.
Okay, right now we do want to take the opportunity to let you hear from Ukrainian President Zelenskyy himself. He responded to President Biden's announcement today, committing, hopefully, $33 billion more in aid to his country as they fight the war there with Russia. Here are these comments. They're in Ukrainian with English subtitles.
Усі наші захисники і захисниці. Сьогодні маємо серйозні новини для нашої держави, для нашого захисту. По-перше, Сполучені Штати Америки підготували новий пакет підтримки для України на 33 мільярди доларів. Зокрема, більше 20 можуть піти на оборону, ще більше 8 мільярдів доларів заплановані на економічну підтримку, ще 3 мільярди доларів будуть направлені на гуманітарну допомогу. Це дуже важливий крок Сполучених Штатів. І я вдячний за нього американському народу і особисто президенту Байдену. Сподіваюсь, Конгрес швидко підтримує цей запит на допомогу нашій державі. Президент Байден цілком справедливо сказав сьогодні, що цей крок не дешевий, але негативні наслідки для усього світу від російської агресії проти України та проти демократії настільки масштабні, що у порівнянні з ними ця підтримка Сполучених Штатів є необхідною. Разом ми точно можемо зупинити російську агресію і надійно захистити свободу в Європі. Працюємо також і над тим, щоб направити заблоковані активи російських підсанкційних осіб і російської держави для компенсації України за цю війну та для відбудови нормального життя. Продовжується розслідування злочинів російських військових, які були скоєні проти наших людей. Позиція України абсолютно чітка. Кожен російський злочинець має бути і буде притягнутий до відповідальності. Ким би вони не були і де би вони не ховались, ми усіх їх знайдемо і заставимо відповідати. Перші 10 російських військових 64-ї мотострілецької бригади сухопутних військ Росії, які скоїли злочини проти наших людей в Бучі Київської області, отримали статус підозрюваних. Відомі їхні прізвища. Встановлено, що вони робили. Ми знаємо про них та їхні діяння, усі деталі. І кожного знайдемо. Як знайдемо і усіх інших російських нелюдей, які вбивали, які катували українців, які знущали з наших людей, які знищували будинки та цивільну інфраструктуру в Україні. Жоден з цих покидьків не втече від відповідальності. Втім, дехто з них все ж таки може не дожити до суду і справедливого покарання. Але тільки з однієї причини цю російську бригаду перекинули на Харківщину. Там вони отримують відплату від наших військових. Сьогодні у Києві з візитом був прем'єр-міністр Болгарії Кирил Петков. Провели з ним дуже предметні і дуже теплі перемовини. Болгарія серед тих держав, які принципово і швидко відреагували одразу на російську агресію. Я вдячний і уряду Болгарії, і болгарському народу за те, що вони не зволікали, щоб підтримати нашу державу. Обговорили з паном Петковим оборонні, енергетичні, транспортні питання, санкційний тиск на Росію, який необхідний заради миру. Обговорили нашу взаємодію на рівні Європейського Союзу. Дуже важлива домовленість щодо ремонту нашої військової техніки на болгарських виробничих потужностях. Інше питання, яке ми погодили щодо постачання української електрики в Болгарію і використання потужностей трансбалканського газопроводу спільно з болгарською стороною. Вдячний Болгарії за можливість використання порту Варна для експорту нашої аграрної потужності. Був в Україні сьогодні і генеральний секретар ООН Антоніо Гутерреш. Дуже важливо, що пан генеральний секретар побував в Бородянці Київської області. і на власні очі побачив, що там наробили російські окупанти. Сотні українських міст і сотні громад пережили те саме, що і в Бородянка, і Буча. Російська армія в Україні свідомо і без жодних сумнівів розтоптала усе, на чому був заснований глобальний порядок після Другої світової війни. Статут ООН, міжнародні конвенції, декларації, права людей і держав – все те, що має гарантувати свободу і безпеку у світі, просто зруйновано російськими агресивними діями. Тож ключовим питанням на переговорах з паном генеральним секретарем ООН було, як нам зупинити російську агресію. І це не просто питання про Україну, про нашу долю. Це питання про долю ООН, про долю міжнародного права, про долю багатьох народів і не тільки сусідів Росії, які можуть стати наступними жертвами агресивних амбіцій Москви. Звичайно, на переговорах багато уваги ми приділили тому, як врятувати наших людей з Маріуполя. Вважаю, що за допомогою ООН можливо організувати евакуаційну місію. Україна готова до цих кроків. Але потрібно також і щоб російська сторона поставилась до цього питання без цинізму і реально виконувала те, про що говорить. В Москві заявляли про те, що вони нібито припинили вогонь в Маріуполі, але бомбардування позицій захисників міста продовжується. Це воєнний злочин, який російські військові здійснюють буквально на очах усього світу. Російські удари по Маріуполю не припинялись навіть тоді, коли пан генеральний секретар ООН був на перемовинах в Москві. І сьогодні, одразу по завершенню наших перемовин в Києві, у місто полетіли російські ракети. 5 ракет. І це багато що говорить про справжнє ставлення Росії до глобальних інституцій, про намагання російського керівництва принизити ООН і все, що організація уособлює. А отже, вимагає відповідної, потужної реакції. Російські ракетні удари по Україні, по Києву, Фастову, Одесі, Хмельницькому та іншим містам вкотре засвідчують, ще не можна розслаблятись, не можна думати, нібито війна вже закінчується, нам ще потрібно боротись, ще потрібно гнати окупантів. Сьогодні російська армія продовжила спроби наступу на сході нашої держави, на Донбасі. Пробує просуватися у південних регіонах. Збройні сили України стримують загарбників, і я вдячний кожному нашому захиснику, кожній нашій захисниці, які тримають позиції. Робимо все для того, щоб допомогти нашій армії, щоб забезпечити військових усією необхідною зброєю. Кожного разу в контактах з партнерами я наголошую на тому, що зброя для України саме зараз, саме тих видів, які ми запитуємо, і саме тоді, коли ми її потребуємо. Це порятунок не тільки для наших людей, це порятунок для всіх вас, для всієї Європи. Вдячний тим з партнерів, хто це розуміє і хто допомагає переконати інших. Перед записом вечірнього звернення підписав указ про нагородження наших героїв. Державними нагородами відзначено 214 військовослужбовців Збройних сил України. Із них 14 посмертно. Вічна пам'ять усім, хто віддав життя за Україну. Вічна слава усім, хто став на захист держави. Слава Україні!
Strong words there from Volodymyr Zelenskyy, talking about giving state awards to those who have fought and died for Ukraine. Well, the U.S. Embassy in Kyiv is honoring one of those Ukrainians who lost their life in the battle, in the war. Let's put this up here. This is the tweet. They say, the U.S. Embassy in Kyiv is grieving the loss of our dear colleague Volodymyr, who took leave from his job as a U.S. Embassy bodyguard to rejoin the army and defend Ukraine. We will never forget his kind spirit, dedication, and bravery. Our deepest condolences go to his family and friends. I'm Andrew Kraft. We're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll be giving you all the latest COVID-19 headlines. We're going to be doing kind of a health segment talking about not only COVID-19, but also what the FDA has planned to do about menthol cigarettes, also hepatitis in children. There's so many headlines left to get to on this Thursday. We'll have it when we come back. Live Now from Fox on this Thursday night. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us. Well, you might be wondering where we are in the phase of the pandemic. Fox 11 in Los Angeles spoke to a doctor with those questions. Here's this segment.
Let's begin with the pandemic in the U.S. Today, Dr. Anthony Fauci suggesting that the pandemic is not over after saying this to the PBS NewsHour yesterday.
We are at a low level right now. So if you're saying, are we out of the pandemic phase in this country? We are.
Dr. Fauci then adds, we are in a different moment of the pandemic, and the challenge now is how to keep improving the situation. So how should we go about this with the next stage of the pandemic? So today he said the pandemic is not over. Yesterday saying that the pandemic phase is over. Let's talk more about this. Let's bring in epidemiologist Dr. Anne Remoyne, a familiar face on the Fox 11 special report. Thank you so much for being with us.
Nice to be here.
Okay, so let's just get your reaction to the flip-flopping of somebody of Dr. Fauci's stature and what that does for public trust as we still make our way through the pandemic, or is it over?
Well, the first thing I would say is that public health messaging is very complicated, and everyone is looking to Dr. Fauci, for example, to be able to give us the advice that we need. I think that there's one piece of what he said that I agree, which is that we are in a phase where we're seeing fewer cases than we've seen in the past, but a pandemic by definition is global. So we are certainly not out of it yet. I do think that messaging is very important to be consistent, and that we have to be able to explain that things are changing. It's a very dynamic situation, that yes, we're doing well right now, but a variant could come and that has a lot more ability to evade our immune system, and that could all change at a moment's notice. So public health messaging is very complicated. And I think that this was one situation that maybe it was a little bit over his skis in terms of optimism.
So what's the bottom line? Are we still in the pandemic?
We are absolutely still in the pandemic. We're seeing cases here in Los Angeles start to go up. We've seen a very, a significant uptick in cases. We're seeing this nationally. We've started to see a little uptick in hospitalizations as well, but they haven't risen to a very large degree at this point. We don't know if it's early on, because hospitalizations and deaths always lag, or if we'll see something new here. I mean, I think we do have good, a good basis of immunity here, but this virus has given us a curveball every single time we think we're in a new spot. So we can be, optimistic, but we need to be cautious. And the best thing to do is, as I've said this to you before, it's so much easier to stay out of trouble than it is to have to get out of trouble. So we can be optimistic, we can be getting back to some things that are normal, but being ready to take precautions as needed.
Do you feel some encouragement, though, given the fact that hospitalizations and deaths, they do remain relatively stable and even low at this point, given the fact that, yes, they are lagging indicators, but the fact that BA2 has been amongst us for several weeks now?
I mean, I'm optimistic that we won't see a huge surge in hospitalizations, but we don't know the extent of it. And I think the thing that we always have to remember, that we may get through this particular surge, but if we get through this particular surge, it doesn't mean that another one isn't coming, or that we may have a different variant that might be more difficult. And I think that that's where this is always, it's a very tricky thing to be able to talk about here. Where are we right now? Right now, we don't have a high rate of hospitalizations or deaths. That's great news. We aren't seeing a massive spike in hospitalizations yet. So those are all good things, but COVID is something we still don't understand well. I think that the data on long COVID is really not great, and so my message that you should try to avoid it if you can still stands. It's an ounce of prevention versus a pound of cure in this scenario. All we can say is we can be hopeful, but we should prepare for new variants to occur, and to be ready to act swiftly if and when they do.
And you mentioned data, current data from the CDC shows 60% of American adults and 75% of children have had COVID, the majority infected by Omicron. Meanwhile, the World Health Organization, to your point, Dr. Ramoyne, is monitoring the new BA2 subvariant that makes up now 30% of new cases. But this is all happening as global deaths have fallen to their lowest level since March of 2020. So there is some bright spots, thank goodness. The other thing that we wanted to get your thoughts on is the fact that Pfizer has asked the FDA to authorize the booster shot for kids 5 to 11. Do kids really need a booster?
Well, I think that the data has been pretty clear that the vaccine has done a great job of preventing severe disease, hospitalization, and death. But we know that these vaccines wane in terms of their effectiveness against these severe outcomes. So it's great news that a booster is very likely going to be approved for kids so that we can avoid having any of these severe outcomes. These vaccines do an extremely good job of preventing those severe outcomes. And that is what we want to be able to continue. It's not going to be, okay, the cases have decreased, we're done here. We're going to have to continue to vaccinate. We're going to have to continue to stay ahead of it. That means for adults. That also means for kids. And so I think that this is going to be another tool in our toolbox to be able to use to keep people safe and to keep the cases low.
Well, we know that Vice President Kamala Harris was boosted and vaccinated and did every shot she possibly could get, and she still got COVID. The good news is when you've got those vaccines, you don't get it, so bad that you're dying or in the hospital. She's clearly not in the hospital. She's working from home. This is a picture that was tweeted out by her husband, the second gentleman, Doug Emhoff of Los Angeles. There she is in Washington doing some work. She's apparently asymptomatic, according to her staff. But we also learned today that she took Paxlovid, an antiviral drug. First off, what is it? Secondly, should people that are apparently asymptomatic that get COVID, should they take it too?
So Paxlovid is a great therapeutic that is in particular useful for people who are at risk of severe outcomes, and that does a really great job in terms of reducing the potential of severe disease, hospitalization, and death. It's really important that people who test positive for COVID, they should talk to their doctor about whether or not this is something they should be, they are eligible for or they should take. I am not a clinician, I'm an epidemiologist, so I can't give you the clinical piece of this, but what I can say is it's really important to have this tool in our toolbox to be able to have these kind of drugs available and to be able to make sure that they are as widespread as possible, because it isn't just about somebody like the vice president being able to get it who has easy access to their doctor, but that everybody who is at high risk should definitely have a plan that if they should get COVID, that they know what they're eligible for and who to go to, how to get this drug if needed.
Yeah, I know the LA County Department of Public Health, they have their test to treat program. So people who do test positive for COVID, you should ask your doctor about it, because there are some sites, some pharmacies around town that are offering Paxlovid. It is here and accessible. I don't know how easily it is accessible. That's the big question. Dr. Anne Ramoyne, epidemiologist, we always appreciate you. Thank you so much.
My pleasure.
Great segment there from Fox 11 in Los Angeles. And of course, here on Live Now from Fox, we talked to our friend of the program, Dr. Peter Chin Hong, who is an infectious disease specialist at UC San Francisco. Good to see you, Doctor. It's been a while, but wanted to get your opinions on some of these top headlines in the health realm, especially regarding COVID-19. Moderna seeking to be the first to provide their vaccine for the littlest among us, children under the age of 6. They did this before Pfizer, which I thought was interesting. Why has it taken so long to get a vaccine for children under the age of 6?
Well, I think that Pfizer was the front runner. They might have undershot on the dose at 1/10 or 10% of the adult dose. So they had to go back to the drawing board because they didn't even meet the antibody outcome, which is like can you get enough antibodies just like the 18 or 16 to 25-year-olds, and they didn't. So they, instead of going back and saying, let's just do a 2-shot with higher dose, they said, well, we'll try with 3 shots. So when you introduce an additional shot, you need more time. Moderna was kind of like behind Pfizer. They gambled on a higher dose for kids, proportionally speaking, 25% of the dose instead of 10% of the dose. Seems that they met their immunologic outcomes, so enough antibodies like the 18 to 25-year-olds. But again, people were a little bit disappointed that the symptomatic disease, didn't seem as effective, but actually is very comparable to 2 shots in many of the other vaccines. And I think what's lost in all this is the impact on severe disease, hospitalization, and death, even though the studies weren't powered to do that, looked really good for both Pfizer and Moderna. So why it took so long? I think going back to drawing board, Moderna never expected to be front runner, and now they're in the running. Probably either they will approve them both together or may do it in sequence. And I think a lot of parents are hoping that Moderna will be, evaluated as in time instead of waiting for Pfizer to submit their data.
Doctor, this also dovetails with Pfizer's request for emergency use last week, I believe, for their booster shot for children aged 5 to 11. So that remains interesting as well. Would you suggest young children like that, do they need to get a booster? Do they need to get the vaccine at all? We know how miraculously the virus has really, I don't want to say untouched children, but has not impacted children as much as other segments of the population.
Yeah, so I think that to really provide the best umbrella of protection, everybody should get a vaccine. And the reason why is that even though kids are not going to the hospital in droves, they're still increased by more than 4 times since Omicron compared to before, but still proportionally speaking lower. But they are the vectors of infection to members of the household, particularly immunocompromised, elderly folks. So there are multiple reasons. Kids get sick as well. Kids get long COVID as well. Kids get this post-immunologic syndrome that we call MISC, which is like later on you can get sort of like heart, lung, other organ involvement, and we can't predict it. And then most importantly, I think they're also the conveyors or purveyors of infection to the household. At the end of the day, I think if you think at the minimum you want to keep kids in school and reduce their chances of just getting infected, getting vaccinated is just one of the many pieces of armor that we can equip kids with.
Yeah, of course, that was kind of one of the main arguments from critics after the federal public transit mask mandate was lifted due to that judge's ruling last week that, children under the age of 6, if they're traveling on an airplane, they would be at risk of contracting COVID because they are part of that vulnerable population. So we could talk about the lifting of that mask mandate by the TSA. We know it's working its way through the courts right now, so we'll see what happens. But at the time last week, what did you make of it? What was your first reaction? Do you think it was right, or did you think it was long overdue?
So I was actually on a plane from New York to San Francisco while the mandate was lifted. And I would say in my plane, everyone kind of kept the masks on just because I think people were kind of stunned. In terms of the timing, I think when it happened, I was a little bit nervous because we didn't really know where BA2 was going to go yet. But so far, in retrospect, it seems that, we're seeing this continued decoupling, lots of cases in the community, not a lot of hospitalizations. And I think that 2-week additional interval would have just given us a better picture. I think people are nervous if they have kids. And again, not only because kids may get sick, although at a lower probability, but because they may sort of bring it into the household. And there's good data from Toronto and other places showing that even though young adults can bring virus in, it's the kids that transmit it to other people because you're sort of doting on the kids and close contact with them. So do I think that it's, a good idea to go from the population level to the individual level in terms of protection? I think, unquestionably, the mask mandate wasn't something that should have been on indefinitely. But I think because it's was dynamic last week, it probably was a little premature, but at some point it had to end. And, I think we have to settle into a new normal at some sort. I am worried about public transit and other settings because it does bring people from vulnerable populations together who may not be able to afford good masks, etc. So that's another dimension that's a little bit different.
Yeah, I'm flying tomorrow night on a red-eye back east, Daytona. My colleague, she flew last weekend, so it'll be interesting to see. I haven't flown in some time, so it'll be interesting to see just the number of people who have masks on or who don't. Doctor, one last COVID thing I want to get your opinion on, and Fox 11 touched on it a little bit, but we know Vice President Harris, she tested positive for COVID just a couple of days ago, but she was given Paxlovid. And so we know that she was, not really symptomatic, that she was experiencing mild symptoms, but giving someone an antiviral medication if they're experiencing very low symptoms led some people to believe that it could possibly be more serious. Is that true? Are we looking too much into this?
So in contrast to when President Trump got Regeneron, which is monoclonal antibodies, I think that really was a lifesaver for him. For Kamala Harris, she doesn't have the demographic that I would worry about in terms of being hospitalized or getting seriously ill. So, I think that getting Paxlovid was sort of, it was a risk benefit probably from the administration. Doesn't have much downside. It's really well tolerated. I think right now it's probably the biggest bang for the buck, like the commentator said, is people who are have comorbidities, immunocompromised, older, etc., where you can prevent hospitalization by as much as 89% if taken within the first 3 days. However, there's a lot of other benefits that haven't really been explored fully, which is it drops your viral load down very quickly, so potentially you can transmit less efficiently the sooner you take it. It probably will be eventually approved for people who have just even been exposed, like we do for oseltamivir or Tamiflu. Like, for example, if somebody's in a nursing home, they had influenza, the other nursing home members in close contact will get Tamiflu, even if they weren't positive for influenza. And that's because it prevents the onset of infection. So I think lots of interesting uses potentially in the future for Paxlovid. For right now, biggest priority, somebody who's probably older, sicker, and at risk for getting hospitalized, rather than Kamala Harris, although, has potentially other benefits as well.
Doctor, I want to get your opinion on something not COVID related, but still that is percolating right now in places around the globe. Health officials are expressing concern following a hepatitis outbreak impacting kids in nearly a dozen countries and several U.S. states. According to the WHO, there have been 169 cases of severe acute hepatitis in 11 countries, including the U.S. So far, one child has died, and 17 others have required liver transplants as a result of the disease. The CDC is closely monitoring this. This is scary. What should we make of it, and what should parents need to know?
I think parents need to know warning signs for if their kid might be at risk for getting hepatitis, which is inflammation of the liver. We usually think about hepatitis as caused by hepatitis viruses like hepatitis B or hepatitis C. But in this case, this inflammation of the liver is not caused by those viruses, but rather it's suspected that it's caused by a virus that causes a common cold called adenovirus and a specific type called type 41. They found that in, not everyone, but quite a few number of these cases around the world with this inflammation of the liver. What parents need to know, watch out for the warning signs: nausea, vomiting, abdominal pain, light stools, dark urine.
taking new.
Oh, no, go ahead. Sorry. That was our mistake there. Yep.
No, that's all right. So, nausea, vomiting, abdominal pain, light stools, dark urine. But the kickoff is really sort of yellow eyes, so jaundice. That will be a kickoff or a tip-off. You can definitely need to go get medical attention in that case.
Okay, and then one last thing that we want to get to, because we learned today the FDA is proposing a ban on menthol cigarettes and also flavored cigars, including cigarillos. This has been kind of working its way through the public health bureaucracy as well, but the FDA wants to make this official. The agency's director, Robert Califf, said to Capitol Hill today he determined these actions were appropriate for the protection of public health. Why this specific insistence on this type of menthol cigarette as opposed to, other types of tobacco products? Why is the FDA particularly concerned about this one?
So there's several reasons, Andrew. The first is that it's one of equity. So 85% of African Americans smoke menthols compared to the general population, which is about 30%. It's the 50% of people who start smoking use menthol products, and it's harder to quit once you're on menthol. Above all, the big point is that cigarettes still cause about 500,000 deaths every year, which is huge, and it is preventable. So it's actually the #1 preventable cause of deaths in the United States right now. So I think for all those reasons, and interestingly, Canada did this a while ago, so we can have estimates as to the impact on people quitting. And it's estimated that if you pass this law in the United States, more than 1 million people would quit off the bat within the first year to a year and a half. So, not small potatoes here, and probably an easy intervention to implement to do this.
Yeah, this is interesting. I was reading about this. I guess I didn't realize the FDA has not always regulated tobacco products. They started, I think, back in 2009. But this ban wouldn't take effect for some time, about 2 years from now. Possibly the FDA is still accepting public comments. It'd be interesting to see what we hear from menthol cigarette smokers who essentially, if this is not open and available to them in the marketplace, you would just have to imagine that it would kind of go underground.
Yes, but I think from the Canadian experience, at least so far, it doesn't seem there will always be underground stuff, but I think that it's always a risk benefit, and it's the juice with the squeeze kind of issue. And I think based on the data so far, the juice is expected to be worth the squeeze just because of the numbers of people. Cigarette usage has actually been declining for the last 10 years, but it got an uptick during the pandemic, interestingly, and we could even accelerate that decline further by this simple action.
All right, I know we covered a lot of topics, Doctor, but we always appreciate your insight into all of them, and we'll talk to you again. Thanks so much for your time.
Thanks so much, Andrew.
Okay, really interesting conversation there. We're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, though, we'll be talking still even more about the situation in Ukraine. Earlier today, Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin met with his Canadian counterpart at the Pentagon, and they took questions from reporters. We'll have that after the break. here to Live Now from Fox, a little bit after the top of the 9 o'clock hour on the West Coast, a little bit after midnight there in the nation's capital. That's a live look at the White House. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us. We are going to go out now to this event at the Pentagon earlier today with Defense Secretary Austin and his Canadian counterpart, talking about the mutual shared efforts they have put forth to aid Ukraine in their war effort.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to today's press conference at the end of our bilateral discussion with the Defense Minister of Canada. I am going to moderate just like we've done before. We'll start out with some opening comments by Secretary Austin, then Minister Anand, and then I will moderate the Q&A. We have a hard stop here in 20 minutes at 3 o'clock, so we'll do the best we can to get through as many questions as we can, the goal being 2 on each side, but again, we'll have to see how far we can go. It would help if when you do ask your questions, you can limit your follow-ups. With that, Mr. Secretary.
Well, let me start by thanking the Minister for making the trip to Washington. And I know that the past few days have been pretty busy, and I'm glad that you could join us today. Now, we just saw each other Tuesday in Germany at Ramstein Air Base at this week's historic meeting of what is now the contact group on Ukrainian defense. And Canada stepped up with an important announcement on armored vehicles and other vital capabilities for Ukraine. Madam Minister, that's just what we've come to expect from Canada and from your own leadership and sense of moral purpose. So it's no surprise that we had such a highly productive meeting today. It reminds us how much close friends and valued allies matter. And we know that we can count on the enduring partnership between the United States and Canada. Canada isn't just a great neighbor, it's also a true friend and a steadfast ally. And today, we're grateful for Canada's resolute support of the Ukrainian people after Russia's reckless and lawless invasion. Now, moving forward from today's discussion and from our meeting in Germany, I'm proud to note that the President has now requested $16 billion for the Department of Defense to address Ukraine's self-defense needs in the crucial weeks ahead. This supplemental request includes $6 billion more for the Ukraine Security Assistance Initiative, which helps us to procure weapons and systems for Ukraine, and $5 billion for additional presidential drawdown authority, which allows us to continue providing critical material from our own inventory, and another $5 billion to help us pay for the operational cost of bolstering NATO's eastern flank, as well as additional investments. For instance, it features something we call Critical Munitions Acquisition Fund, which will allow the department to purchase and establish a strategic reserve of vital munitions, like anti-aircraft and anti-tank munitions, to surge for this crisis and, quite frankly, crises to come. So we'd urge Congress to approve our request without delay, and we thank them for their tremendous support up to this point. We understand the urgency, and I know the Canadian people do as well, Madam Minister. So let me again express my appreciation to you and to Prime Minister Trudeau and your colleagues for your announcement that Canada will send 8 armored vehicles to support Ukraine. And let me applaud you for everything that Canada is doing to help Ukraine defend itself, including your extraordinary efforts to train Ukrainian forces through Operation Unifier. The United States and Canada are united in our admiration for the Ukrainian people's bravery and our determination to help them defend their sovereignty. Of course, as you'd expect with old friends and neighbors, we had a wide-ranging agenda today. We also discussed our shared responsibilities for protecting our homelands through the NORAD Command. We talked about our joint efforts to strengthen North American defense ties, including the need to ensure a stable Arctic region where international norms are respected. And we discussed how we're both working with regional partners in Latin America and the Caribbean to combat threats like transnational crime and drug trafficking. and to prepare better for humanitarian crises, and to build up climate resilience and advance initiatives on peace and security. The Minister and I also spoke about our shared commitment to a secure and open Indo-Pacific. And that's why I'm so pleased that last year, for the first time, Canada participated in a cooperative Taiwan Strait transit with the United States. And we're going to find additional opportunities to work together on our shared vision of a secure, open, and prosperous Indo-Pacific. As we face all these challenges, we're grateful to have Canada as our neighbor. Madam Minister, our two countries share a border, and we also share the core values of democracy and decency. And so thank you for your friendship, your insights, and your leadership. Again, it's great to have you here. Thank you very much. And over to you, Madam Minister.
Good afternoon. Bonjour. Thank you so much, Secretary Austin, for your warm welcome on my first visit to Washington, D.C. as Canada's Minister of National Defense. We have just had a very productive meeting here at the Pentagon. The United States, quite simply, is Canada's most important ally and defense partner. Our armed forces fought together to win 2 world wars. Since 1958, our militaries have worked together every day to defend North American airspace through NORAD. And in recent years, Canadian and American forces fought side by side in Afghanistan and in the war against Daesh. Today, the world is facing the greatest threat to international peace and stability since the Second World War. La guerre illégale de la Russie contre l'Ukraine a tué des milliers de civils innocents, et c'est une attaque complète contre l'ordre international fondé sur les règles, qui nous protège tous. Since day one of this attack, our Ukrainian friends have faced Putin's forces with unfailing courage and resolve. And Canada, like the United States, stands firmly with them. Since 2015, the Canadian Armed Forces have trained over 33,000 Ukrainian personnel through our training mission, Operation Unifier. And since the beginning of this crisis, Canada has donated machine guns, pistols, sniper rifles, Carl Gustaf anti-tank weapons, hand grenades, precision cameras for military drones, and this equipment is making a real difference in Ukraine's war effort. Last week, in conjunction with our American allies, we stepped up our support by delivering M777 howitzers to Ukrainian forces. And I can confirm that Canadian soldiers are now training their Ukrainian counterparts in the use of these weapons. Further, at Ramstein Air Base on Tuesday, an excellent and useful conference organized by my colleague, Secretary Austin, we announced that Canada will send 8 armored vehicles to Ukraine in the coming weeks, and we will continue to supply Ukraine with the equipment that it needs to fight and win. At this crucial time for Euro-Atlantic security, Canada's commitment to the NATO alliance is unwavering. We recently deployed a 2nd frigate to NATO's maritime forces and added more troops and capabilities to the Canadian-led multinational battle group in Latvia. Nous avons aussi autorisé le déploiement de 3,400 membres de notre personnel si l'OTAN en fait la demande. And as we step up to protect our allies abroad, we are also keeping our eyes on threats to the North American continent. As Minister of National Defense, I have been entrusted to lead Canada's efforts to strengthen continental defense and to deliver a robust plan to modernize NORAD in collaboration with our American allies. And we will have more to say on this in the short term. Et face à des menaces accrues, nous augmentons nos investissements militaires. Last month, our government tabled Budget 2022, which invests $8 billion in new defense spending on top of the 70% increase in already planned spending under our defense policy Strong, Secure, Engaged. We are now the 6th largest defense budget among NATO's 30 countries. And in the coming months, we will update this defense policy to reflect rapidly evolving challenges to global securities. To conclude, at this crucial moment, Russia is testing the will of Canada, the United States, and our allies and partners. Russia cannot redraw maps at will to suit its own ends. Russia cannot erode the rules-based international order without consequences. Sovereign nations cannot be erased from the map, and NATO cannot be divided. In fact, as we saw in Germany this week, we are more united than ever before, and we will continue to stand with Ukraine. We remain prepared to defend every inch of NATO territory, and we will always do whatever it takes to ensure the security of our North American continent. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, for your partnership. Thank you for your friendship on this and shared defense issues generally. I appreciate it.
Okay, we'll take a few questions here. We'll start with Bob Burns, Associated Press.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. In announcing the new request to Congress for billions more dollars to provide additional military assistance to Ukraine, the White House said that among the materials that you will be providing are what they call, quote, advanced air defense systems. I wonder if you can say more specifically what that refers to, and if I may also ask a little bit broader question that perhaps both of you could respond to, which is that given the inherent and significant advantages that the Russian forces have in the Donbass, including simple mass, I'm wondering, how can you get enough heavy weaponry to that area quickly enough to make a decisive difference?
Well, before I answer your question, let me just say that I have it on good accord that this may very well be your last briefing.
That's true.
And I just want to say on behalf of the Pentagon and all of the people who work here, on behalf of our military, I want to thank you for years of dedication, professionalism. You are the epitome of a pro. In many, many cases, our population has seen our military through your eyes and those of your colleagues. But you've set a great example for those who will follow you to emulate. So thanks a lot for everything you've done. And God bless you for serving our country the way that you have. On the issue of air defense, Bob, you know that air defense has been a critical aspect of this entire fight. Early on, the Russians sought to neutralize the Ukrainians' air defense system, but obviously were not effective in that effort. And so because the Ukrainians had substantial air defense air defense capabilities remaining, they were able to deny the Russians the ability to establish air superiority. The Russians, as you would imagine, will continue to try to find ways to take out all of their air defense capabilities. And we need to stay focused on this. We need to make sure that we're providing them the capability to replenish those air defense capabilities if they are taken out. So this is a work in progress. We will continue to resupply them with the types of systems that you've seen us provide them, short range, medium range, and most important, long range air defense systems. Those long range air defense systems like the S-300 play a critical role. And if those are taken out, then we'll make sure that we're working with our allies and partners to make sure that we're providing them additional capability as quickly as possible.
So that doesn't refer to a new type of American air defense system?
We don't have a new type to announce, Bob. So we will continue to use those systems that have been most effective. Mm-hmm.
And on the broader question about getting enough heavy weaponry in the Donbass to make a difference quickly enough?
Well, absolutely. Bob, you know, that's what we've actually been focused on, and that was really a key element in the meeting that we conducted on Tuesday. We need not only to get capability there to them quickly, it needs to be the right kind of capability. And so what will be decisive in this next fight is long-range fires. And as we interact with the Chad and the Minister of Defense on a routine basis, these are the kinds of things that they are requesting. You know, they believe that long-range fires will be key in their efforts going forward. And so we are moving as quickly as we possibly can to provide them those capabilities. And I would point out to you, and I think you know this, but the president signed a package of $800 million on Thursday. On Saturday, the first howitzer from that package showed up at the airfield. And so that's the speed of war that we're operating at. And we've encouraged our allies and partners to work with us to move as quickly as we possibly can.
Thank you. We are completely on the same page with our U.S. ally on the importance of the delivery of aid as soon as possible, as quickly as possible. We had a number of conversations about the importance of acting in conjunction with each other, and we too quickly turned around our shipment of howitzers and are training Ukrainian troops with those heavy weapons right now. And on the broader question of the delivery of aid, I'd like to emphasize that Canada has two CC-130s based out of Prestwick, Scotland, and we have carried over 1 million pounds of aid so far on behalf of a number of countries. And this work continues every single day. So we, A, will continue to deliver aid, including heavy weaponry, as quickly as possible, and B, will continue to work across the Allied partnership to deliver aid writ large to Ukraine.
Thank you.
Our next question, and I'm afraid it's going to have to be our last one given the time where we are, it goes to Azeb Vold-Georgis from Radio Canada. Ma'am?
Thank you very much. I've got a first question for Madame la Ministre. Bonjour, merci d'être avec nous aujourd'hui. Vous avez dit que vous renforcez vos alliances avec les États-Unis, notamment dans l'Indo-Pacifique, également dans l'Arctique et là dans la guerre en Ukraine. Premièrement, quelle est la ligne rouge du Canada? Joe Biden a dit ce matin que ça allait être une guerre très longue. Et comment vous renforcez ces alliances-là plus précisément?
Merci beaucoup pour la question. Bien sûr, nous sommes d'accord avec le président Biden aussi que ça sera une guerre très longue, peut-être, et nous devons.
Okay, there, as is customary, you would have to expect that the Canadian Defense Minister is asked and is responding to a question there in French, of course. Next to her, American counterpart, our Defense Secretary, Lloyd Austin, talking about the war in Ukraine and what the military aid looks like from Canada's part, from the U.S.'s part. And I was struck by the speed and rapidity there. You heard from Secretary Austin it was signed on Thursday, that appropriations, $800 million more to Ukraine. Signed Thursday, howitzers started showing up in Ukraine on Saturday. It's just incredible speed there. Well, I'm Andrew Kraft. We're going to end our story on somewhat of a related note, but a positive note as well. Of course, we brought you the news yesterday and today that American Trevor Reed is now back stateside on American soil a day after he was swapped for a Russian drug trafficker in a prisoner exchange between Washington and Moscow. Paula Reed, his mother, called it a very exciting day for the Reed family. Trevor is back in the USA. Photographs tweeted from the account of Representative August Pfluger, a Texas Republican, also showed him standing next to Reed. His destination was not immediately clear. Reed's parents live in Granbury, Texas, which is near Dallas. He was swapped in Turkey yesterday for Konstantin Yaroshenko, who'd been serving a 20-year prison sentence in a cocaine trafficking conspiracy case. Reed is a 30-year-old former Marine. He was arrested back in the summer of 2019 after Russian authorities said he assaulted an officer while being driven by police to a police station following a night of heavy drinking. He was later sentenced to 9 years in prison. The U.S. government, of course, described him as unjustly detained and has been pressing for his release ever since. And so we just wanted to leave you with that note of optimism on this Thursday night. Well, it's going to be a busy Friday, I can imagine. We'll be back at it to round off the week, cap off the week with more headlines, live, raw, and unfiltered from around the country and across the world. First, we're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, though, we're going to be showing you the full White House press briefing.